Part 3. The Odin Project. Chapter 30. Monday, 17th of June. CERN, Geneva. Mark made his way past familiar buildings, through the site of the vast laboratory complex of the Conseil Européen pour la Recherche Nucléaire, where he had spent most of his early career, and considered how much had changed in his life over the past 3 months. In fact, it struck him that he felt pretty good about himself right now, in part due to his work on the Odin project, but also because of his growing feelings towards Sarah and his continuing rehabilitation in the eyes of Evie, who seemed to be reveling in her father's newfound fame. Things had moved rapidly in the days that followed the events of the 13th and 14th of March. With the world reeling from the shock of such a cataclysmic loss of life, rumours spread fast that this was not a freak event, that unless the magnetosphere recovered, more devastation was inevitable. Across the world, the sense of unease grew stronger. Fresh riots broke out. Looting became so widespread that many governments were powerless to stop it, and few people were prepared to believe the official line that the March CME really was a once-in-a-century event. It quickly became clear that the magnetic pulse devices still being worked on would not offer the protection needed from any further threat from the sun of similar magnitude. At best, an Earth-based device would provide a temporary preventative measure, a local shield protecting the lucky few beneath it, but never a permanent global solution. One group reveling in all this chaos was the Purifiers. The end-of-the-world prophecy they held by was coming true, and they rejoiced. But that didn't dampen their enthusiasm for giving nature a helping hand. They upped the ambition and frequency of their attacks on government facilities and research labs working on potential solutions to the dying field, always driven and cajoled by their spiritual leader, Maksub. Little was known of this shadowy figure, a man who had kindled a warped passion among his growing band of followers. He had recruited them carefully from around the world, mainly from among the disaffected and disillusioned in poverty-stricken areas, those in the once oil-rich nations of the Middle East, and the millions displaced from coastal homes in southern Asia, lost to the rising seas. For several weeks after the event, as it was now being referred to, Sarah had remained in Rio, in part to recover from her injuries, a fractured elbow, a sprained ankle, and deep gashes in her leg, but also, as Mark had discovered when he'd visited her, because of her crushing feelings of guilt that she hadn't done enough to warn people about the deadly radiation from the sky on that fateful morning. Despite her pleas to be discharged, she had been kept under observation in hospital for a week to ensure that she wasn't suffering from any radiation effects. Amid the chaos and disruption to travel in the days following the event, Mark had somehow managed to get on a flight down to Rio, in part out of a genuine desire to see Sarah and check up on her, but also in the hope that he might discuss the possibility of resurrecting the Odin project. Within minutes of seeing her sitting up in bed, he could tell that her physical injuries would heal quickly enough, but her mental state was a different matter. In contrast to the zest and determination he'd admired in the woman he'd got to know on the few occasions they'd spent time together in New York over the previous weeks, Sarah was now quiet and withdrawn. It was as though she'd put up an impregnable wall around her to block the outside world out while she battled her inner demons. No one knew better than Mark Bruckner about the futility of trying to talk someone out of depression, but he had tried. Anyone would have done what you did. How could you possibly convince people in the few minutes you had out on the streets? And why risk fatally exposing yourself, too? Sarah hadn't answered. Instead, she'd cried a lot that day. The day after he'd arrived in Rio, Mark had received a call from Chiang. "We've been asked to attend a briefing meeting at the UN tomorrow. It sounds like our idea is back on the table." "Says who?" "Says, well, I don't know who's made the decision. All I know is that they are now ready to listen to us properly." Mark wasn't sure how he felt. "Well, yes, I suppose desperate measures require desperate solutions, right?" Chiang was quiet for a second. Then he said, "You know, that's exactly what they said to me." Mark had promised Sarah he'd come back to see her as soon as he could. 1 week after the event, news of the new plan to save the world had gone viral. Within days, everyone was talking about how dark matter was going to rescue humanity. The Odin Project had been born. It hadn't taken long for the feasibility of the science to be checked and confirmed. The official view was that it could work, in theory at least, and that was enough. It had brought governments together in a way never seen before. Mark had been astonished by the speed at which consensus had been reached. Not since the Second World War had so many nations rapidly invested so much time and resource into a single objective, but this time they were all working on the same side. The scale of the task made mid-20th century technical achievements like the Manhattan Project and the space race seem like amateur diversions. It was a warm June morning in Geneva, and despite what was at stake, Mark felt excited. He found it hard to believe just how rapidly the Odin Project had evolved, from crazy speculations about firing beams of neutralinos into the core of the Earth, to serious discussions about how this might be achieved and where facilities would need to be built, to designing and carrying out the first feasibility tests. Today, the results of the first real tests of his and Chiang's idea were being presented. People were already taking their seats in the main auditorium as Mark made his way down towards the front. He quickly spotted Chiang in animated discussion with Gabriel Aduda and noticed the dramatic contrast in size between the two men. Aduda had consistently voiced his reservations about the Odin Project. Unlike the MPDs, which he claimed at least gave the world a stay of execution, he'd argued strongly that this was too expensive, too uncertain, could not be achieved in time, and, most importantly, diverted attention from the more reliable MPDs option. Mark found it hard to read what the man was thinking. Scanning the hall to see if Sarah had arrived, he soon spotted her sitting by the middle aisle on the far side. She mouthed, "Good luck." As he navigated his way down to the stage area through the throngs of delegates standing around in the aisle, the irony of how his fortunes and mood had improved as a consequence of the situation that was sinking the rest of humanity into pessimism and anxiety was not lost on him. Chiang had admitted that he too felt the same sense of purpose about the Odin Project, and argued that it was okay for Mark to feel positive. After all, he'd said, if we don't have faith in the science, then we've lost. Mark didn't buy this cheap psychology, but knew what Chiang had meant. They were, after all, leading the most ambitious and important scientific undertaking the world had ever known, one that would determine the future of the planet, which was, by any measure, pretty fucking awesome. If nothing else, it put his own demons into perspective. He'd been somewhat surprised at the speed of his re-acceptance among the international community of high-energy physicists as soon as the Odin Project had taken off. The reputation of a research scientist was a fragile thing, which, like one's virginity, could only be lost once. He'd certainly lost his, but here he was again, back at CERN, where he'd spent the first 15 years of his research career, and the center of attention for the world's leading scientists once more, and realizing that he still enjoyed it. He adjusted his tie as he walked. This was probably the first time ever he had given a physics talk in a jacket and tie, but he felt the occasion merited some sort of formality. Of course, there was a dark backdrop to all this sanguine enthusiasm. Mark knew better than anyone just how outrageously ambitious the Odin project truly was. There were simply too many unknowns, too many challenges, and too little margin for error. And it was now clear that security was an even bigger problem than the science. As soon as the Odin project was announced, the Purifiers had issued a statement outlining their intent to sabotage it. So they had begun to target the new facilities being built and the scientists and engineers working on the project. In the past week alone, 2 accelerator physicists in Paris had been murdered, and a research lab outside Tokyo had been extensively damaged by a bomb. Worst of all was the devastating destruction of the half-built dark matter facility in Texas, which had been expected to play a central role in the project. The vast underground lab had been obliterated by a huge blast, which the Purifiers claimed responsibility for, and which had buried alive 300 workers and technicians. The depth of the facility underground meant that even in the unlikely event of there being any survivors, all hopes of rescue were futile. Now, global security had been ramped up to near preposterous levels, almost doubling the cost of the project. Armies had been mobilized, and all travel restricted. The distribution of the financial burden had yet to be settled, but governments understood that they couldn't afford to delay. Mark sat down in the front row of the auditorium next to Kiang, sweeping aside the sheet of paper with the words, "Reserved, Professor Bruckner," on it. The atmosphere of anticipation in the big hall was palpable, and Mark knew that the world outside was also holding its collective breath. The talks were being streamed live to billions. He turned to his friend. "Morning, Kiang. All set?" Kiang merely nodded nervously, but Akuda, 1 seat along, said, "It's okay for you two, Mark. You get to promise to save the world. I'm just the guy who has to make sure as few people as possible find out about the catastrophic consequences if you boys get anything wrong." "Well, so far so good, right?" Mark had been more relieved than excited by the results from the recent Antarctica test. Kiang turned to him. "But there wasn't so much at stake, was there? We can afford to get it wrong for the test, but when we do the real thing..." Mark said nothing. Kiang was right. They'd only had one shot at this. He turned to survey the audience behind them. The 400 seats were all occupied now, and there were people still streaming in, packing the aisles and filling up the rear of the auditorium. Most were CERN scientists and engineers working on the Odin project, but there were also groups representing various governments and media bodies. Mark had already met many of the movers and shakers the previous evening at dinner, including, for the first time, the leader of the American delegation, Senator Hogan, who, he saw, was now seated just 2 rows behind them and deep in conversation with CERN's Director General. Sarah had been right. There was something unsettling about Hogan's manner, a cold detachment that Mark had found disturbing. He'd taken an instant dislike to the man. The noise began to subside in anticipation of the start of proceedings. Kiang was fidgeting, cracking his knuckles as he always did when nervous. His task today was straightforward: He was to report on the first successful test in which the only 3 operating dark matter accelerator labs here at CERN, Fermilab near Chicago and J-Park north of Tokyo, had all successfully fired their invisible beams down through the Earth. Everything had gone exactly to plan, with 3 synchronized neutralino bursts, each passing unhindered through 10,000 kilometers of solid planet, converging just before they emerged at a point 100 meters below the surface of the Antarctic ice. Mark and Chiang had flown out to Antarctica to witness the experiment at first hand. It was the most nervous Mark had felt in his life. If his test had failed, that would most likely have spelled the end of the project. The chosen spot for the dark matter beams to converge just south of the Cruel Mountains in the Norwegian dependency of Queen Maud Land was a remote enough site, yet close enough to the British Halley Research Station 80 kilometers away to be carefully monitored from a safe distance. After a 24-hour delay due to a security breach at J-Park, the 3 labs had fired their dark matter bursts into the ground. When the pulses met, a split second later, and thousands of kilometers away, they created a burst of energy so great it vaporized a volume of the remaining Antarctic ice, leaving behind a lake of hot but rapidly cooling water 3 kilometers wide and 200 meters deep. Under normal circumstances, such devastation would have horrified environmentalists, but these were not normal circumstances. Mark found himself wondering whether Oppenheimer, Fermi, and the rest of the gang on the Manhattan Project had experienced the same feelings of awe and dread at such pure, unleashed power as they gazed out at the first mushroom cloud in the New Mexico desert a century ago. The difference now was that, unlike the Manhattan Project, this test was meant to save humankind rather than incinerate it. And yet he had to remind himself that this test had been with just 3 dark matter beams rather than the 8 he and Chiang were proposing, not to mention the fact that they had been operating at a fraction of the intensity that could be achieved, and which would ultimately be needed when the time came. Mark's thoughts were interrupted when the lights dimmed, and he heard a familiar voice over the PA system. Despite the importance of the event, proceedings began just as all CERN conferences had done for some years past, with a welcoming address from the lab's mind. The holographic human avatar representing the AI that controlled every aspect of the vast laboratory complex was, in contrast, simple and understated. The original programmers had created it in the stately image of a woman with white hair tied efficiently in a bun at the back of her head. Those listening to her without the use of the universal translators would hear her speak softly in English, with a hint of an Italian accent. It was said that this was a deliberate nod by the programmers to the laboratory's first female director, Fabiola Gianotti. They had even given it her name. The real Dr. Gianotti had retired several years ago, but still came to the lab regularly. Mark had asked her once what she thought of the avatar created in her image. "I'm very flattered," she replied. "If only it had been around when I was director. I could have taken longer holidays and left it in charge. It knows far more about how to run CERN than I ever did." Like everyone else in the room, Mark now saw the mind's avatar in augmented reality and listened as Fabiola gave a brief introduction to the lab. "Many of you will know that CERN was conceived in the late 1940s as a laboratory to be shared by many nations when particle physics research became too expensive for any one country to pursue alone. So, It is fitting that today it is the center of operations for a new type of experiment, one that involves a truly worldwide collaboration between 8 laboratories spread around the globe. Many of you will know that we have this type of connectivity in science already, with our largest radio telescopes linked together to effectively act as a single Earth-sized telescope to look deeper into space. But humankind has never attempted something as audacious as Project Odin. As the mind went on to introduce Chiang and invite him to present the latest test results, Mark's attention drifted once again. The great human technological achievements of the past, such as the space exploration programs to the Moon in the 1960s and Mars in the 2030s, had been driven by nothing more than national pride and economic supremacy. This current race against time was different. Unlike with the Moon and Mars programs, failure now, quite literally, wasn't an option. Sitting there, only half listening to Chiang describing the results of the Antarctic test, he felt a sudden, unexpected surge of panic. This entire project really was quite insane. He tried to recall the confidence and excitement he'd experienced during that weekend of feverish activity in his New York hotel room when the two men had conceived the plan. But despite their calculations being checked and verified by hundreds of other scientists, he now felt more nervous than ever. Still, what choice did the world have? Secretly, a small part of him was hoping that someone else would come up with a better plan, one for which the chances of success were higher, and where failure would not mean the end of the world. At least, if something went wrong, and one of the beams did in fact miss the intended rendezvous spot deep in the Earth's molten core, he wouldn't have too long to blame himself for destroying the planet. Loud applause dragged him back to the here and now. Chiang had finished his short presentation and was returning to his seat. It was time. Standing, Mark waited for a second or two, trying to calm himself and collect his thoughts. He was conscious of hundreds of pairs of eyes burning into the back of his skull as he made his way to the stage. Pausing at the lectern to pick up the hollow control pad, Professor Mark Bruckner turned to face his audience and smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "I'm aware that many of you are not scientists and will therefore not appreciate the subtle details of dark matter physics, particle decay pathways, and the role of superconducting bending magnets. In any case, the documentation you have all been given lays this out in clearer detail than I am able to do." A murmur of light-hearted approval rippled through the audience, which would have come mainly from the non-scientists. As you know, Odin stands for Octangular Directional Ignition with Neutralinos. This means 8 beams of neutralinos, the particles of dark matter, all directed into the core of the planet from different points on the surface. But, as you have just heard from Professor Lee, we currently have only 3 accelerator laboratories capable of producing these particles at sufficiently high energy and intensity. He wondered how what he was about to say would be received. After the tragedy in Texas, they had needed to come up with a revised plan. Many in the audience would now be hearing the new details for the first time. He clicked the pad in his hand, and a giant 3-dimensional globe appeared suspended in the air in front of him, slowly rotating. Created by several hollow projectors around the stage, the bottom of the sphere hovered a meter above the ground, but its top almost reached the roof of the auditorium 7 meters above the stage. Mark walked across from the podium to stand in the center of the projection, so that the globe's south pole cut through his midriff. And because his eye line coincided with the southern oceans as the Earth spun, he looked out at the audience through a blue translucent wall. He was aware that his actions might seem overly theatrical, but he had a practical reason for positioning himself inside the hologram. With a click of the pad in his hand, 3 bright lights lit up at the appropriate locations on the surface of the globe, depicting the sites of the only 3 labs capable of producing beams of dark matter. He continued. The challenge is how to turn 3 beams into 8, each one aimed into the Earth's core from a different location. Those further 5 locations have now been identified. They were chosen for 2 reasons. The first is, of course, their strategic location on the surface of the planet. The second is that they all have much of the infrastructure that is needed already. You see, we won't be building 5 new dark matter accelerators. Instead, we're using the beams from the 3 we already have, only we're splitting them up. As he spoke, he clicked his pad, and 5 new lights appeared on the globe. All we need, he paused, to give the audience the chance to realize he meant those 3 words sardonically. This time, the ripple of laughter came from the other physicists, who knew only too well the immense scale of the task. All we need are giant superconducting magnets to bend the particle beams fired from the 3 main labs downward into the ground. A subdued buzz spread around the auditorium as people leaned in to each other, whispering, pointing at the globe. Mark began warming to his task. For example, the beam produced here at CERN will be split into 3. One heading to the north coast of Norway in the Arctic Circle. A red line lit up, joining the light that marked Geneva to another in the far north. It traced a perfect straight path that passed below the surface of the Earth, instead of following its curvature above ground. A second to the deserts of Jordan just outside Oman, and a third to Cape Town in South Africa. 2 more bright lines appeared, radiating out from CERN. A few people clapped enthusiastically, and then, feeling self-conscious, stopped again. Across in America, the Fermilab beam will be split in 2. One heading straight down to the core directly beneath the lab, and the other sent south to the Andean Plateau in Peru. Finally, the Japanese beam will also be split into 3, one directly down and the other 2 to facilities located on Big Island, Hawaii, and Dunedin in the south of New Zealand. Once the beams from the labs reach the 6 remote locations, powerful magnets will bend them downwards, aiming them into the ground. As he spoke, new red lines appeared around him, pointing radially inwards from each location to meet at the center of the hologram at a point high above his head. He now stepped back out of the hollow image. As you can see, the 8 beams, he indicated back to the red spokes of light inside the sphere, 2 from the existing facilities and the other 6 from the new locations, all meet in a single spot in the Earth's core. Mark paused to join the audience in admiring the image. I could stop here and just ask you to wish us luck. But since I have you as a captive audience, I feel I should share with you the really cool stuff. He looked out across the auditorium. There was a mixture of admiration and concentration on the sea of faces in front of him. His own earlier anxiety and pessimism about the project had evaporated, and his missionary zeal was filling him with a reassuring belief that this could really work. Mark Bruckner had spent his entire adult life testing and prodding the laws of nature. Now was the chance to put his years of study and research to the ultimate test. He caught sight of Aguda sitting in the front row. The geologist's stony expression contrasted with the animated features of those around him. Oh well, can't please everyone. For some reason, his eyes drifted across to where Peter Hogan was sitting, but he found it impossible to read the man's blank expression, which he found somewhat unnerving. To counter his unease, he quickly glanced up at Sarah, who gave him a reassuring nod of encouragement. He took a deep breath. You see, ladies and gentlemen, for the magnets to bend the trajectories of our beams from their original direction so that they enter the ground, the particles need to know the magnets are there and react to them, right? Yes, I know that sounds obvious, but as I hope you all know by now, dark matter doesn't feel the presence of normal matter, by which I mean it's not affected by the electromagnetic force. So, just as dark matter passes through normal matter as if it weren't there, it will also be oblivious to the presence of the magnets, regardless of how powerful those magnets are. The background murmuring began afresh, as many in the audience suddenly understood what seemed to be a fundamental flaw in the scheme. Mark took a couple of steps closer to the front of the stage. So here's the plan. We don't make beams of neutralinos, the usual dark matter particles to begin with, but heavier versions of them. These are called, somewhat unimaginatively, I'm afraid, heavy neutralinos. Think of them as the normal neutralinos, overweight and short-lived cousins. Beams of these heavy particles will be created in all three accelerators, surviving just long enough, if produced at the right energy, to travel out to the 6 magnets. Then, just as they arrive at the magnets, and rather like Cinderella's coach at midnight, each of them transforms into yet another type of particle called a chargino. There was a smattering of laughter at this, and Mark acknowledged it with good grace. Yes, I know, it sounds like I'm just making this stuff up as I go along, but I promise you, I didn't invent these names. What's important, he continued after the audience had settled, is that these charginos, as their name suggests, have an electric charge, which means they will be bent downwards by the magnets, but they too live for such a short time that they will almost immediately transform, we say decay, into the light neutralinos that we want. This step is crucial. Mark knew that the better the job he made of explaining things now, the easier his life would be in the press conference later, so he ploughed on. The point is that the solid ground will appear to the charginos as just that, solid. If they don't transform in time to neutralinos, they will be stopped dead in their tracks. This is because their electric charge interacts with the atoms that make up the stuff of the planet. Luckily for us, these charginos transform very quickly back into neutralinos. Once they do, it will be as though the Earth suddenly becomes transparent again, and they continue on their path unobstructed, but this time in their new direction towards the core. The 8 neutralino beams travel downwards until they meet, slamming together in the mother of all bangs. The energy this produces in the planet's liquid core will be 100 million times greater than the burst that melted that chunk of Antarctica. We've calculated, that is, Professor Lee and I have calculated, Mark nodded towards Kiang, that this would be enough to create a seismic pulse that kickstarts the Earth's inner dynamo and switches the magnetosphere back on. As an afterthought, he added, with a theatrical wave of his hands, and that's how we're going to save the world. There was wild and enthusiastic applause, even from colleagues who knew the science inside out. A few were standing, and he noticed that Sarah was among them. He waited patiently for the applause to die down. When it was quiet again, he asked, "Right, does anyone have any questions?" "Excuse me, Professor Bruckner." A man in the second row was leaning towards the microphone by his seat. Mark recognized him as a Swiss journalist from Le Temps, who had interviewed him a couple of years ago. "Could you please explain something to us lesser mortals? How can you know precisely when these different particles transform from one type to the other? From my basic understanding of quantum physics, this is not something you can control." Mark nodded. Unbidden, a famous quote came to him. He had a feeling it was from a Kurt Vonnegut novel, but couldn't remember the character or what the story was about. It was along the lines of, any scientist who couldn't explain to an 8-year-old what he was doing was a charlatan. "You are right, of course, that particles decay according to the rules of quantum mechanics, which state that this takes place at an indeterminate moment. This is not to say that quantum mechanics is an imprecise theory, but rather that nature herself hasn't decided when such individual quantum events will happen." The sage-like slow nodding from the journalist suggested to Mark that he was still following, or at least pretending to, so he ploughed on. "Quantum mechanics tells us that the world of subatomic particles is a fuzzy one, ruled by probability and uncertainty. So, while we cannot control or predict when any given particle will decay, we do know the average lifetime when we have lots of them. So, we produce very many heavy neutralinos in a tight bunch, all travelling at just the right speed, such that most of them will decay just before arrival at the magnet. Of course, some won't decay until it's too late and they'll overshoot the magnet. Those are lost. Others will decay too soon and won't even reach the magnet because they will interact with other atoms in the ground or the air and be knocked off their course. But most will make it, transforming just in time for the magnets to do their bending job on them. They enter the facilities as a pulse of dark matter particles travelling through the air, which passes into a sealed beam pipe kept under high vacuum. Only once isolated inside this do they transform into charginos that get bent by the magnets, following an arc within the enclosed curved pipe that carries them down to the ground. And because we know the speed and lifetime of these charginos, we can calculate how far they will travel, on average, before they transform back into neutralinos. And so we just have to make sure the beam pipe and the surrounding magnets are high enough above the ground. We calculated that raising them by about 100 metres would be enough to give most charginos the chance to decay. Only then do they decay back to dark matter again, and the pulse passes through the other end of the beam pipe like a phantom and continues down into the earth. He paused to let the information sink in. The journalist interjected, "But isn't that quite a tough engineering challenge?" Mark laughed. "The whole project is something of an engineering challenge." A number of people laughed too. "But you're right. And so, there's an alternative plan that might be easier. The magnets are kept at ground level, but instead we bore a vertical tunnel into the ground, down which the beam pipe of charginos is directed to give them that extra breathing space. Again, some longer-lived charginos won't have decayed in time. They hit the sealed end of the beam pipe and are lost." Mark wished he'd been able to give a more traditional seminar to an audience of physicists alone. That way, he wouldn't have had to choose his language carefully and skip so much of the interesting technical detail. For example, he'd conveniently left out the fact that the heavy neutralino beams would decay into a host of other particles besides charginos, like W and Z bosons, which in turn would quickly decay into other more familiar particles, like quarks and electrons, all of which would be slamming into the magnets at incredible energy. Hopefully, they wouldn't destroy the electronics before the magnets had served their purpose. All the other questions he fielded over the next 15 minutes were easier to deal with, mainly because he was unable to give definitive answers. He could not say what the Odin project's chances of success were, when it would be completed, and the beams fired for real, or whether he knew of other ways of getting energy to the Earth's core. He batted away the other obvious questions. Yes, he was confident the project could be kept secure. No, there had been no political pressure on the choice of the magnet's locations. The decision had been entirely scientific. And he also stressed that the original idea of using neutralino beams had been Tian Li's, not his. The question he dreaded being asked didn't come up, and he was relieved when the session ended. The one major detail he had deliberately left out of his talk was what happened if anything went wrong. If just one of the 8 beams misfired or missed the central collision point, then the energy pulse produced by the other 7 would be out of kilter. And, well, he tried not to think about that. Chapter 31. Monday, 17th of June, CERN, Geneva. As the audience filtered out of the lecture theatre, Mark excused himself from the throng who had come down to talk to him. Chiang was engrossed in a spirited technical discussion with several CERN physicists, so he wandered out into the concourse where people were gathering and headed for the long coffee table on the far side. A serving bot glided towards him on the other side of the table. "What would you like to drink, Professor Bruckner?" it asked in a sing-song voice. The bot was little more than a white plastic cube, the size of a human torso, with arms. It reminded Mark of a headless Bender, the robot from the animated TV series Futurama that he'd enjoyed as a teenager. These days, he'd got so used to the wide range of humanoid bots that worked behind bars and shop counters around the world that he'd forgotten how little CERN cared about anthropomorphizing their service robots, opting instead for minimalism and practicality. "Black coffee, please," he said to the cube. Taking a sip of the strong brew, he wandered around in search of Sarah, quickly finding her in conversation with a group of younger men and women whom he recognized as local CERN scientists. Sarah was holding her coffee mug in both hands, laughing at something one of them was saying. He sensed an inner self-assurance and resolve about her that was in stark contrast to her feelings of helplessness and worthlessness in the weeks following the event. He also noted as he approached that, despite the plainness of her clothes, a pale blue blouse over comfortable-looking black trousers and flat shoes, and her hair pulled back in a ponytail, she looked stunningly beautiful. Just before he reached the group, he was intercepted by an eager-looking young man who grabbed his hand and shook it enthusiastically. "That was a great presentation you gave, Professor Bruckner. Do you really think it can work? I mean, will we get the necessary luminosity if we need the double in-flight decay? You mean, are we sure we will still have enough neutralinos after the losses in the beam before and after the bending magnets?" The young scientist nodded earnestly. "At each stage, there will inevitably be some loss, so we need to build in some redundancy when we generate our initial beams. But in answer to your first question, yes, I do believe it will work. All the simulations say it is possible. Just. In any case, it has to work. What other choice do we have?" With a parting nod, Mark retreated before the man could ask him anything else. When he joined the cluster around Sarah, he noted that 3 of the group had adopted the familiar expression of people focusing on their retinal AR feeds. Then, almost in unison, several pulled out pocket pads and tapped a few commands on them. Mark looked over at Sarah, but she was watching the physicists expectantly. "Excuse us," said a man Mark recognized as a senior CERN technician called Carlo. But it looks like the beam is about to be turned on shortly for today's run, and we need to get back to the Venice control room. Sarah looked perplexed. Venice? Sorry, said Carlo with a wry smile. Venice is the name of our dark matter detector. It stands for Very Energetic Neutralino Ion Collider Experiment. Basically, a giant underground camera the size of a 15-story building. He saw the amused look on Sarah's face and added, Yes, I know. Sometimes it seems like we spend as much time inventing acronyms for our experiments and equipment as we do carrying out the science itself. Ha! That's nothing, said Sarah. You should hear some of the names of our space missions. Mark turned to her. We're colliding a beam of dark matter onto an iron target and analyzing those highly rare collisions when they take place. And how is this related to the Odin project? She asked. Well, we still need to understand how the unstable, heavier dark matter particles decay, so this sort of routine experiment is a vital part of the project. Carlo nodded at them. Why don't you come along? You can see for yourself. Okay, replied Mark. Let me first go and let Kiang know I'm disappearing for a bit. The dazzling sunshine contrasted with the dim lighting inside the lecture theatre complex, and the polarizers on Mark's contact lenses kicked in within seconds. The Venice building is about a click away, so we'll take the buggies, said Carlo, leading Mark and Sarah across the quad to where several of the CERN vehicles were parked. The three of them climbed into the first one. Carlo tapped the destination on a small display screen on the dashboard, and the car moved off silently. As they joined the CERN perimeter road, Carlo pointed to a large grey structure in the distance that looked more like an aircraft hangar than a science laboratory. The Venice complex is housed inside that building over there. Presumably, we won't see much of the detector itself, said Sarah, since all the action is deep underground. Carlo nodded. Afraid so. You'll have to make do with the inside of the control room. Definitely not advisable to go down to the guts of the accelerator, since this is the dangerous form of dark matter. The stuff that decays into nasty products that will do a lot of damage to living tissue. The rest of the short drive was covered in silence. Mark looked over at Sarah, who was staring out of the window, lost in thought. He followed her line of sight. Patterns of colourful lilies lined the roadside, and he wondered what was going through her mind. He had hoped to be able to spend more time with her, to get to know her, but they had both been incredibly busy recently. They arrived at the Venice building and followed Carlo inside. Mark enjoyed telling visitors that the aircraft hangar-sized structure was just the tip of the iceberg, the top bit of the Venice complex that was above ground and which housed the all-important control room. And it was to this centre of operations that Carlo led them, their footsteps echoing around the building. Once inside the air-conditioned room, Carlo excused himself and went over to talk to several scientists who were staring up at two large screens, displaying a myriad of scrolling numbers, graphs, and colourful diagrams, showing the status of the experiment. Mark and Sarah stood and watched as about 20 other scientists busied themselves with their computer screens. Several turned and nodded to Mark, then quickly returned to concentrate on their tasks. This is all just official protocol, you know, Mark whispered to Sarah, because Fabiola, the CERN mind, will have everything under control. She always does. Sarah nodded. Not surprising, really. An AI plugged in and networked to millions of electronic components is much better placed to fix any technical problems herself rather than rely on us flawed humans. On a whim, Mark grabbed Sarah's hand. "Come with me. I want to show you something." She looked puzzled, then amused, but didn't resist. He escorted her back out of the control room, down a ramp and across the cavernous building, past an area filled with cranes and other heavy lifting equipment. He knew the perfect spot to get a closer look at the Venice detector. Anyway, they would just be in the way in the control room. Their route eventually led them across a twisting metal gangway where they had to duck under pipework and tread carefully over hundreds of thick cables on the ground. As they walked, Mark talked about the CERN mind. As you can probably guess, Fabiola isn't networked to the cloud, so there's little chance of cyber terrorists or hackers getting into her systems. "I think Fabiola is brilliant," said Sarah. "There's an air of confidence and control about her that's reassuring." Mark grinned. "Well, that's the idea, of course," he said. The human-looking avatar's appearance and voice were designed to exude complete competence. In fact, I sometimes think of her as supernaturally omnipresent. They climbed up a metal staircase and onto a walkway that stretched across a vast concrete chasm in the center of the building. After a few meters, the walkway widened out to a viewing platform. They had arrived at one of the 20 hollow stations scattered around the lab. "Watch this," he said, touching a wall display, and 2 overhead projectors began to hum. Like a phantom materializing in between them, the CERN mind suddenly appeared as a human-sized holographic projection, startling Sarah, who stumbled back a step. "Hello, Mark. Hello, Sarah. What can I do for you?" said Fabiola in her gentle voice, with its unmistakable Italian accent. Sarah looked delighted with this party trick. "I know I shouldn't be surprised. She's running the entire CERN complex, and so can identify everyone who's on site. But it's still nice. Hello, Fabiola." Fabiola smiled. She'd always looked to Mark so much like the real person on whom she was based, and whom he knew so well, that he sometimes had to remind himself that he was talking to a computer and not a human being. But for people who had never met the real Fabiola Giannotti, the avatar looked like a kind, elderly aunt from some fairy tale. He addressed the hologram. "Fabiola, can you tell us what's happening here today?" "Certainly, Mark. We're carrying out a routine experiment. In 10 minutes, I'll be generating a neutrino beam at a luminosity of 10 to the power of 11 particles per pulse, and directing it onto atoms of iron in a target at the center of the Venice detector located beneath us." "Thank you, Fabiola. Well, in that case, we won't take up any more of your time, as we know how busy you are." "On the contrary, Mark, I am happy to discuss this with you if you like. Unlike humans, I am able to multitask." Mark winked at Sarah. "I know, Fabiola. That was a joke." Just then they heard a loud metallic ring, as though something heavy had been dropped. Its echo resonated around the giant building. Mark quickly tapped the hologram off, and they both leaned over the railings of the walkway and peered into the large concrete cavern 20 meters below. "Was that the dark matter beam hitting the iron target?" joked Sarah. "Oh, very good. You solar physicists are so droll," chuckled Mark, but he continued to concentrate on the floor far below them. Although he hadn't ever been down there, he knew it formed the roof of the shielding above the giant particle detector itself. He could see several manhole covers that would provide ways down into the bowels of the colossal instrument, deep underground. Probably nothing. Just strange that there would be anyone down there right now. Just then, he caught a glimpse of movement over on the far side. Someone, who looked like a man, disappeared into an open hole in the floor. What the fuck? Who would be crazy enough, no, stupid enough, to go down there just as a run is about to start? If the beam was switched on now, that would be a suicide mission. He felt Sarah touch him lightly on the shoulder. Hey, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. He shook his head. Not a ghost, no. A real live idiot climbing down into the detector. He kept staring over at the open manhole through which the man had disappeared, hoping he would emerge again. As he watched, another thought bubbled up to the surface of his consciousness, and now it hit him like a freight train. Fabiola had said that the beam of neutralinos had a luminosity of 10 to the power of 11. What, to mere mortals, would be just numbers with lots of zeros was, for Mark Bruckner, a world of mathematical symbols, colliding particles, heat and light. Such a high luminosity was one hell of a lot of dark matter concentrated onto one spot. In fact, 1,000,000 times more punch than there should be. It had to be a mistake. Yet, that's what Fabiola had said, and Fabiola was a powerful AI that wouldn't just make a mistake like this. What the hell was going on? He turned to look at Sarah. I know for sure he shouldn't be down there. But I think something else is very wrong. I have a horrible feeling we shouldn't be here either. Sarah stared back at him. What is it? He took a deep breath. The intensity of the neutralino beam is too high. It's even higher than the beams we used in the Antarctic test, and they caused one hell of a bang. The information Fabiola gave us can't be right. He spun back to the wall and tapped the pad to reactivate the hollow. When the avatar of the CERN mind materialized again, he said, Fabiola, why is the beam intensity so high? The silver-haired avatar smiled again. This luminosity is required to achieve optimum results for the current run. What fucking optimum results? Mark shouted. He was starting to panic. You do know what sort of energy would be produced with a 10 to the 11 luminosity, right? Yes, Mark. When the first pulse hits the target, it will release an energy equivalent of 23 kilotons of TNT, the power of a small thermonuclear warhead. I have estimated with 99.97% certainty that this will happen. No other pulses will be necessary. His mouth suddenly went dry and tasted acidic. Was he going mad? Did the CERN mind just say she was about to generate a dark matter beam that would destroy CERN? For a moment, he was lost for words. Then, you bet your digital ass there won't be any more pulses, because there won't be any more CERN. Fabiola, switch off the beam. Now, I command you. I'm sorry, Mark. You don't have the authority. The hologram smiled sweetly, like a mother telling her small child he couldn't have another cookie. He looked over at Sarah, who was just staring at the hollow. She now turned to him. We should get back to the control room and warn people. This is quicker, he said, and keeping his voice as steady as he could, he addressed the mind. Fabiola, patch me through to the control room. Instantly, an image of the control room appeared on a screen on the wall behind the hologram. He knew at once that he wouldn't be telling them something they didn't already know. All around the room, people were shouting. Some were relaying data, others barking orders. One or two were just sitting back helplessly, staring at computer screens, no longer under their control. Carlos suddenly appeared in close-up, sounding frantic and scared. Mark, sorry, can't talk now. We have a crisis. I know, Carlo. Some fucker has just hacked Fabiola. Look, I'm closest to the detector, so I'll see what I can do. Hang on, replied Carlo. We're trying to get back into the system, but it seems Fabiola has locked us out. None of the standard override protocols seem to be working. We're sending a team over. You should stay where you are. Sod that, Carlo. Anyway, someone's already down there now. You do know that, right? Just tell me this. How long do we have until the beam comes on? Just under 8 minutes. Mark, if we can't get in and stop the run in the next 2 or 3 minutes, we will have to evacuate. Evacuate to where? Screamed Mark. If this is the work of the purifiers and they destroy CERN, then that's curtains for the project and humanity. He turned back to Sarah. I'm going to try to switch off the beam manually. You need to get the hell out of here, quick. He wondered whether the man he'd seen had realized what was about to happen and was already a step ahead of him. Or was he part of whatever was going on? The hell I am. You might need my help, said Sarah. Besides, if this thing goes off, where did you think I was supposed to go? Mark didn't stop to argue. Nodding, he said, Shit, Sarah. I'm sorry I've got you mixed up in this. Okay, come down after me. He opened the gate in the railings, turned around and started to climb down a metal ladder bolted to the wall. He could hear Sarah's feet just above him. His hands were sweating, and he almost lost his grip. It didn't help that he was shaking, too. He didn't like heights at the best of times, but he managed to push aside the thought of how far he would fall if he slipped. He jumped the last 5 rungs and landed awkwardly, but he was up and running straight away across the featureless expanse of concrete towards the manhole cover. Without looking back, he heard Sarah running a few paces behind him. Their footsteps echoed off the walls of the chamber. Mark reached the opening where the man had disappeared and knelt down to peer into the blackness. Hello? Who's down there? No response. Shit. They had to go down into the detector. There was no way back now, and the seconds were ticking by. He spun round and dropped his right leg in, feeling with his foot for the ladder rung. As soon as he found it, he lowered the rest of his body into the blackness and started to climb down. No time to act the gallant gentleman and wait for Sarah. 3 meters later, he hit the ground and gave himself a few seconds to get accustomed to the dark. The room was crowded with instruments blinking their coloured telltales, and the minimal lighting lent everything an eerie alien glow. He was accosted by a dozen different sounds, from the hissing of vacuum pumps and the hum of magnets to the beeps of detectors, sensors, and alarms. It seemed every bit of space was being used. He was fighting off his feelings of claustrophobia as Sarah joined him. They quickly followed signs pointing to an elevator. When they reached its wide metal doors, Mark pushed the button and heard the whirring of a distant motor. It seemed to take forever for it to arrive, but at last the doors slid open and they stepped into its spacious interior. It was clearly designed to transport many people at once, or large pieces of kit, in contrast to the narrow entrance in the roof they had just used. Where does this take us? Sarah asked as they began to descend. Down 6 stories to the core of the detector. The dark matter beams haven't been generated yet, but the energy of the protons circling in the main ring is already being ramped up. The siren goes off when the dark matter beam is on, and if we're still down here then, I don't know how long we've got or even what we can do, but we have to try. Well, given what Saviola just told us, I don't suppose it matters whether we're down here or back in the control room. We'll be vaporized either way, said Sarah in a cold, flat voice. The elevator doors rumbled open, and they were greeted with the sight of a vast underground cavern. On any other occasion, it should have taken their breath away, but Mark wasn't in the mood to admire feats of technology. The hum of the electronics here was even louder than it was at the top. Sweeping his gaze around the chamber, he suddenly caught sight of movement over on one side. It looked like there were 2 people, a man and a woman, with their backs to him. They were crouched down in front of a piece of equipment and hadn't heard the arrival of the elevator over the background noise. Mark's initial reaction was one of relief that someone was already here dealing with the situation. "Hey!" he shouted, hurrying over to them. "How's it going? Can you override things from here?" But they still seemingly couldn't hear him. "Hey!" he shouted, louder this time. The pair twisted their heads around. They appeared startled by the interruption. Mark could see clearly now that they had been working on what looked like an old-fashioned laptop perched on a wooden stool. The man, who had a wiry frame and pale face beneath lank, dark hair, and who looked like he could be any other regular accelerator scientist, suddenly jumped up to face him, and with a cry of rage, picked up a metal bar lying on the ground next to him, then rushed at him like a wild animal protecting its domain. "What the—" Mark watched, hypnotized, too stunned to move. As he ran towards Mark, the man twisted his body, lifting the bar above his head with both hands, like a medieval knight wielding a longsword. By the time Mark came to his senses, it was too late, and his attacker was upon him. The man's mistake was not to slow down as he approached. As he began to swing the heavy bar towards Mark's head, it didn't respond quickly enough. The split second it took for it to arc round was all Sarah needed. She crashed into him from the side, sending them both sprawling, and the bar clattered across the floor. Mark didn't hesitate. He ran towards them, picking up the bar on his way. "Right, you're going to tell me what the fuck you're—" But the man had already scrambled to his feet and was sprinting towards the still open elevator doors. Mark thought about giving chase, but decided he had a more pressing issue to deal with. He turned to Sarah, who was getting to her feet and rubbing the side of her head. "Thanks for that. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Look, the woman's gone too." She pointed to the abandoned laptop a few meters away. They ran over to it and stared at the still open command windows on the screen. Mark's heart was pounding, and he tried to clear his head. He couldn't afford to panic now, in what little time they had left. "Right, we have to assume that whatever they were doing is connected with hacking into Fabiola. But I don't get this. It's all just so low-tech. Why would sophisticated cyber-terrorists use decades-old technology? And why would they need to be down here in person, knowing that they would be caught up in the blast if they succeeded?" "I think I can guess," said Sarah, still breathless. "Fabiola can't be accessed from the outside world, so the only way to hack her would be to get into her base-level machine code from the inside." Mark nodded. "And they would have assumed there'd be no interruptions down here." He knelt down by the laptop and stared at the screen filled with lines of code. "Oh, shit. What the hell are we supposed to do? We don't have network access down here, inside all this shielding, so we can't get help." Mark's mind was racing, but maybe he could still shut Fabiola down. Their only hope was if the laptop was indeed plugged deep into her command level. He began to type and executed various Unix commands, but nothing he did seemed to have any effect. Behind him, Sarah suddenly stood up and shouted, "Look! I'm no use to you here, so I'm heading back to let the guys in the control room know where you are. We need their help." Without waiting for a response, she turned and ran towards the elevator. For a split second, Mark thought about stopping her. What if she bumped into the terrorists? What good would it do if she made it back to the control room in time? How many more minutes, possibly just seconds, did they have anyway? He pushed the thoughts away and turned his attention back to the screen. Suddenly, he heard Fabiola's voice, loud and echoing above the background noise. It had the same gentle, almost reassuring quality as ever, which made it all the more chilling. "You are accessing forbidden code, Mark. Please desist now." Good, he thought to himself. I'm getting under her skin. Fabiola's repeated warnings reverberated with increasing urgency around the chamber. He tried to ignore them. He knew he just needed to find the correct reboot commands. His fingers danced around the keyboard as he tried to recall his almost forgotten programming know-how. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the AI's voice went silent, and the computer screen went completely blank. Mark's fingers hovered above the keyboard, waiting. Had he done it? Had he really reset an AI mind? Suddenly, 2 words popped up in the top left corner of the screen. He recognized them as the 2 best-known words in computer science, representing the output of the most basic program anyone could write. 2 words, that became famous decades before he was born, but which still carried significance for anyone with coding knowledge. They said simply, "Hello, world." Mark stared at the screen for a few seconds. Of course, even a sophisticated AI like Fabiola would operate fundamentally on deep neural net architectures using reinforcement learning. Rebooting her really did mean wiping her memory clean. His hands were now shaking uncontrollably, and he felt beads of sweat running down his temples. The deafening noise had stopped, as though a number of the machines had shut down. It had to be the scientists back in the control room. They had taken over manual control and stopped the run. Euphoric relief washed through him, and he started to stand up, aware that his knees felt stiff. But he didn't get very far. He felt a sudden bolt of excruciating pain in the back of his head, and everything went black. For a few seconds after he came to, Mark couldn't figure out where he was. All he knew was that he had a splitting headache, and the bright lights above him were not helping. As his surroundings swam into focus, he made out a sea of concerned faces hovering over him. He recognized Carlo and tried to sit up, to speak, but a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he flopped back down again. "Don't try to move, Mark," said Carlo. "Enough heroics for one day, huh? You've been out cold for an hour." He tried to recall what had happened. He'd been down in the bowels of the Venice detector, and he'd shut down the CERN mind. "Is the beam shut off?" he croaked. "Is everything okay?" "Yes, thanks to you. We had less than 50 seconds to spare before we'd all have been vaporized." It came back to him now. "What about those two who tried to sabotage the experiment? Were they purifiers? I guess one of them hit me. We don't know. There's no sign of them yet, but lab security and Geneva police are searching the lab. In fact, they would like to speak to you as soon as possible to get an ident." Mark tried to sit up again, more slowly this time. "Where's Sarah? Is she okay?" He saw her, pushing her way into him. "I'm here, Mark. I'm fine. These guys showed up just in time, but not before one of the two we interrupted had hit you over the head." Mark grunted. Out of sheer bloody spite because we'd ruined their party. He was relieved Sarah was safe. Hell, he was relieved CERN was safe. Those Judgment Day nutters seemed keen to sabotage any plans that would rescue humanity. If this was the work of the purifiers, then maybe they had yet to realize that there was an option B, that the best way to ensure a quick and decisive end to humanity would be to wait for the endgame when the Odin project was ready, then strike. Maybe they weren't as smart as people thought. Hacking a mind with a museum-piece laptop and hitting people over the head, presumably with that fatting iron bar, didn't sound like the work of sophisticated cyber-terrorists. But they'd still come close to succeeding. Too close. By attempting to destroy one of the 3 labs capable of producing beams of dark matter, they were clearly still aiming to prevent the Odin project from getting off the ground in the first place. But it wouldn't take long for them and the rest of the world to realize just what a risk this entire venture was. Chapter 32. Wednesday, 3rd of July, Juliaca, Peru. Despite the even tighter security after the CERN attack, the project continued to move forward rapidly. But with only 2 months to go now to the planned ignition, there was still so much to do. Sarah was relieved not to be directly involved with operational matters or the messy world politics any longer. She had, however, found herself inescapably grouped with Mark and Kiang as one of the talismanic global representatives of the project. She still loathed all the media attention this entailed, but she knew she really had no choice. Anyway, Mark and Kiang were good company. She continued to work hard at not falling for Mark's charms, but she sensed deeper feelings for him growing inside her that had nothing to do with any superficial physical attraction. Still, she had kept them locked away. These were no times for starting up a relationship, particularly with someone she had to work with professionally. Having dealt with the world's press at CERN following the failed attack, their attention was now focused on Mag-4, under construction high on the Andean Plateau in southern Peru, one of 6 facilities around the world housing the giant magnets that would bend the beams down into the ground. The 3 physicists had come to the site to witness the next test, to see if a pulse of heavy neutralinos would indeed behave in the way Mark and Qiang had proposed, that the particles would decay at just the right moment to be bent by the magnets. Their official brief was to offer encouragement, discuss the science with the locals, and generally provide the media with the charm offensive so vital in the face of continuing public opposition and widespread but understandable fear. Along with the other countries on the Pacific coast of South America, Peru had got off relatively lightly during the CME back in March. The initial devastating radiation burst had hit before 6 a.m. local time, and most of the population had still been in bed, not out in the open. As soon as she got off the plane at Juliaca Airport, Sarah could sense that the atmosphere was thinner. And despite the coolness of the air inside the bustling terminal, once out in the harsh sunlight, she felt its warmth. They'd been warned of the discomfort they were likely to feel at such altitude, 4,000 meters above sea level, and not to exert themselves for the first few days until they had acclimatized. So she was grateful that a couple of bots took their luggage on ahead, weaving smoothly on their treads through the crowds entering and leaving the terminal building. She didn't feel tired. The 1-hour, 10,000-kilometer hyperskip from Geneva to Lima had been uneventful, as indeed had the much shorter heli flight across to Juliaca. The city of Juliaca, in the Puno region of southern Peru, lay to the northwest of Lake Titicaca. It was a sprawling metropolis of over 1 million inhabitants and a thriving trade center, forming the hub that linked Peru's 3 largest urban areas of Lima, Arequipa and Cusco, to La Paz across the border in Bolivia. A man in dark sunglasses was waving to them from across the road outside the terminal. Sarah noted that, in contrast to the 3 scientists' casual attire, he was wearing a 3-piece grey suit, its buttoned-up jackets straining against his waistline, and the fabric so shiny it glinted in the bright sunshine. She assumed this was their host, Dr. Arnau Diaz-Torres, the Mag-4 chief engineer. He stood, beaming at them as they approached, his thick, well-groomed moustache speckled with grey. "Welcome, welcome to Peru," he said in his heavy Spanish accent, extending a hand to Sarah. "Dr. Maitland, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have watched you on the news so much in recent months that I feel I know you." He turned to Mark and Qiang. "And of course, you 2 gentlemen are my physics heroes. You are true giants of science." "It's a pleasure to be here," replied Sarah. "I hadn't quite expected it to be so warm, given this is your winter and we are so high up." "Oh, just wait until the sun goes down. The contrast in temperature between day and night up here is greater than in any desert." The doors of the car waiting alongside slid open, and Sarah was a little surprised to see a driver inside. Diaz-Torres saw the look on her face. "Because of the heightened security, we have decided that a human driver is the safer option. Humans are less likely to be hacked," he laughed, "especially when we have such important visitors. We will, of course, have an army escort too." Sarah noticed for the first time the 2 jeeps on either side of their car, each one containing several heavily armed soldiers. They only slightly reassured her. She hadn't truly felt safe in a while, despite her round-the-clock protection. If the purifiers wanted to strike, she was sure they'd find a way. Since the failed attempt to destroy CERN, they had been quiet, but no one believed they had given up. And yet the authorities were no closer to defeating them. As they pulled away, Diaz-Torres said, "You will be staying in accommodation within the high-security Mag-4 compound. But if you don't mind, we will go straight to the facility, and I can show you how the Peruvian sector of the Odin project is progressing." She detected more than a hint of pride in the man's voice. He then reached into the satchel on the seat beside him and took out various items and passed them around. "I have taken the liberty of providing you all with sun hats and sunblock pills. These days, the dangers of UV radiation are even greater than usual so far above sea level." Sarah accepted her provisions and thanked the Peruvian, but when he turned his attention to Chiang, she exchanged a quick glance with Mark. They didn't have the heart to tell Diaz-Torres that they had everything they needed already in their rucksacks. Still, it was a sweet gesture. They drove out of the airport and along the busy roads that skirted around the city centre. She stared out of the bulletproof glass window, only half listening to Diaz-Torres as he explained how life had changed in Juliaca over the past few weeks. "The city's population has been swelled by many thousands. And it isn't just all the scientists, engineers, technicians, and the 3,000 Mark IV construction workers. We have busloads of tourists arriving each day, as well as many traders from around the region." It also looked to Sarah that a large fraction of the Peruvian army was making its presence felt. Groups of armed soldiers stood on every street corner, and army vehicles rumbled up and down the main streets. After about 20 minutes, they were on the winding highway north of the city. Sarah had visited the astronomical observatories in Chile, high in the Atacama Desert, but this landscape was even more spectacular. The Altiplano, or High Plain, was more commonly known throughout the world as the Andean Plateau, where the 7,000-kilometer-long Andes mountain range was at its widest. On both sides, beyond the barren hills bulging up indiscriminately over the otherwise flat ground, were impressive peaks. To her left, like an array of giant shark's teeth, was a chain of majestic-looking volcanoes, and to her right, in their dramatic, serrated, snow-capped splendor, rose the Andes Mountains themselves. The only vegetation she could see, stretching into the distance, was highland grass. Diaz-Torres explained that this was the ichu, the staple grazing food for the herds of llamas and alpacas. They passed a picturesque lake and surrounding marshland, almost entirely covered by a vast flock of pink flamingos, a sight Sarah found enchanting. Then, without warning, they were there. The view that greeted her around the next bend was impressive. A wide, flat plain, surrounded on three sides by fierce-looking mountain ranges. At first, it was difficult to appreciate its scale, but she estimated it was about 5 to 6 kilometers deep and 3 kilometers wide. Along the entire length of the road, an imposing high fence had been erected, isolating the area from the outside world. The car slowed down as the driver negotiated the dense traffic of other vehicles and people surrounding the compound. It looked as though an entire town had suddenly sprung up outside. Sarah's senses were bombarded with a sea of colour, sound and activity. There seemed to be everyone from tourists, well-wishers and curious onlookers to demonstrators and religious fanatics, including a group of end-of-the-world doomsayers in their long grey gowns and shaven heads, who were being watched carefully by the soldiers lining the fence. All these people mixed with the locals, and all seemed curious to witness the wonder of engineering in the distance that was part of the plan to save the world. She watched as street traders tried to catch the eye of anyone venturing close enough to their colourful displays of traditional Peruvian hats, ponchos, and panpipes, alongside hastily manufactured miniature models of the giant magnet and other project-related souvenirs, all laid out on makeshift tables. The tourist industry seemed to be thriving, and it gave her an odd sense of faith in humanity. She even spotted tourists paying locals to take their picture, posing with docile and cute-looking llamas. Even during such uncertain times, some things don't change. Kiang laughed. The circus has come to town. The biggest circus South America has ever seen, agreed Diaz Torres. And over there is the main attraction. Sarah followed his gaze, beyond the crowds and the high-security fence, towards a giant grey dome in the distance, inside which Mag 4 was being built. If this is a circus, then that is the big top, yes? Said Diaz Torres. Did you know the locals already have a name for Mag 4? In our native Aymaran and Quechuan languages, they call this place Ukapachawaka, which means Temple of the Inner Earth. Sarah watched Kiang practice the words under his breath. Then turning to Diaz Torres, he said, I'm afraid the only words I know in Quechuan are Machu Picchu. The Peruvian smiled. We are still proud of our Incan heritage, you know. Locals have great affection for Pachamama, the Earth Mother, our ancient deity, and many in my country believe the dying of the Earth's magnetic field is due to mankind's misuse of nature, which has been an affront to Pachamama. They're not the only ones, agreed Sarah. Everywhere you look, new and old religions are gaining followers. We've raped and pillaged our planet. We've changed our climate. We've destroyed so much. You'd think people would be losing faith. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she added, I suppose it's only natural, given the threat we're facing right now. People want to trust the science. But if there's a chance that a higher power can lend a hand... She turned back to look out of the window. Driving through several gates with increasing levels of security, including biometric checks and sniffer bots, they finally entered the vast compound and a wide, newly tarmacked road that led in a straight line to the Mag 4 facility. From this distance, its scale was deceptive, since it was dwarfed by the mountains behind it. But Sarah realized that it must be further away, and therefore much larger than she had first estimated. As if reading her mind, Diaz Torres said, The reason it has to be so big is because of all the shielding. Sarah nodded. And at the risk of sounding naive, that's presumably to block all the synchrotron radiation produced when the charged particles are bent by the magnets, right? Precisely, enthused Diaz Torres. This is basically the world's biggest X-ray machine, but it has nothing to image. The X-rays are an unavoidable byproduct when the charginos are forced to change direction. But we still need to stop this radiation from zapping everything in its path. They pulled up outside the front of the dome. Sarah stepped out of the car into the bright sunshine and quickly reached for the sunglasses in her pocket. She looked back along the road they had come to the perimeter fence and the crowds outside it. They were too far away for their sounds to carry, and all she could hear was the faint whistle of wind around the dome and a deep hum of machinery coming from within. She arched her neck back to look up at the structure, and despite her sunglasses, still needed to squint. It was huge. She turned to see Mark and Kiang already following Diaz Torres towards the entrance and hurried to catch up with them. Just outside the door, they were met by a young man who handed them hard hats. Sarah donned hers and removed her sunglasses. Hard hats suit you, smiled Mark as he adjusted the strap on his. You look like you mean business. I always mean business, Bruckner, and don't you forget it. They followed Diaz-Torres in. Sarah had expected to walk into semi-darkness after the bright daylight outside, but it was quite the opposite. The centerpiece of the vast chamber was illuminated by powerful LED floodlights from all angles, giving it an almost supernaturally bright aura. "Oh my God," she whispered. Her two companions also stopped suddenly in their tracks, speechless. 100 different sounds assaulted their ears. A huge drilling rig at the center of the dome was the loudest, but backing support was provided by the hum of other machinery, the throb of electric currents, the shouts of the workers, and the incessant sirens and alarms of equipment, ranging from low-frequency horns to high-pitched, ear-piercing bleeps. Sarah realized Diaz-Torres was smiling broadly as he watched them, clearly happy with their reaction. He had to raise his voice to be heard above the cacophony of sound. "The roof of the dome is as high as a 30-story building," he shouted, "just over 100 meters. As you can see, the concrete shielding is not yet in place, but you get to see the magnets for now. There are 12 dipole magnets, each one 42 meters in length and 5 meters in diameter." It felt to Sarah almost like a spiritual experience, here, inside this vast cathedral to science. The magnets, suspended high above their heads, resembled black missiles arranged along 3 separate arcs, one above the other, each arc consisting of 4 magnets, and all held in place by high-tensile carbon nanotube scaffolding. Sarah put her mouth close to Mark's ear and shouted, "It looks like some crazy art installation." He grinned at her. "As you can see," continued Diaz-Torres proudly, leading them further in towards the magnets, "the beam, which will have traveled here from Fermilab in Chicago, comes in from over there." He waved his hand vaguely. Sarah and Mark had followed him, but Chiang remained rooted to his spot near the entrance, staring up as though hypnotized by the structure. Diaz-Torres, now in full flow, continued his lecture. "And the beam, as it comes in, has 3 opportunities to be bent. The neutralinos that decay quickly into charginos will get bent by the first set of 4 magnets in sequence, with each one in turn deflecting the particles by 30 degrees, until they are traveling downwards towards the center of the Earth. For those neutralinos that decay a little later, and which pass straight through the first array of magnets, the second and third set provide further opportunities to catch and bend them. And so—" Sarah interrupted him. "Sorry, I thought you said each magnet bends the beam by 30 degrees, she shouted. "There are 4 magnets, and 4 times 30 makes 120 degrees. But don't you need to bend the beam by a right angle, just 90 degrees? So why use 4 magnets when only 3 should be enough?" "You are correct, Dr. Madeline. But don't forget the curvature of the Earth. The beam coming from Fermilab is actually traveling along the shortest path to get here, a perfect straight line. And since it does not have to follow the curvature of the Earth's surface, it can tunnel straight through the ground. This means it arrives here from underneath us at an angle of just under 30 degrees to the horizontal. So it has to be bent back by the magnets by more than a right angle. In fact, by 120 degrees, which makes our job even harder." With the impromptu geometry seminar ended, Sarah excused herself and wandered over to the giant drilling rig positioned directly below the magnets at the very center of the dome. A circular barrier stopped her from getting too close, but she could see the hole it was boring into the ground. It looked to be about 1 meter in diameter. So this was where the beams from all 3 sets of magnets would be focused and combined as they began the vertical leg of their journey. She recalled the latest project plans. The early estimates of a 100-meter borehole had been deemed too conservative. Unless the charginos decayed back to neutralinos quickly, they wouldn't get very far once they hit solid matter. So, to be safe, it was decided that 500-meter-deep vertical shafts would be created at each of the 8 facilities to accommodate the beam pipes, which would be maintained under vacuum as empty as interstellar space, so as not to disturb the beams. Then, once the charginos decayed back to neutralinos, the world would suddenly become invisible to them again. Sarah felt she was getting the hang of all this dark matter physics. She heard Mark, Chiang, and Diaz-Torres come up behind her. Diaz-Torres was still proudly explaining the workings of the facility to Mark and Chiang. He had to shout even louder over the noise of the drilling. "All the shielding along the quadruple focusing magnets goes in next week, and once that is calibrated, we can start our first test run. Eventually, when we have to synchronize with the other 7 beams, we will need to control the pulse energy very carefully. Did you know we are 20 kilometers further from the center of the Earth here than Mag 5 in Norway?" Sarah watched Mark's carefully modulated reaction. Of course they knew. He and Chiang must have been through the geometry 1,000 times, so it was sweet of him not to wish to hurt Diaz-Torres's feelings. "Ah, yes, of course. We are on the bulge of the equator here," he shouted back, nodding his head gravely. "As well as being at high altitude," said Diaz-Torres, "which means our beam heading into the Earth must travel further. So we must give it an extra boost of energy to make sure it arrives at point 0 at the same time as the other pulses." Then he added with a flourish, "In fact, even the tidal forces due to the moon's gravity are included." He stood back, hands on hips, seemingly taking a personal pride in having surmounted so many difficulties. Sarah was keen to find out what the next stage in testing was. As a solar physicist used to studying whatever the sun deemed fit to produce and send earthwards, she wasn't accustomed to designing this sort of experiment, and found it fascinating to be reminded of the many problems that had to be overcome. She walked closer to Diaz-Torres, so he could hear her. "What is this first test designed to check?" "Ah," replied the Peruvian enthusiastically, "if all goes to plan, a pulse of heavy neutralinos fired from Fermilab will be sent here to see if the magnets can do their job. Of course, with just the one beam, it should travel straight through the Earth to the other side, coming out in the South China Sea." Chiang nodded vigorously. "Of course, and that's where Dark Lab will be waiting," he shouted. Sarah now remembered why he was so excited. His institute in China had been developing a mini dark matter accelerator for the past 5 years, and he'd been heavily involved in getting it funded. Now it seemed that it would play its part in the latest test of the Odin project. It was to be placed on board a ship that would float above the point where this beam would emerge on the other side of the planet. Dark Lab would itself produce a small amount of dark matter and fire it down into the sea to meet the Mag 4 pulse head-on. The tiny energy created would then be picked up by the vessel's detectors. She turned to Chiang. "But if it's just to see if 2 colliding dark matter beams can create energy inside the Earth, wasn't that what the Antarctic tests confirmed last month?" As soon as she said it, she realized she knew the answer. She held up her hand to Chiang, indicating she didn't need him to respond. Of course, this test was to do 2 things. Firstly, to make sure the magnets were doing their job of bending the beam, and that neutralinos were indeed being created. And secondly, to check that they were being sent in precisely the right direction through the Earth. Unbidden, the sheer scale, complexity, and downright conceit of the entire Odin project hit her, sending her mind reeling. Is humankind truly capable of pulling this off? Maybe we're kidding ourselves if we think we can play God with our planet. It was an unexpected notion. She came from a long line of agnostics and atheists and had always dismissed the term playing God as nonsense. And yet, all the time the project had been just an idea in Mark Bruckner and Qiang Li's heads, a set of equations and computer simulations. She'd been fine, but seeing it take shape like this now suddenly unsettled her. A billion things could go wrong, a malfunction in a small component somewhere, one simple miscalculation, a bug in a line of code, and it would be curtains. She looked up at the giant magnets suspended high above her head. What the hell were we thinking? Chapter 33. Tuesday, 10th of September, Bletchley Park, Buckinghamshire, England. A faint breeze ruffled the tops of the trees lining the cycle path, but the sky was clear and blue. It was going to be another hot day. The temperature in Western Europe had broken all records this summer and had nudged above 40 degrees centigrade in Britain for the third year running. Now the country was in the middle of an early autumn heatwave. As she cycled to her new job, Shireen wondered what Majid would say if he saw her now, working at one of the world's top cybersecurity organizations. Her old friend had gone back to his university studies after his release. They constantly chatted, but everything they said was now closely monitored, and she couldn't tell him any details about where she was or what she was working on. While she wouldn't go so far as saying she was happy, no one ever talked about being happy these days. Her life had become increasingly interesting. She still missed home terribly, of course, and had even managed to visit her parents over the summer. It had been wonderful, despite being accompanied throughout by SAVAK agents. Even her mother and father didn't know what she was really working on, and although relieved that all charges against their daughter had been dropped, it still puzzled them. All she could do was reassure them that everything was fine. The official line was that she was simply helping the UN on a cybersecurity project. She didn't mind that her university studies had been put on the back burner for now. It was the same for most people these days. All plans, hopes, and dreams were currently on hold. It was as though 9 billion humans were holding their collective breath, waiting to see whether there even was a future. And the world didn't have long to wait. The Odin project was nearing completion, and the moment when the dark matter beams would be switched on for real, ignition, was drawing nearer. Now it was just 1 week away, and no one could see beyond that moment. For her part, Shireen had made little progress of note so far, and time was running out. Whoever the purifiers were, they appeared to be both well-organized and well-funded, and her attempts at hacking into their communications network on the dark web had so far proved unsuccessful. After the CERN incident, she had been one of an army of cyber experts assigned the job of uncovering who had been behind it. The purifiers had not claimed responsibility, but then what group would claim credit for a botched attempt? But now, as ignition approached, security was being ramped up to feverish levels, and work at Bletchley Park was no different. It suited Shireen just fine being able to come and go relatively freely, even though she knew that every move she made was being monitored and scrutinized. At least she'd been allowed to block out the intrusion into her augmented reality feed and get some privacy back. She overtook a couple of joggers. It was only a 15-minute cycle ride from her apartment, but she was already feeling uncomfortably warm. She wondered what the rest of the SIB community would think if they knew what she had been doing these past few months, working for the enemy to root out cyber terrorism, poacher turned gamekeeper. But then the rules of the game had changed. Here at the CICT, Shireen almost felt at home. The work at the Centre for Intelligence on Cyber Terrorism was in a high-security compound just outside the city of Milton Keynes, north of London, where she was part of a team of frighteningly brilliant young coders, mathematicians, and cyber espionage specialists. Of course, no one ever used the organisation's unflattering acronym, and the place was known locally by its more popular name of Bletchley. Everyone here, as far as she could tell, was doing pretty much what Bletchley Park had been famous for 100 years ago, when it was home to an equally brilliant group of young British crypto-analysts and code breakers led by Alan Turing. Today, Bletchley was a United Nations of geeks, all working together to monitor worldwide cyber-terrorist activities. Most of the people seemed friendly enough. A few, like Koji, a Japanese mathematical prodigy who sat at the desk next to her, were her own age and quite fun to be around. But she seemed to have very little time for socializing. Arriving at the front gate, she jumped off her bike and wheeled it through the biometric scanner. She locked it alongside dozens of others in the yard, then entered the cool, air-conditioned building. She nodded a greeting to an older man who'd come in just ahead of her. All she knew about him was what Koji had told her in the staff canteen the day she'd arrived, and that he had been one of the original MIT team behind the first AI Sentinel. For the first couple of weeks in June, after the UN had recruited her to work on protecting the project, Shireen had been something of a celebrity herself. It seemed everyone had heard about her Trojan horse code, and everyone had ideas about how to improve it. But here at Bletchley, she was just another SIB prodigy. The remit of the scientists at Bletchley was clear. In fact, the need for their existence had been starkly highlighted by Shireen herself, that while the AI minds around the world that ran and protected the infrastructure of society, from transport and financial systems to defense and security, were themselves mostly adequately protected by the Sentinels, there was still a place for human ingenuity to work alongside them. Most of the time, of course, the Sentinels did a far better job at cybersecurity than any human ever could, since they were able to carry out tasks billions and often trillions of times faster, as well as being in constant communication with each other, exchanging the information content of an entire library of books in less than a nanosecond. She still vividly remembered with nostalgic fondness a hiking trip with her father in the Alborz Mountains when she was 13. She recalled being cold and tired, but the scenery had been stunning. They had spent hours discussing AI and the way the world was changing. Her father explained to her that the notion of artificial general intelligence, when machines could do everything humans could, required AIs to be sentient, to develop self-awareness. Otherwise, they would stay just very clever zombies, with no true understanding of what they were doing. All the time, this remained the case. Humans could keep one step ahead of them. True machine consciousness, he'd said. She recalled this was the first time she'd heard the term, the singularity, would not be achieved for many decades. Since that hiking trip just 7 years ago, the line between artificial and human intelligence had become increasingly blurred. Passing the Turing test had not meant that computers were now sentient, but it had highlighted instead that what most people thought of as consciousness was no longer so clear-cut. Sure, AIs now had very crude emotional states, but these had mostly been programmed in rather than learned. At best, the most powerful minds were more like benign yet extreme psychopaths. those scoring close to the maximum of 40 on the Hare psychopathy checklist, in that they lack the ability to feel basic emotions such as compassion, or to empathize with the emotional states of humans. But Shireen's job was not to protect or monitor the AIs. She had been given a quite specific task: to infiltrate the Purifier's network. She knew she wasn't the only one at Bletchley working on this, and it was a little frustrating that she couldn't discuss anything with others. Surely pooling their mental resources would be more effective. But she also understood that it was probably safer for her to be doing this alone, following her instincts as she navigated her way through the vast, dark web. Later that morning, just as she was thinking of taking a short break, she received notification of a message sent to her dark web account. It was one that she only used very rarely, and which few people had access to. It was from Sarah. Shireen had suggested she contact her that way if she ever wanted to say something in private. This was the first time Sarah had used it. She stared at her screen, and her heart started beating faster. The message was brief and obscure. Shireen, we have to meet today. Covent Garden, 3 p.m. Tell no one. She hadn't even known Sarah was in London, but thanks to her own past experience in avoiding the prying eyes and ears of drones and sensors, Shireen immediately understood Sarah's choice of venue. Covent Garden was one of the busiest places in London, ideal if you didn't want to be spotted easily, but what might warrant such secrecy? She quickly sent back a reply. Okay, I can be there. What's going on? She waited a couple of minutes for a response, but nothing came back. What the hell? Sarah would have sensitive information about all sorts of details relating to the project, but the only reason she might want to contact Shireen at this point was if she knew something about the Purifiers and their plans. For her own part, if she was going to get to Covent Garden without raising suspicion, Shireen decided the best course of action was to keep her story as simple and as close to the truth as possible. All staff at Bletchley were on call 24 hours a day and had been working around the clock for several weeks now as ignition drew closer. And while officially everyone was still being positive about the outcome of the project, it was also understood that many would want to have short visits to see family and loved ones, to say their goodbyes, just in case. Everyone, therefore, was allowed a few hours off each week on compassionate grounds. Shireen had an aunt who lived in Soho, just a few minutes' walk from Covent Garden, whom she had been meaning to visit for several weeks past. It was the perfect cover. Within half an hour, she was on the high-speed shuttle from Milton Keynes to central London. Staring out of the window and lost deep in her thoughts, she didn't register the city's suburbs flying past. If required, she could go dark, disappear for a few hours so that she was untraceable. But there was nothing to suggest that was necessary, yet. Not having any idea what Sarah wanted was frustrating. Anyway, for now, let them keep track of her movements. Someone would no doubt have already checked out her cover story, but that was in hand. Her aunt had been delighted when she'd called her to say she would be dropping in. The train slowed as it approached Euston Station, and she checked the time. Midday. She could spend a couple of hours at her aunt's swapping family stories before she had to leave to meet Sarah. Every minute was going to feel like an hour. Chapter 34. Tuesday, 10th of September, London. With 1 week to go till ignition, Mark had been in Geneva with Sarah to discuss final arrangements with the rest of the international task force. Although their relationship had remained platonic so far, Mark had been finding it increasingly difficult to hide his feelings for Sarah. He still wasn't entirely sure whether she felt the same, but hadn't wanted to jeopardize their friendship by suddenly coming on strong. On the one hand, now really was not the time for romance. But then, if the project failed and the world was destroyed, he wouldn't want anything to be left unsaid. He'd been looking forward to the coming weekend when he planned to catch up with Evie in London. His daughter was over in Europe for a week with her high school art class, visiting museums and galleries in several capitals. Last night, he'd spent an enjoyable hour sharing in her delight as he watched the retinal video feed she had posted of her day at the Tate and National Portrait Galleries. He was amazed not only at the resilience and relaxed attitude of the young towards the project, but that most schools around the world continued to function normally during these times. It was then that his world had come crashing down. First came the news from the London police that Evie had gone missing from her hotel. The alarm had been raised by her school party earlier that evening, when her roommate had returned to the hotel from a shopping trip to find her not there. But as the officers were very keen to stress, she could well have just gone out for a walk without telling anyone, although they acknowledged it was strange that she had also gone off-grid. Within an hour of talking to the police, he was back in his Geneva hotel making arrangements to fly to London. Sarah had insisted on accompanying him, and the two of them had packed as quickly as they could. He'd clung to the hope that Evie would return, that she had just gone for a walk and got lost. But his wristpad had pinged as they were about to leave the hotel room. He'd stopped halfway out of the door to look at it. Professor Bruckner, congratulations on cheating death in CERN. But now you will help us ensure that Mother Earth cleanses herself of the plague of humankind. If you want your daughter to live long enough to witness Mother Earth's glorious rebirth, you will do exactly what we ask. If you inform the authorities about this message, she will not live to see another sunrise. Further instructions to follow. Acknowledge. Mark had felt his world begin to swim, and he'd stumbled against the door, then slumped to the floor. Sarah's voice, asking him what was wrong, had sounded as though it was coming from a great distance. He'd read through the message again. What did they want? What did the message even mean? The mention of Mother Earth indicated that this was from the purifiers, or someone trying to pass as the purifiers. In a shaky voice, he'd spoken into his wristpad. Acknowledged. He didn't remember much more of that evening, or the flight to London. He had received a call from Charlotte in New York, and had tried his best to hold himself together as he spoke to her. She had been hysterical with worry, wanting to catch the next flight over herself. She told him the police in London had spoken to her and were keen to know if Evie was having any friendship problems, whether there were any girls on the school trip with whom she might have fallen out, and which might have prompted her disappearance. Of course not, she had told them. Evie was popular and as well-balanced and sensible as any teenage girl could be. He'd managed to persuade his ex-wife that, for now, there would be absolutely no point in her coming over to London. Evie was bound to show up soon. Maybe her wristpad had been stolen, and she couldn't find her way back to the hotel or contact anyone. He knew he hadn't sounded very convincing, but until he had more information, he just couldn't risk telling her any more. Listen, Charlie, I'll be in London in a few hours, and will call you as soon as I hear something. He hoped he'd sounded calm enough. So, here they were, sitting outside a cafe in one of the busiest locations in the crowded metropolis, waiting. But not just for contact from the terrorists. Sarah had persuaded him that they, should enlist the help of her young Sib friend, Shireen, that if anyone could infiltrate the group and find his daughter, she could. Mark had taken a lot of convincing. Sarah, we don't know what their demands are yet. All we do know is that the purifiers will stop at nothing to get what they want. But Sarah had won the argument. Shireen is one of the world's smartest cyber hackers. She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. I'm sure you know she's working for UN intelligence to infiltrate the Purifier's network, so no one on the planet is better placed than she is to find Evie. And you know as well as I do that the vital thing now is time. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to trace them. And so they waited for Shireen, and they waited for instructions from the kidnappers. Mark stared down at his wristpad, willing a message to arrive. Anything, just as long as he knew Evie was still alive. After a few minutes, he stood up. I'm going to get another coffee. You want one? No thanks, said Sarah. I'll try and eat some of this salad. It's already looking a bit sorry for itself. Mark disappeared into the cafe. He'd been standing in the queue for no more than a minute when his wristpad buzzed. He looked down at it, and what he saw made his blood run cold. You really should eat some lunch, Professor. We need you at your sharpest. Stand by. They were watching him. That meant they would see him meeting Shireen, too. He rushed back out again, his heart pounding. Several people turned to stare as he pushed his way through the crowded cafe entrance. Were the kidnappers among them? And how long had they been tracking him? The look on his face must have betrayed the panic he felt, because Sarah froze. What is it? He showed her the message, then slumped down in his chair and put his head in his hands. None of this seemed real. Sarah put her hand gently on his arm and whispered, They can see us, but I don't think they can hear us. Remember, we chose this table ourselves, so it couldn't have been bugged in advance. And all the noise around us means no drone mic that pick up what we say if we speak softly. Mark looked up at her. She was right, but it didn't reassure him in the least. You know we won't be meeting your friend now. It's too risky. You can see that, right? Sarah held his gaze for a couple of seconds, then nodded. Suddenly, his wristpad pinged again. He forced himself to look down at the new message. Professor Bruckner, your Odin project is an abomination, and it will not succeed. As its architect, you will now become its destroyer. You will do exactly what we, the Purifiers, tell you, because you love your daughter. If you do, then she will come to no harm. But you will only see her again once we are satisfied your task is complete. The stomach-churning dread and anxiety he was feeling about Evie was now supplemented by an even deeper sense of foreboding. He tasted bile rising up in his throat. What was it they needed from him? It was clearly something they were confident he would agree to. Until recently, he would have said that a group as ruthless and resourceful as the Purifiers would have had 1,000 ways of stopping the project, but not anymore. Since their failed attempt to reduce CERN to a giant crater, the 8 project sites had become physically impregnable fortresses, and surveillance within and around them was bordering on the omniscient. While the security clearance necessary to access any aspect of the project were becoming so tight that many of the scientists and engineers involved now found it difficult to do their jobs properly. Every conceivable weakness, from cracking quantum encrypted data files to hacking the mines themselves, had now been addressed. And yet, had the Purifiers just found the Odin Project's Achilles heel, one of its 2 creators? When the third message came through a minute later, he didn't know what to make of it at first. In exchange for your daughter's life, we ask for a simple thing from you. You must give us access to your Reaper 9 code. It would be a shame if you allow some misplaced sense of moral duty to humanity to cloud your judgment. Your daughter's death will not be pleasant. You have 24 hours. He stared at it for a few seconds, his mind in turmoil. Then he understood. When he raised his eyes to meet Sarah's, all he could feel was a numbing sense of hopelessness. It was an experience he knew well, only this time the demons were all too real. She had read the message too, because now she spoke softly and calmly. "Take a deep breath, Mark, and tell me about the Reaper 9 program." He gathered his thoughts as best he could. "It's a computer code that Yang and I developed about 15 years ago. It calculates dark matter particle properties, their lifetimes, decay schemes, and so on. It's a big code, over 20,000 lines. It's what we used in the work that led to our breakthrough prediction." "Your discovery that dark matter self-interacts?" Sarah asked. "But what's that got to do with the project? I mean, that's all established science now, right? It's out there in the public domain." "It's not as simple as that," he sighed, still trying to work out how the purifiers had found this weakness. There were now hundreds of research teams around the globe working day and night on the project. Thousands of engineers were building the giant superconducting magnets, several in some of the remotest parts of the world. Accelerator physicists, geologists, and engineers were teaming up to finalize the finer details of the dark matter beams, to ensure that each pulse was aimed in precisely the right direction for all 8 to meet within a single nanosecond at point 0, a volume the size of a peppercorn deep within the molten core of the planet. And yet the purifiers had still known exactly what, or rather whom, to target. "You know, their plan is quite beautiful in its simplicity," he said finally. "The Reaper 9 program is still a vital part of the calibrations, and they want me to give them access to it. And I can guess why. All they'd need to do is change one line of code, a single line out of over 20,000. He saw the shocked look on Sarah's face. "Many years ago," he continued, "I was involved in the calculations that first predicted the lifetime of the chargino, the particle that has to be bent by the magnets. The relevant subroutine in the code deals with something called R-parity conservation, and it's my numbers that feed into the main program. Changing that line of code would make our estimate of the chargino lifetime wrong. And what are the implications? I mean, you seem to be talking about lines of code, a simulation, but we will have real beams of particles doing what they do, and the entire mission has been set up to make sure nothing goes wrong. What am I missing?" Mark chewed his lip and shook his head. "No, the Reaper 9 code is much more than a simulation. If it is altered so as to predict that the charginos will decay back into neutralinos more quickly than is really the case, then the energy of the beams, the speed of the particles, will be adjusted to suit the prediction, and the beam will still consist of charged particles when it hits the ground." Sarah shook her head. "I still don't get it. Why calculate lifetimes during the run itself? Why not hardwire these numbers into the accelerator design in advance? Because then we would have no control. The energy and luminosity of the beams will always have tiny error bars, and so all parameters have to be constantly adjusted. Remember, for the run to work, all 8 beams need to coincide, and these particles are traveling at close to the speed of light. There is no margin for error." "Okay, so it doesn't work. We'd just try again, right? Once we know it can be corrected again." "Ah, but I know now what they will do, or at least I can guess. They only want to tamper with the code controlling the CERN beams. They know I still have the access passwords to the codes being run at CERN. The beams from the other 2 labs would be unaffected." Sarah jerked back in her seat. "What?" She had said it too loudly, and a few people seated nearby turned to look at her. She leaned forward and lowered her voice again. "But if not all 8 beams meet at point 0, then the perfect balance is destroyed, and the energy pulse gets sent back out again. to the Earth's crust. Mark nodded. If the CERN beams don't get through, then that's 3 of the 8 that are knocked out. The remaining 5 wouldn't cause a catastrophic event, but there would still be serious seismic activity. Earthquakes and tsunamis wherever it emerges, but it's survivable. He saw the blood drain from Sarah's face. You mean just millions might die, rather than billions? Mark felt a sense of despair. That's what they seem prepared to risk. And more to the point, that's what they seemed confident I would be prepared to risk in order to save Evie. But now that he had explained what he thought their plan would be, he realized there was something bugging him. At first, he couldn't quite articulate it. Then it came to him. What I don't understand is why do it this way? Why not knock out just one of the 8 beams and bring about the quick annihilation of the entire planet? Why 3? Maybe because this is easier, replied Sarah, and it still ensures the failure of the Onion Project. Maybe they don't want humankind to bring about its own sudden demise. Maybe the Purifiers themselves want to survive long enough to see their mission through, to be a part of the slow suffocation of all life as the planet loses its atmosphere. I don't know, Mark. It's all so fucking sick. Mark felt he was grasping at straws. But this way, we would try again. We would have to. No, Mark, we wouldn't. Global opinion would swing away from the Odin Project, maybe back to the MPDs, and that would be that. You know how hard it was to make the case for the project in the first place. Do you really believe they would sanction a second attempt? Besides, how can you even contemplate signing the death warrant of millions of innocent people? I know I can never forgive myself for not doing more in Rio back in March. I watched so many people die, and just saved myself. This is different. You would be knowingly committing genocide. Mark felt anger rise up to the surface. What was she saying? That he would instead sacrifice his own daughter? Please spare me the moral philosophy, Sarah. I can't think beyond Evie for the moment. Can't you see that? They sat in silence. Finally, Sarah whispered, You know we can still find Evie, if you allow Shireen to help. Don't be fooled by her age. That young woman is astonishingly resourceful. Mark felt broken and emotionally drained. I have to now, don't I? Otherwise, if I do as they say, I will be buying my daughter's life with the blood of millions of others. Other Evies and their families. People I will never meet. And you know what gets me most? It's that the kidnappers are so sure I would make that choice. Suddenly, his wrist pad buzzed again, but this time, instead of a message, it showed a grainy-looking video feed. It was very dark and hard to make out, so Mark cupped his hand around it to block out the harsh sunlight. His mouth went dry, and he let out a quiet whimper. Oh, Jesus, no. It was her. It was Evie. His daughter was lying unconscious on a rug on a filthy brick floor. Or was she just sleeping? He hoped she was sleeping. The lighting was just good enough for him to make out the gentle rise and fall of her chest. At least she was alive. Behind her, a stained brick wall and curved archway led into darkness. It looked to Mark like a cellar, or a dungeon. Then, without warning, the screen went blank. Oh my God, Mark, where is that? Said Sarah softly. He was too shocked to answer. Seeing his daughter like that had brought the full, horrible reality of the situation clearly into focus. Finally, he looked up at Sarah, a fire burning in his eyes. What time is it? We need to meet your friend. As if on cue, Sarah received a message. It was Shireen. She showed it to Mark. Go dark. Turn off your devices and disconnect your AR feeds. Then leave your table and walk around to the other side of the piazza. It's busier there. and we can lose whoever it is that seems to be watching you. Sarah looked at Mark. I told you she was good. She's been watching us too. Come on, it's time we fought back. Chapter 35. Tuesday, 10th of September, London. Gaining access to several Covent Garden surveillance cameras had been straightforward enough. Now, standing in the shadows on one side of the bustling piazza, Shireen studied her retinal feed carefully. On one side of the split screen, she had a bird's-eye view of Sarah and Mark sitting at their cafe table, while on the other half she could see the two men who were watching them. One was an older man with a shaven head, who seemed to be in charge. The other, younger, with a wispy beard, looked like the tech guy. She smiled to herself. The watchers were now the watched. She had no idea what they wanted, but whatever the issue, it was serious. Mark and Sarah seemed tense and animated. She'd hopefully find out soon enough. She'd realized as soon as she arrived that she wasn't the only one using the camera aimed at the two scientists' table, and had tracked down the source of the other hack to a bar on the south side of the piazza, far enough away for what she had in mind. But the timing had to be right. Having sent Sarah the message to go dark, she waited until the very last moment before she and Mark stood up to kill the feed from the cafe camera. She watched as the two men, after a moment's blank shock, broke into an animated discussion, presumably about why they no longer had eyes on their quarry. Shireen smiled to herself. Not so clever now, are you, boys? Suddenly they both jumped up from their table and made their way out of the bar in a hurry, but it would take them a couple of minutes to reach the cafe. Ample time, she hoped, for Sarah and Mark to lose them. Making sure her baseball cap was pulled down to hide her face, she came out of the shadows into the harsh sunshine. She briefly caught sight of Sarah and Mark and made a beeline for them through the crowd. As she brushed past them, she spoke under her breath without slowing or looking up. "Follow me." A minute later, she was standing near the back of a throng of people gathered around a street performer. She couldn't see him clearly through the crowd, but whatever he was doing, some conjuring trick most likely, his patter was so infectiously enthusiastic that he had drawn a large audience. She had flicked on the squelch jammer in her rucksack as soon as she'd arrived. It was more sophisticated than the one Hashimi had given her in Tehran, and she was now invisible to any drones or satellites overhead. She hoped it would also shield Sarah and Mark from being spotted once they were within range. Hopefully, it would give her enough time to find out what was going on. It was just after 5 p.m. by the time Shireen arrived back at Bletchley, and she was eager to get started. There were at least 10 people still working at their desks, but no one had noticed her come in, their VR visors locking each of them away in a world only they could see. Back at her desk, she pulled on her visor and accessed the vast repository of information she had built up on the Purifier's network. For the first time, she now had a real lead to follow, only she had hours rather than days to infiltrate their cyberspace. Her first task was relatively easy. Before she could find where Evie was being held, she needed to locate the kidnappers, and it didn't take long for her to trace the IP source of the original message sent to Mark the day before. She wasn't surprised to find that the kidnappers had put in place clever diversions, trapdoors and firewalls, but there was nothing she hadn't negotiated a gazillion times before. It appeared that whoever these people were, they had covered their tracks in a hurry, and that meant they would have been sloppy somewhere along the line. If she kept prodding and probing, she knew she would find what she was looking for. The Trojan horse spyware she was currently using had been modified significantly by the team at Bletchley. It was now more powerful than the original code she'd created. Humming along to music as she worked, she let it guide her movements until she was swaying and manipulating her virtual displays in sync with the beat. She had recently become a fan of fusion punk, a synthesis of West African rock and angry Asian K-pop, and she found the urgency of the beats just what she needed to stimulate her thought processes when immersed in the dark web. Despite the magnitude of her task, Shireen felt happy, at one with cyberspace, almost omniscient. And while she worked, her spyware code flowed silently through the dark web, a digital ninja searching and probing for weaknesses, following leads, building up correlations, looking for patterns. By 5:45, she had pinned down the origin of the messages to Mark. They had come from somewhere inside the British Library on Euston Road in the centre of London. And whereas cyber hackers would normally build in a delay to make it hard for anyone to determine the exact timing of the hack, in this case, the messages had been created and sent in real time. That was very sloppy. It took her less than 2 minutes to access the library's computer system and locate the record of everyone who had used it during the 1-hour window between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., which was when the final messages had been sent to Mark. Of the 100 or so people who'd used the library's computers, only 7 had blocked their idents. Of those, 5 had left several minutes before the final message was sent, which meant there were just 2 suspects. Both had left the library just after 3 p.m. All she had to do now was hack into the data from street cameras in the neighborhood of the library to catch them leaving. Simple. Sure enough, they had left the library separately. A man and a woman, both in their early mid-30s. She now had sufficient biometric data to search for them. The search for a match among the more than 10 million Londoners captured on the city's many thousands of cameras took just a few seconds. She found the woman first, in a coffee shop across the road from the British Library. She was sitting in a corner with a milkshake, reading a book and looking like every other customer in there. Nothing suspicious. Shireen was almost certain she could rule her out as a kidnapper. In contrast, the man was on the move. Each time, coded feeds showed him at a different location, enabling her to plot his route across London. The most recent footage was just 10 minutes ago, when he'd entered the site of what looked like an old warehouse. The satellite data she accessed allowed her to survey the area, and a quick search told her that it was near Tower Bridge, south of the Thames, a neighbourhood that had been among the worst flooded in London 10 years earlier. Much of it was apparently still abandoned. Very private, very convenient. She quickly accessed and commandeered a high-flying surveillance drone and zoomed in as tightly as she could onto the derelict building. Was this where they were holding Evie? Piecing together a sketchy profile of the man from the information she could find on the dark web wasn't so easy. But while she couldn't yet link him to anyone or anything to do with the purifiers, there was enough to suggest he had much to hide. Removing her visor, she sat back in her chair and rubbed her eyes. It was almost 7 p.m., and there were 5 or 6 other people still working in the office. It occurred to her that she hadn't had anything to eat since the slice of cake at her aunt's apartment at lunchtime. But food could wait. Like a lioness, she was closing in on her prey and couldn't afford to stop now. She slipped the visor back over her eyes, leaving the physical world behind again. Chapter 36. Tuesday, 10th of September, London. Entrusting his daughter's life to a stranger, a girl barely 5 years older than Evie herself, terrified Mark. But what choice did he have? This past 24 hours had been a living nightmare. Shireen had told them to avoid going back to the hotel, which was most likely being watched by the kidnappers. They needed to find somewhere with no surveillance cameras and wait for her call. Sarah suggested they take refuge at the Helios Institute, the solar research laboratory in the grounds of University College London, where she was a regular guest and could gain access with her visitor's pass. They had walked the 2 kilometres from Covent Garden to the Institute in silence. Mark couldn't get the image of Evie lying on that filthy mat out of his mind, and was grateful to Sarah for leaving him alone with his thoughts. She didn't meet anyone on their way in. Sarah led him up to the 4th floor, then heaved a sigh of relief when her thumbprint was recognised and the door of the office she had used on her last visit clicked open. The office was empty, and Sarah quickly closed and locked the door behind them. Mark slumped onto a chair by the window and stared down at his wristpad. Shireen had done something to their devices to make sure they were secure, but he kept expecting at any moment to get a message from the kidnappers telling him they knew what he was up to. Within minutes, he was on his feet again, pacing around the small office, stopping every few minutes at the window to stare out at the city bathed in late afternoon sunlight. Evie is out there somewhere, frightened and alone, and I'm stuck in here. Or maybe she isn't even in London anymore. Sarah was sitting at the desk, nursing a mug of coffee and staring into the distance, clearly not knowing quite what to say to make him feel any better. He shouldn't have dragged her into all this, but not for the first time. He felt grateful that she was with him. It was just after 7 and fully dark outside when he got the message from Shireen via the secure route she'd set up. His heart missed a beat as he read it. "My God, Sarah, she's found her. Shireen's found Evie already." "I told you she was good," said Sarah, rushing over to him. He showed her the message. "Mark, I think they're keeping Evie in an abandoned warehouse south of the river. I've sent you the coordinates." Sarah looked up at Mark. "So, what do we do now?" There really wasn't much to discuss, and he hoped Sarah would understand. "We aren't going to do anything. I am." "Come on, I know she's your kid, but we're a team now. I'm not your dutiful fucking sidekick." "Don't do this, please, Sarah. You must know I would readily sacrifice my life if it meant saving Evie, but I can't ask you to do the same. I need to see this through, alone. Let me guess, I stay here where it's safe while you do your Indiana Jones routine and go beat up the bad guys? It's not like that," said Mark, with no hint of a smile. "I know you can take care of yourself. It's just, fuck you, Mark Bruckner." "Look," he said, holding her shoulders gently. He pulled her closer to him and looked into her eyes pleadingly. "She's my baby girl, and I know you want to help, but if they even get a whiff of what we're up to, I don't know what they'll do, and I can't risk that. Not even to spare your pride, I'm sorry." Sarah seemed to relax a little and sighed. "So, what's your plan, Indy? You haven't got a gun or a whip. Damn it, you don't even have a hat." Mark smiled weakly. "Look, if Shireen is right, then I can make it there by myself. At least I have the element of surprise on my side. If I find the odds are stacked against me, then we can think of calling in the cavalry." Sarah suddenly reached up and kissed him gently on the lips. Somewhere deep inside him was a thrill that Sarah felt the same way about him as he did about her, but right now he was consumed by his fear for Evie. Sarah grinned at him as she pulled away. "For luck," she said. "Please don't try anything stupid. I'm about to go after a bunch of maniacs who are holding my daughter captive, unarmed and with no plan. Define stupid." He did his best to give her a wry smile and hurried out the door. It was a warm and sticky evening, and beyond the Institute's courtyard, the roads and skies were busy with traffic. It suddenly occurred to him that he couldn't risk getting a road or air cab in case the kidnappers traced him when he paid the fare. He had to stay as inconspicuous as possible. He looked around the courtyard until he found an unlocked bicycle, which he commandeered and wheeled out as quickly as he could, hoping the jammer Shireen had given him did its job. This would take him longer, but he couldn't take any risks, and it meant he could arrive unannounced. He hoped he wouldn't live to regret the delay. He quickly worked up a sweat as he cycled in the early evening humidity. He tried to stay as focused as he could, but the image of Evie locked away in the dark warehouse somewhere kept resurfacing. What did he expect to find when he got there? What would he do if the place was guarded, or if there were several people? The traffic had thinned out dramatically by the time he reached Tower Bridge. He'd not been south of the Thames before, and was shocked by the wasteland of abandoned office buildings, warehouses, and tower blocks. The rising sea levels had overwhelmed the Thames estuary, now 5 times larger than just a few decades ago, with much of the surrounding countryside in southeast England now underwater. London's flood defences had done a reasonable job of minimising the impact on the capital, but large swathes of land south of the river had been sacrificed. He checked his surroundings against the map on his lenses, trusting Shireen that, like his wristpad, it was now safe to use his AR without being detected. Many of the roads in this part of the city had become shallow waterways, a poor man's Venice, and he needed to negotiate a route through the few streets remaining accessible to road traffic. The area was deserted and appeared devoid of surveillance cameras, the ideal location to hide someone. Just then, he heard Shireen's voice in his earphone. "Mark, I'm tracking you, and I can see you're nearly there. I'm still monitoring the warehouse, and there's no sign of activity yet. I think you're safe to approach." His AR told him that the warehouse was just up ahead. Abandoning the bike against the wall, he ran the rest of the way. Keeping as close as he could to the buildings as he approached, he almost tripped over someone sleeping in a doorway. The man sat up, grunted, and waved a large kitchen knife in Mark's direction. Already on edge, the incident gave Mark a scare. He didn't slow down. The warehouse was in the middle of a fenced-off derelict site. He stood by the open gate for a few seconds to catch his breath. There were no windows on this side of the building, so he sprinted across the open yard to the nearest wall and waited to make sure he hadn't been spotted. Shireen's voice came through again. "Mark, I can see you at the building. I have no idea what's waiting inside. Please be careful." He didn't reply. Instead, he peered around the corner, spotting a small window at about shoulder height just a few paces away. With his back tied up against the wall, he edged towards it and peered inside. At first, the place looked empty, but then a flicker of artificial light caught his eye. There, in the gloom in the far corner, sat a fair-haired man in a t-shirt. He had his back to Mark and seemed to be staring intently at a computer monitor. On the floor around him was a haphazard array of electronic equipment. Mark couldn't be certain, but it looked to him like surveillance kit. It all seemed very makeshift. If this was their centre of operations, then they were clearly either moving in or moving out. A surge of anger rippled through him. The man appeared to be alone. But where was Evie? Was there a basement? All thoughts of the folly of what he was about to do now evaporated. He threw caution to the wind and sprinted round the building to find a way in. Right then, dickhead, it's showtime. The entrance was a large metal door, and he eased it open until the gap was wide enough to squeeze through, relieved that it made no sound. Once inside, he stood still and tried to control his breathing. It took him a few seconds to adjust to the gloom. He was in a narrow entrance hall with what looked like a small kitchen off to his left. To his right was a corridor leading through to the main warehouse. He searched around for a weapon, realizing too late just how unprepared he was for this rescue mission. A filthy plank of wood leaning against the kitchen door looked sturdy enough to do some damage. He picked it up quietly, satisfied with its reassuring solidity, and crept slowly across the hallway. Detritus and broken glass, hard to avoid in the dim light, crunched as he walked, and he cursed under his breath as he tried to cross it on tiptoe. When he emerged into the main open space of the warehouse, he stood still in the shadows while his eyes darted around, searching for any sign of Evie. But he could see no obvious route down to a cellar. At least the man at the computer screen, who was still unaware of Mark's presence, appeared to be alone. But the element of surprise didn't last. Without warning, the man suddenly swiveled around in his chair and looked directly towards where Mark stood. Mark had no time to think. Luckily, shock had temporarily immobilized his antagonist, and it was all Mark needed. With a howl of rage, he charged. The world took on a dreamlike quality as everything seemed to slow down. He had halved the distance between them when the man snapped to his senses and reached across the table for a gun. There wasn't enough time to cover the remaining ground, and instinct took over. With an underarm swing, he propelled the plank of wood at the man with all his strength. It arced upwards through the air, catching him with a loud crack under the chin, throwing him backwards against the chair behind him and leaving him crumpled in a motionless heap. Mark was by now on top of him. Snatching the gun off the table, he held it ready to fire, but his caution wasn't necessary. The man was out cold. His mouth was bleeding and hanging open at an unnatural angle. A broken jaw. Mark stood over him for a few seconds, then swung round to examine the warehouse space once again, consumed by the need to find his daughter. "Evie! Evie! Can you hear me? It's dead!" Silence. After several minutes of desperate searching, he gave up. Had he just come on a wild goose chase? He tapped his wristpad and contacted Shireen. "Shireen, I'm okay, but there's no sign of Evie here." "Shit. Tell me how I can help." "Okay, stay with me." He considered reviving the still unconscious man and beating the information out of him, but instead turned his attention to the computer on the table. There had to be some clues there. The screen showed several windows of live video feed. The one that caught his attention first was a view of the interior of the warehouse itself. He was looking down on himself from above. He craned his neck back, and, sure enough, hovering silently a few feet above his head was a tiny skeeter drone recording his every move. That's how the man knew I was here. He looked back at the screen. Another window showed a view of Evie's prison, the rug she'd been lying on, and the stained brickwork behind it. But there was no sign of Evie. In the top left of the window were the words, "St. Pancras." His heart sank. "Shireen, I'm in the wrong place. I'm looking at what appears to be live footage of where Evie is, or was being held, but I can't see any sign of her. It's definitely the same place as that video footage of her they sent me, and it just says St. Pancras." "Okay, I am accessing that computer through your wristpad so that I can trace the origin of the feed. Give me a minute." Mark felt helpless. The man he'd overpowered was clearly one of the kidnappers, but if Evie wasn't here, what was this place? Some kind of safe house? Was Evie being kept captive in a temporary location and set to be moved here later? A sudden tiredness overwhelmed him as the adrenaline that had been surging through his body just a few minutes earlier, and which had sharpened his senses, now drained away. Had he missed his only chance of finding Evie? Suddenly a woman's face appeared in a corner of the screen, and she was staring straight at Mark. "And they know I'm here. Great." He jumped from the chair, not quite knowing what to do with himself. He couldn't stay here, that's for sure. Had he just signed his daughter's death warrant? But where am I supposed to go? St. Pancras Station? Is that where Evie is? Or at least where she was? Stay calm and think. Damn it, think. Then Shireen's voice again. "Mark, I've found it. It's not St. Pancras Station. It's St. Pancras Church. She's being held captive in the crypt beneath it." "And where the hell is that?" There was a reason why Evie's captors contacted you from the British Library. The church is just across the road from it." "Oh, no," moaned Mark. "And that's just a couple of blocks away from the institute where Sarah is. Where I just spent the past few hours. I've just been on a wild goose chase." He stumbled out to the road, but Shireen hadn't finished. "Mark, listen. Firstly, we wouldn't have found the place had you not gone to the warehouse. But there's something else. There wasn't just one of the kidnappers in the library this afternoon. There was a woman, too. But I had stupidly discounted her." "How do you know this?" He was suddenly finding it hard to breathe, and his head began pounding. "Because I just hacked into her wristpad and put it on auto track. She's just left the coffee shop where she's been all afternoon. It's up the road from the church. She must have been hanging around to keep an eye on things, and now it looks like she's heading there." It was the same woman he'd seen just now, and who'd seen him, too. He was sure of it. He'd run out of time. He couldn't get there before the kidnappers. But Sarah could. "Shireen, tell Sarah. Tell her." He didn't know what he expected Sarah to do. He would be putting her directly in danger, and in some corner of his brain a warning voice told him this was a grave mistake, that it was not fair to ask her to do this. But what other choice did he have? "Tell her to get to the church, but to stay out of sight. And if she sees anyone, not to do anything. I'll be there as quickly as I can. And Shireen, call the police. Our cover's blown now, so there's no point in being careful anymore." "Okay," said Shireen. "I'll get eyes on the church too." She disconnected. Never in his life had Mark Bruckner felt so powerless. Chapter 37. Tuesday, 10th of September, London. Sarah was out of the Helios Institute building and running before Shireen had finished briefing her, the information continuing to feed through to her retinal AR as she ran. In one corner of her field of vision was a map of the block between University College and the church. In another, she watched a live feed from a drone hovering above the church. She could be there in less than a minute. The church was on a quiet, tree-lined avenue at its junction with the busy Euston Road. She slowed to a walk as she emerged from a side street opposite and approached the church more cautiously. She'd seen no one on the drone feed, so with luck she'd beaten the kidnappers back here. The churchyard was blocked off from the road by an imposing metal fence, and a padlocked gate looked like the only entrance point. She rushed along the fence and around the side in search of another way in, while Shireen told her what she could about the place. "There's a crypt beneath the church, and images of it online show that its walls match those in that footage. It seems it was originally used as a catacomb, and there are still over 500 bodies entombed down there. But it's been abandoned for the past 10 years. The perfect prison. Evie was down there, I'm sure, but I don't know if she still is." "Thanks," panted Sarah. She stood still for a moment to take stock. Staring through the railings, it struck her that there was something forsaken, sempiternal about the place that she found deeply unsettling. All she could hear was her own heavy breathing. Just then Shireen spoke in her ear. "Sarah, it looks like you've got company. You'd better hide." She ducked behind a tree just in time, because a second later she heard the sound of an engine. Peering from the shadows, she saw a large, anonymous black van pull up alongside the fence. A man jumped out and unlocked the gate, pushing it inwards. The entrance was wide enough for the van to drive into the churchyard and out of her line of sight. Were they about to move Evie to another location now that they knew Mark was onto them? "Sarah, I've taken the drone up to 200 meters in case they hear it, and its camera resolution isn't good enough to make out details, so it's just your eyes now." Sarah looked up and down the street. It was deserted. She edged her way back round to the front gate. There was no one visible in the yard, and the van looked empty, so its occupants must have gone inside, down to the crypt, presumably. She took a deep breath. Her heart was still racing from her run, and was showing no signs of slowing down. Had it been just one person, maybe the woman from the coffee shop that Shireen had mentioned, she might have stood a chance. After all, she still had the element of surprise on her side, but she had no idea how many kidnappers there were. "Sarah, I can just about make you out at the gate. Please be careful. There's nothing you can do right now, so get back out of sight. The police are on their way." Shireen was right, but the decision was made for her. One of the kidnappers suddenly appeared from behind the van and pulled open the sliding door on its side. She realized all too late that she was caught in no man's land and in plain sight. He had spotted her. For what seemed like an eternity, neither of them moved, and the spell was only broken when two more of Evie's captors appeared, the man who had unlocked the gate and a woman. They were half carrying, half dragging Evie between them. Her clothing was disheveled, and her face and hair smeared with dirt. At first, Sarah almost didn't recognize her. The girl looked dazed, as though drugged. The sight snapped Sarah back to her senses. She was within arm's length of the gate, and the open padlock was still dangling from the bolt. Sprinting forward, she reached out and pulled the gate shut, slipping the padlock off the bolt as she did so. The driver, seeing what she was doing, started running too. She had no more than a couple of seconds. The gate clanged shut, and she pushed the bolt across. Despite her fingers fumbling, she managed to slip the padlock back onto the bolt and click it shut just as the man reached the other side of the gate. He snarled and thrust both arms through the bars to grab at her, but she had already stepped out of his reach. She now watched, transfixed, as he pulled out a key from his pocket and tried to manipulate his hands through the bars to reach the padlock. But thankfully, the angle was too awkward to allow him to get the key into it from inside. The second man now released Evie from his grip, and the girl dropped heavily to her knees. Sarah stood rooted to the spot in horror as he walked calmly around behind Evie and pointed a gun at the back of her head. "That was a very stupid thing to do, Dr. Medlin," he called over to her. "My associate is going to pass you the key to that padlock, and you will unlock it again, or your boyfriend may find it hard to forgive you with his daughter's blood on your hands." What choice did she have? What on earth had she been thinking anyway? That they would just sit around, imprisoned in the churchyard, until the cavalry arrived? She slowly walked up to the gate again, her whole body shaking with anger. The man on the other side smiled cruelly at her as he stuck out his hand through the bars, offering her the key. Just as he did so, she heard a sudden buzzing sound overhead. At first, she thought it must be the surveillance drone Shireen had commandeered. Looking up, she saw instead a weaponized police drone skim over the fence. Without slowing, it fired twice at the armed man standing behind Evie. He was thrown backwards in a spray of red, gun flying from his hand. The driver lunged at Sarah through the bars, but she stumbled backwards out of his reach once again, and his hand snatched at thin air. Within seconds, more police drones dropped out of the sky, and a cold, mechanized voice ordered the two remaining kidnappers to lie down on the ground with their hands over their heads. Sarah stood frozen to the spot. A robotic voice from one of the police helis above her head boomed out, "Dr. Maitland, step back from the gate now!" It snapped her out of her stupor, but instead of obeying, she, without thinking, rushed over to the gate and unlocked it, then dashed past the dead man to Evie. The girl just stared up at her, eyes wide in shock. "Come on, Evie. Let's get you out of here. You're safe now. I'm Sarah. Your dad has told me so much about you." Helping the girl gently to her feet, she supported her limp frame and guided her back out to the street. They hurried across to the other side and sat down on the curb. The police had now physically arrived on the scene and were pouring into the churchyard. A small crowd of onlookers was beginning to gather outside. Sarah watched numbly and hugged Evie tight. She could feel the girl shivering as she sobbed silently against her chest. It was almost midnight by the time Sarah and Mark got to the hospital to be with Evie. Mark had understandably not wanted to leave his daughter's side, but had to endure a thorough debriefing at Scotland Yard. Sarah had told them everything she knew, and was confident that her story would tally with both Mark's and Shireen's, who were each being interviewed in separate rooms. Now, perched next to Mark on the edge of Evie's hospital bed, Sarah watched the heavily sedated girl as she slept. Mark spoke softly. "One way or another, this will all be over in a week." His attempt at a smile was no doubt meant to be reassuring. Was he trying to convince her or himself? A week suddenly seems an awfully long time, though, doesn't it? Mark rubbed his eyes and nodded. You know they'll keep trying, don't you? Sarah wondered whether the arrest of several of the purifiers in London would provide enough intel to bring down their entire network. She doubted that very much. Chapter 38. Monday, 16th of September, Amman, Jordan. Mark awoke just before dawn and lay still for a few minutes. He thought about the trauma the terrifying ordeal of the previous week would have inflicted on his daughter. Charlotte had told him that Evie hadn't been sleeping well, even under mild sedation, and was waking up regularly from disturbing nightmares. Not surprising, really, considering what she had been through. But given the current situation so close to ignition, they had not been able to arrange any counselling for her. Still, she was a tough kid, and if they got through all this, then there'd be time to worry about any lasting psychological scars. He had to keep telling himself that this was not his fault, and that at least she was safe now. It had been quickly decided that families and loved ones of all key personnel connected with the Odin project would be taken off grid and moved into secret protective custody until after ignition. But he missed Evie, now more than ever. He listened to Sarah's soft breathing in bed next to him and turned to face her. She looked even more beautiful when she was sleeping. Had they just spent the night together because they might never get another chance? Or was it the only way they had of dealing with the stress they were under? Maybe it would have happened anyway at some point, under more normal circumstances. For him, it was probably a combination of all three reasons. He thought about going for a run to ease the tension he was feeling, but he knew that was no longer possible. The hotel was under heavy guard to protect the assembled scientists, journalists, and politicians staying there, and no one could leave or enter without good reason and without ridiculously tight security. Instead, he climbed quietly out of bed and padded across the cool marble floor to the window. Pulling up the blind, he opened the casement wide and took a deep breath, instantly feeling the contrast in temperature between the air-conditioned room and the warmth outside. He gazed out across the ancient city, bathed in sepia early morning light. After the heavy thunderstorm overnight, the sun was now rising above the distant desert skyline, with its usual intensity and belligerence, signaling another sweltering hot Middle Eastern day. Ignition had almost arrived. 33 hours to go. He wondered whether tomorrow's sunrise would be his last, and quickly pushed the thought away. No, the project will work. He'd spent his career trying to tease out the secrets of dark matter, and hadn't come this far for his life's work to count for nothing. He closed the window and wandered off to the shower. As he did so, he heard Sarah stirring and turned towards her. "Hey." "Hey to you too." Sarah stretched and smiled sleepily, the sheet that had been covering her now slipping down. I'd better make that a cold shower. Seeing him looking at her, Sarah grinned. She pulled the sheet back up. What time is it? Early enough. Don't forget, we're meeting Tiang for breakfast before we head off. For both political and practical reasons, Mag 8 in Jordan had been chosen as the main center of operations for the entire project as the final countdown got underway. There was nothing more that could be done at this point. All the tests and checks were complete, and security was now so tight that nothing, barring a major incident, was going to stop ignition going ahead. But the world could not afford for anything to go wrong. So it had been agreed that if any of the 8 facilities was compromised or developed an unforeseen last-minute glitch, the entire run would be called off. The threat of a strike of some kind by the purifiers was uppermost in everyone's minds. But Mark also worried about another aspect of the project. Tomorrow, control would pass over to the 8 AI mines, one at each facility around the globe. At T-3 hours, the entire operation would go into lockdown, meaning that while the mines could communicate with each other to raise any last-minute problems that might trigger a postponement, there would be no means whatsoever to intervene from outside. It was a radical decision, but the very real threat of cyber attack by the purifiers meant that this was deemed to be the safest option. And so the fate of Homo sapiens would, for the first time, be in the hands, metaphorically speaking, of artificial intelligences. Mark would never have believed that such a day would come during his lifetime. For a few days last week, there had been a real possibility of delay to ignition. First Mag 6 on New Zealand's South Island, and then Mag 7 on Hawaii's Big Island had to deal with mild earth tremors. Neither site was geologically ideal, but they were the only 2 locations in the vast Pacific Ocean that could host the bending magnets. The tremors hadn't persisted, and they didn't seem to be precursors of more serious seismic activity that could have disrupted the alignment of the bending magnets, so the decision was taken not to postpone. Then, just 3 days ago, Mark heard that J-Park Laboratories, the site of one of the primary dark matter accelerators, had problems with one of the superconducting magnets in its proton beam booster ring. Sections of a 50-kilometer-long niobium cable wound around its central solenoid seemed to have degraded and had had to be replaced. The problem was quickly fixed, with the only damage being to the pride of the Japanese accelerator engineers. And now everything appeared to be on track. After months of intense worldwide activity, the most ambitious and certainly the most consequential enterprise ever attempted by humankind was ready. He hoped. It all came down to this now, the waiting. Over breakfast, Kiang looked agitated and irritable. "I can't understand why so many VIPs have come to Jordan," he said. "I know Mag 8 is the designated epicenter of the whole operation, and I can understand the need for the world's media to be here to report on it, but everyone else—" Mark didn't respond. Kiang was right, of course. "I mean, either the ground opens up under our feet, and that will be that, or nothing happens. We won't know if it's been successful for months." Mark nodded. "True, but a lot of people want to be part of history. They'll be able to say they were there when the world was saved. Anyway, don't forget that most people have chosen the sensible option of spending what might be their last days at home with their loved ones." Again, he thought about Evie. It was Sarah who asked, "For that matter, why are we even here? It's not like we can do anything now." She had been intending to return to England to be with her family, until she realized she'd left it too late to travel. Mark sighed. I guess it's our moral obligation to see this through. Well, mine and Kiang's anyway. But hey, we'll all be global heroes when we save the world. And besides, if I'm going to be witness to the end of the world, then what two better people to share the experience with? He'd meant it as a light-hearted joke, but it fell flat. The decision to choose Mag 8 as the focal point of the operation had been made carefully. It was agreed that giving just one of the 8 mines, the one here in Jordan, override control was the only way to ensure the run couldn't be compromised. Every decision made by any one of the other 7 mines had to be passed through the Mag 8 mind. The isolated location of the Sesame facility in the Jordanian desert also made security easier. And meanwhile, the rest of the world became ever more nervous. All transport had now come to a virtual standstill. Banks, offices, and schools had closed. In many countries, the military had assumed control. All but essential emergency services had ground to a halt as entire communities gathered together for comfort. Old scores were settled and differences resolved, sometimes peacefully, sometimes violently. Some people partied, some prayed, while others couldn't shake off an overwhelming sense of nihilism and futility. The number of suicides by those not willing to wait around to witness the destruction of the planet soared. A few hid themselves away in underground bunkers in the misguided hope that they would be protected if the project failed. Most people, however, remained resolutely optimistic about the success of the project, unable to contemplate failure. Mark regularly heard the hope for the best, prepare for the worst philosophy, where, in this case, the superlative worst really meant that. No one could see beyond 12:45 coordinate universal time on Tuesday, the 17th of September, the moment when all the waiting, all the preparation, all the testing and checking of formulae and calibration of instruments was over. The moment of reckoning, salvation or Armageddon. It would be 15:45 here at Mag 8. 2 Jordanian military approached their table. The younger one, a soldier in army fatigues, holding an impressive-looking semi-automatic M26 gun against his chest, stood just behind the senior officer, a man in his 40s, immaculately dressed in khakis and sporting a magnificent thick black moustache. He spoke to them in perfect English. "Excuse me for interrupting your breakfast, but we're about to depart for Sesame in a few minutes, and we need all guests accounted for in the lobby." Mark and the others nodded their thanks, finished their coffee, and readied themselves. Situated an hour's drive outside Amman, the Sesame facility had begun its scientific life as a synchrotron source. With its first beams produced in early 2020, after many delays and huge political stumbling blocks. Now a major high-energy facility and the largest in the Middle East, it was still one of the few places in the world where Israeli, Saudi, and Iranian scientists worked in close collaboration. So, if there ever was a place that symbolized humankind's ability to come together in the face of global adversity, this was it. What also made it an ideal location was that it already had the necessary infrastructure in place to build one of the giant bending magnets. Mark, Sarah, and Kiang arrived together with an army of other dignitaries, politicians, and journalists in a large convoy of military vehicles, and were ushered inside the building by nervous-looking soldiers. The main reception hall resembled the entrance to a grand palace. Mark marvelled at the high sheen of the luxurious patterned tiles on the floor and could smell the walls had been freshly painted in readiness for the eyes of the world. As they shuffled along with the other guests, he noticed Sarah stiffen. He followed her line of sight. On the far side of the room stood Senator Hogan, talking to a group of men and women. Mark touched her arm gently, making her jump. "Ignore him, Sarah. I know he can be an unpleasant bully, but as soon as this is over, you won't need to have any more to do with him." Sarah didn't respond. They were led through to the main conference center and asked to take their seats while 3D visors were handed out. They were to be given a virtual tour through each of the 8 facilities. Mark had seen this several times before, but placed his visor over his head anyway. He found it hard to believe that it was only 7 months ago that Chiang had outlined his crazy idea of firing beams of dark matter into the earth, and yet here they were. It had become a reality. He sat in his seat while he was transported around the world. At each of the 8 sites, the local mind in human avatar form acted as their guide, explaining the physics involved. Right now, any distraction that helped eat up the remaining hours was welcome. He reached out to Sarah, who was sitting next to him, and finding her hand, gave it a squeeze. Chapter 39. Tuesday, 17th of September, 2 minutes past midnight, Eastern Standard Time, Washington, D.C. While the world held its collective breath in the final hours before ignition, Shireen had been busier than ever. The Cybercrime Center in Washington, D.C. was larger and far busier than Bletchley. No more sedate cycling into work for her. She hadn't left the building in days and hadn't slept for 48 hours, nor could she afford to, not now that she had finally found a way into the Purifier's network. Following the events in London the previous week, she had been informed that her unique skills were needed now more than ever. The authorities were certain the Purifiers would try something again, but when, where, and how? Frustratingly, there had been no major breakthroughs following the arrests in London. The kidnappers had obeyed instructions without any knowledge of their chain of command. Now a whole army of Sibs had been recruited to try to break into their network, using what meager leads they had. Since Shireen's role at Bletchley had been leaked following Evie's kidnapping, she'd been informed she could no longer continue to work there, and had instead been flown to Washington. She had desperately wanted to get back home to Tehran to be with her parents before ignition, but all commercial flights had been suspended. She'd had a long and, she admitted, tearful chat to them 2 nights ago. Yes, she'd assured them, she was being looked after and treated well. She estimated there had to be hundreds of international cybersecurity organizations now working alongside the Sentinels to ensure that both the hardware and the software of the project were secure from attack. Many wanted to believe that the threat from the Purifiers had lessened, that the project was safe. But Shireen knew better. She had learned early on that this cult was not one to boast about its ideology, or one that felt the need to spread its propaganda. After all, its whole raison d'etre was to bring about the end of humankind, not to recruit new followers. Not anymore. And whatever they planned to do, it would already be in place. Paradoxically, as Ignition Day drew nearer, the task of hacking into the Purifier's network had become easier. As security surrounding all aspects of the project tightened, the options available to the Purifiers narrowed. Shireen thought of it as a game of chess, in which her opponent was losing pieces from the board, limiting the moves available to them. It was quite clear to her, along with almost everyone else here in D.C., what the Purifiers hoped to achieve. Their mission was simple. They saw the dying field as a fulfillment, a vindication of their ideology. To start with, they had tried everything they could to stop the Odin project from getting off the ground. The slow, certain death of the entire human race had been their safest option. But now, with time running out to stop the project, the quick, albeit incomplete annihilation of life brought about by a catastrophic malfunction, if one of the 8 beams failed, was far more appealing. And with just a few hours left before lockdown, when all 8 facilities would be completely isolated from the outside world, Shireen knew that time was running out for the purifiers. By deliberate design, no human intervention or interference would be possible after lockdown. But that also meant time was running out for her. Then, just before midnight, she had her first real break. It was so unexpected that at first she thought it was a hoax. She'd found an obscure dark web forum whose members displayed all the right ideological views. By hacking into the account of one of its members, a Texan white supremacist who believed that God was about to destroy everyone apart from the chosen few, of whom he, of course, was one, she was able to read all the postings. That was when the message came through. It appeared to have been distributed throughout the Purifier's network, and it was all she'd needed to track it back to its source. Within minutes, she'd found it. She stood and raised her visor. She needed a drink of water, needed to clear her head and try and make sense of it. Shireen returned to her desk. She couldn't speak to anyone here, not yet. She tried to calm down, hoping no one had noticed her excitement. But all the other Sibs in the vast, open-plan space had their visors on. The air-conditioned office suddenly struck her as very cold, and she shivered. Feeling both elated and horrified in equal measure, she had to decide quickly what to do with the information. She needed to speak to Sarah and Mark. Her eyes flicked to the display on her visor. It would be early morning now in Jordan, the morning of the day of ignition. She pinged Sarah, and moments later the solar physicist's face appeared in the top right quarter of her visor display. The picture quality was poor, but all but essential communication drones had been switched off to limit net traffic, so the secure line she was using didn't have the necessary bandwidth. But she could still make out dark shadows under Sarah's bloodshot eyes. Shireen wasn't the only one unable to sleep then. Not having given any prior thought to how she was going to break the news, she decided to take it slowly. She spoke softly, so as not to be overheard. "Hello, Sarah. Is Mark with you too?" "Hi, Shireen. We haven't got you in vision. Are you contacting us through a visor?" "Yes. Sorry, it's a bit rude, but I'm, still working." "Ah, okay, of course. It must be gone midnight for you, but yes, Mark's here too." The picture shifted as Sarah lifted up her wrist pad so that Shireen could see Mark behind her. He smiled weakly and gave a little wave. Suddenly aware of those around her, she took a deep breath. "Okay, listen. I found something. The Purifiers are definitely planning some sort of attack." Sarah gasped, and Mark's face loomed large on Shireen's display as he leaned closer to Sarah's wrist pad. "What?" "I don't know any details yet, but I'm working on it. I picked up a brief message that suggests they have something in place." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "You're the first people I'm telling about this. I mean, it's not so much what the message says as who it's from. Let me read it out to you." She slid the window containing the message up her display alongside the video link so she could see it clearly. It says, "To all those who seek to purify Mother Earth of the scourge of Homo sapiens, rejoice. The day of judgment is almost upon us. Tomorrow we witness humanity's destruction by our own hands." And it's signed, Maksub. Mark spoke first, his voice echoing. "Okay, It's from their top dog. But it doesn't really say anything. For all we know, this is just propaganda. There's nothing there to suggest they actually have a plan in place. I agree, but that's not why I've contacted you, Shireen said, a little too loudly. She pulled her visor up and quickly scanned the room to make sure she hadn't been heard. She'd got away with it. She lowered the visor and her voice. It's who the message comes from. Everyone knows that Maksub is their near-mythical leader, right? The man behind the purifiers, who is most likely much more than just a talismanic figurehead. She paused, her heart pounding. This is why you both needed to know. You see, I've found the source of the message. I know who he is now. Maksub. It's Gabriel Aguda. Sarah and Mark seemed to freeze. They were aghast. Then Sarah spluttered. Aguda? It can't be. Surely that's ridiculous. Mark was frowning. He looked as if he was puzzling over a particularly difficult equation. Come on, Shireen. Seriously? This sounds like some weird conspiracy theory bullshit. Oh, what's the link between a respected academic geologist and a genocidal maniac terrorist? I mean, I've had my doubts about Aguda ever since the satellite data episode, and everyone knows he prefers the MPD option over Odin, but this, it's ludicrous. Shireen tried to control her frustration. She hadn't expected this reaction. Well, you're wrong, Mark. I know it. Okay, Shireen, Sarah interjected. The question is, what do we do about it? No one knows about this apart from the three of us, right? So tell us, what evidence do you have? I know this sounds crazy, but I've traced the message back to Aguda's personal account. Hang on, Shireen, interrupted Sarah again. If he is Maksub, why would Aguda be so stupid as to send an incriminating message from his personal account? Is this message enough to arrest and interrogate him? Then, after a pause, she added, it would, of course, mean postponing ignition until we could find out what they planned to do. Once again, Mark's face loomed large on her screen. Another thing. Don't we need to consider the possibility that the purifiers want you to think Aguda is Maksub by constructing a bogus link? That they want to, sow the seeds of doubt just to postpone ignition. That may be the best they can hope for now. Shireen couldn't understand what seemed to her like a defense of Aguda. Of course, they knew him better than she did, and so might have been prepared to give him the benefit of the doubt, but she tried again. Even if there's the slightest possibility Aguda is behind this, and there is a sabotage plan in place, we have to let the authorities know. You know that, right? If ignition is postponed, then so be it. At least we would be sure. Sarah shook her head slowly. Two problems with that. Firstly, if we go to the authorities now and demand that Aguda is arrested and interrogated, who are they going to believe? It's his word against ours. And we need to remember that Gabriel Aguda is vice chair of the Odin Project Committee. All we have is an inflammatory statement traced to the account of one of the world's most influential scientists by a young Sib who came to prominence when she hacked into government secret files. I'm sorry, Shireen, but that's what people will think. And we simply don't have time before lockdown to persuade the right people, whoever the hell they might be. Secondly, and more crucially, if the purifiers are indeed planning something, then we still have hope, and a few precious hours to find out what it might be without raising their suspicions. As soon as Aguda is arrested, and assuming he is Maksub, then the game may be up. They will almost certainly have planned for that eventuality. Shireen couldn't believe what she was hearing, but Sarah hadn't finished her train of thought. Besides, we just need to keep the project safe until lockdown. The whole point of the lockdown is that they would have to do something before then. After lockdown, no one can interfere. Shireen had already considered this. It was what scared her more than anything else. She tried to keep the desperation out of her voice. But what if they have something in place? Some virus, maybe, that only activates after lockdown? And what if the Mag-8 mind is infected or compromised, like the CERN mind in the summer? Then there'd be nothing to stop it, and we'd be helpless. This time Mark shook his head. Even if we could stop ignition after lockdown, he said, and I have no idea what would be needed to do that, short of ordering a missile strike against Mag-8, then even that wouldn't be enough. Sarah turned around to face him, so the angle of her wrist pad meant they were both out of vision now, seemingly having forgotten about Shireen, but she could still hear them. "What do you mean?" asked Sarah. "I mean, we would have to knock out the other sites too. Think about it. If the purifiers are capable of sabotaging Mag-8 in some way, then we must assume they're capable of overriding any instruction to the other 7 mines to abort in the event of only Mag-8 being destroyed. Stopping just one of the 8 beams is the nightmare scenario, remember? And even if we could avoid ignition with such drastic measures, then the purifiers will still have won. The project would be over." He sounded exhausted. "Jesus. So we lose either way." "There may be another way," Shireen interjected. The idea had been swirling around in the back of her mind ever since she'd decided to contact Sarah and Mark. What if you could get something out of a Gouda? I don't mean a full confession, just something incriminating enough to convince the world to listen to us and stop ignition. He's there with you in Mag-8, after all." They didn't reply, so she added, "But you have less than 6 hours. Chapter 40. Tuesday, 17th of September, 0930, Mag-8, Amman. Sarah knew that Shireen was right. They had to find a way of confronting a Gouda. And even if she was wrong about him, they couldn't afford to do nothing. It had taken her and Mark almost 2 hours of arguing before they settled on a plan, and Sarah could tell that he was unhappier than her by far. But they were running out of time discussing it, and she knew he could see the sense in her line of reasoning. It was the only card they had left to play. The only way to entrap a Gouda, she had argued, was if he felt safe and unthreatened. For that, she had to be the one to meet him, alone. Playing to his self-confidence, his amour propre, might just force him to let slip something they could use. But to get him to meet in the first place was trickier. How could she do that without raising suspicion? "He has to think I know more than I do, that I am a threat he will want to deal with," Mark reminded her. "Mark, we've been through this." He didn't respond. Instead, he drew her close and held her. She knew how uncomfortable he was feeling about the plan, allowing someone else he cared for to put themselves directly in danger like this. He'd just been through a major trauma in which he'd almost lost the person he loved most in the world. But Sarah wasn't Evie, and a father's love for his daughter was hardly the same as this ill-timed and misplaced chivalry. Sarah knew a Gouda had arrived at the Mag-8 facility an hour after them, along with Peter Hogan and an entourage of high-ranking officials. Most people were gathering in the vast viewing hall that overlooked the central chamber itself. The giant magnets loomed high above them like an alien space fleet hovering silently and menacingly, and below were the aluminium beam tubes glistening under the bright lights that were suspended on the walls and roof of the chamber. All 3 tubes, each with its surrounding bending magnets, split off in sequence from the main cylinder, whose sealed front end faced the northwest, ready to allow in the beam of heavy neutralinos arriving from CERN. The other ends of the 3 tubes pointed vertically down into the focusing chamber, where they merged again into a single cylinder, down which the beam of charginos would pass into the ground. The entire construct was an exact replica of the Mag-4 facility she'd seen before completion in Peru. There were 6 hours to go before ignition, and 3 hours before lockdown. The atmosphere was tense. People huddled in groups, talking in hushed tones, as though even a raised voice might jeopardize the mission. The occasional laughter she heard sounded forced. Technicians and engineers went about their business, carrying out final checks, while they still could before lockdown. Mark had found Kiang and taken him outside to talk to him, away from prying eyes and ears. He'd insisted that since his colleague was the only other person they could really trust, he needed to be brought up to speed. Sarah hadn't wanted to confront Aguda in public in case he detected something in her manner that scared him off. So they agreed she should stay out of his sight and send him a brief message instead. She found an empty meeting room to hide away in and composed the message. Gabriel, I don't know who else to turn to, but I need to speak to someone urgently. There's a plot to sabotage Mag-8 that we've uncovered, and we have to warn people. Can we talk privately? Waiting for Aguda's response was almost unbearable. The minutes ticked by, and she wondered whether he was deliberately ignoring the message. Did he suspect anything? Possibly. Would he be considering the possibility that they were trying to entrap him? Mark and Kiang joined her in the room. Damn it, Mark. It's been almost 20 minutes. He's not responded. Have we just made a terrible mistake? Mark began pacing up and down. Right. If we haven't heard from Aguda in another 10 minutes, we'll have to go to security and insist he's arrested. They'd be crazy to ignore us. And then Sarah received a message. Meet me in the old electron booster ring building. 15 minutes. Relief mixed with fear washed through her. This was it. The game was on. The booster hall was situated within the old Sesame building, an artifact of a bygone era, despite its microtron accelerator still being used to produce the electrons that were injected into the much larger storage rings of the new accelerator. But from the start of the project, several months earlier, these experimental buildings had been sitting dormant and deserted, with all the large, superconducting magnets being appropriated for Mag-8's construction. The building was quiet when Sarah walked in, and the air smelled stale and suffocating. She could see the central area of the hall, the site of the accelerator ring, a circular tube 40 meters in circumference and threaded through multiple magnets like a necklace. Hidden within high concentric shielding walls, it was accessed by following a winding corridor, like walking around the outer layers of a circular garden maze, but with 2-meter-thick concrete walls instead of green hedges. Aguda obviously knew his way around the Sesame complex. The hall was certainly far from prying eyes and ears. Despite feeling terrified, Sarah made her way to the experimental area. She rehearsed her lines. She couldn't afford to let her guard slip, and nervously checked her AR feed to make sure it was recording everything she saw and heard. She wasn't surprised to see the network signal drop out as she walked deeper into the building. Mark and Shireen would by now have lost contact with her. Had Aguda chosen the location so that no one outside could eavesdrop? Did he suspect something? Did he even have any intention of letting her go? She knew the risk she was taking, but it seemed the only way. She wondered if Gabriel was already there. The shielding corridor opened up into a large hall. Looking about her, the only accessible floor space was a narrow walkway squeezed between the outer wall and the accelerator ring itself, which was situated about waist-high all the way around. The chamber was crowded with instrumentation, stacks of shelving overflowing with electronic equipment connected by a multicolored spaghetti of wires and cables. Nothing seemed to be switched on. There was none of the usual comforting hum or the colourful glow of the LEDs. There were tables on which lay abandoned tools and dormant computer displays. The only sounds Sarah could hear were her own footsteps and the blood rushing in her ears. The lighting was poor on this side of the ring, and at first she thought she was alone. Gabriel hadn't arrived yet. Maybe he wouldn't come. Maybe he planned to imprison her here until after lockdown. No, he wouldn't be foolish enough to believe she was the only one who knew about the plan. Then she saw a figure moving out from the shadows. Sarah, you came." She stopped dead in her tracks. At first she was confused. Confusion that was quickly followed by a dreadful dawning realization. She felt a strange, prickly tingling, as though electrodes had been attached to every part of her body. It was Hogan, Senator Peter Hogan, and he was smiling his broadest smile. He was wearing a stylish cream suit and was studying what looked to be a small display pad. "I hope you're not too disappointed to see me instead of Gabriel. He felt this was just too important for him to deal with, and so he asked me." He winked at her conspiratorially. Every nerve in her body yelled at her to run, but she knew she had to hear him out. Resting the display gently on the table, Hogan walked slowly towards her. "Okay, Sarah, here we are, just the two of us." He held his hands out to either side of him. "So, I think we can be frank with each other, yes?" He didn't wait for an answer. "Now that you believe there's been some sort of security breach here at Mag-8 and that the project is in jeopardy, this, just a few hours before the most portentous moment in human history, don't you think you're leaving it rather late in the day to be worrying about monsters under the bed?" To her relief, he stopped a couple of meters from her. She managed to find her voice, and to her surprise, it sounded steadier than she could have hoped. "Please, don't be facetious, Senator. I needed to speak to Gabriel urgently because he's the person you go to when you dig up secrets, right? Just like you did with those files about the satellite data." He smiled again, flashing his shark's teeth. "Well, I don't think Gabriel is in any position to help you right now. Poor Gabriel, a man always aiming higher than his limited intellect would allow. A man without the imagination to be anything other than a foot soldier." At first, Sarah wasn't quite sure what he'd meant. Then it hit her like a juggernaut. She didn't know how she knew. She just knew, as sure as she had been of anything in her life. Oh, shit. Aguda isn't that man. He never was. I'm looking at Maksub right now. She didn't need to rationalize how or why a successful American politician was also the leader of a terrorist organization intent on wiping humankind off the face of the earth. A fresh rush of adrenaline coursed through her body, and it gave her courage. "I have to hold it together, otherwise we'll have nothing." Somehow she managed to compose herself. She refocused her eyes to check her retinal feed was still recording. "Okay, let's see what you got, you bastard." "Then maybe you can help instead, Senator. After all, you're clearly the one with the real influence, a man people will listen to." When he didn't answer, she carried on. "Of course, we don't want to trigger an unnecessary postponement of ignition, because that would mean weeks of delay before we could try again. And I saw what happened in Rio. We can't risk waiting around for a catastrophic event like that to happen again. Of course, you were in Rio during the March event. How awful for you. All that tragic loss of life you weren't able to stop. You bastard. White-hot anger rose up in her, and she had to use all her resolve to keep it from bubbling over. He smiled again. And tell me, Sarah, how, may I ask, has this information come to your attention, given that the entire world's cybersecurity effort is, at this very moment, focused on ensuring today goes smoothly? She breathed deeply. I have reason to believe the purifiers are here at Mag 8 and are planning some sort of act of sabotage. Oh? And this is something you have discovered, that neither the Sentinels nor the rest of humanity seem to have picked up. Did she detect a slight rise in the level of his voice, as though he were becoming excited by this game? Good. And he hadn't yet asked her what the nature of her suspicions were. Was this an acknowledgement that there really was a plan in place? It would appear so, yes, she prodded. Although Mark Bruckner believes the purifiers know they've failed and that it's too late to stop ignition now. And what do you think, Sarah? His eyes glittered. Right, this is it. It doesn't matter that it's Hogan, not Aguda. This was what she had rehearsed. She needed to get under his skin. I'm not so sure, she replied, as calmly as she could. Personally, I just don't think we can take that chance. They've shown themselves to be very resourceful, but then their failure so far also suggests they don't have the know-how, intellect, or imagination to strike the killer blow. Their acts seem too clumsy and random, too uncoordinated. Hogan's pale blue eyes drilled into hers. He seemed to be enjoying this. She had to keep going. She had just switched tack from claiming to have uncovered a plot to arguing that the purifiers weren't capable of carrying it out, and she didn't think Hogan had noticed. Personally, I wonder whether their supposed leader, Maksub, really exists. He sounds more like a concept, invented by a group of desperate individuals. Of course, if he does exist, and is planning something, then I would expect him to want to reveal himself at the end, to bathe in the glory of achieving his ultimate aim. For the first time in their conversation, Hogan didn't respond immediately. He appeared to be mulling over what she'd said. Aware of his own hesitation, he suddenly straightened himself and took a casual step closer. She called upon every ounce of determination not to back away from him, and somehow managed to keep her feet rooted to the spot. This is getting boring, Sarah, and frankly, I don't have the time for it. So please stop playing the tiresome amateur psychologist. This was her chance. Oh, I'm not playing. I'm deadly serious. Strange that you haven't yet asked me what it is I know, what I may have uncovered, Senator Hogan. Or perhaps you would prefer to be addressed as Maksub? It was as if a switch had been flipped. His smile evaporated, to be replaced by a look of pure malevolence. Oh, Sarah, he snarled. How very clever of you. And yet you were expecting to meet Gabriel. Did you find his message to the purifiers? It's a little insulting that you fell for it so quickly. To think that Gabriel Aguda can control the destiny of the entire planet. Although, of course, I'm rather pleased you realize your mistake now. His expression suddenly softened, and he turned his gaze upwards as though recalling a fond memory. Poor Gabriel. He's been useful in so many ways, always eager to play with the big boys, and oh so desperate to make his mark on the world. She had to think fast. If Hogan sent the message out from Aguda's account to deflect attention, why do it at all? Why risk exposure at the last minute? Wait, maybe it's obvious. Maybe he had to reach out to his followers, a last rallying cry from their prophet. His ego was too big not to. Then the cold, psychopathic stare was back. She felt his eyes bore into her. So tell me, Sarah, what's your plan? Is your knight in shining armor going to dash in and rescue you from my evil clutches? He shook his head again, as though reprimanding an errant child. I should inform you that I took the liberty of locking the door remotely as soon as I heard you enter. After all, we wouldn't want anybody disturbing our friendly chat. So, I am afraid no one will be able to come in or out. It's just you and me, until after ignition. Despite her terror, she found the strength from somewhere to blurt out, "Why? What is it you plan to do?" He laughed. It was a blood-curdling laugh, devoid of human emotion. "Oh, Sarah, is this where the good guy convinces the bad guy to reveal his master plan now that he thinks he's got away with it? How sweet. But that wouldn't be so much fun." Somehow, he was now just an arm's length away, and she took an involuntary step back, feeling the cold metal of the accelerator ring against her back. She was trapped. And like a wolf moving in for the kill, Hogan sensed her panic. Sweet, innocent Dr. Sarah Maitland. You are so out of your depth right now. Did you really think that you could stop the inevitable? She needed to stall for time. She needed to find out what the inevitable was. She could worry about escape later. She couldn't give up now. Chapter 41. Tuesday, 17th of September, 03:30, Washington, D.C. When Shireen lost contact with Sarah, she first assumed it was just the net being taken down for added security. But Sarah's retinal feed had dropped out as soon as she had entered the booster hall, so it had to be because of some sort of shielding inside the building. Had Aduda chosen to meet her there because he knew any transmissions to and from the outside world would be blocked? Mark didn't sound surprised when he contacted her a few seconds later. "Shireen, I have no signal from Sarah. I assume you don't either?" "No, I've lost signal too. What happened?" I could kick myself for not saying this sooner. The radio frequency generated by the particle accelerator in there, when it's running, means that the whole building must have been acting as a giant Faraday cage to stop any radio waves escaping and interfering with the electronic instruments inside. So Sarah's in there, alone with Aguda, and we can't see or hear what's happening. You don't need to tell me that. I've got to go in after her. No, wait. She felt her voice rise. I mean, you can't. If he sees you before Sarah can learn anything, it's all over. It may be all over already, Shireen. If Aguda chose the location so as not to be heard, then maybe he knows we're onto him. And that means Sarah's life is in danger. I can't risk it. She knew she couldn't stop him. She switched her display to Mark's retinal feed, even though she knew it would be pointless as soon as he too went inside the building. So she saw the closed doors of the booster ring building at the same time that he did. "Fuck, I'm locked out." Mark's voice crackled through her earpiece. "And Sarah's trapped in there with that monster. Shireen, is there anything you can do from your end?" She didn't answer right away. A thought had suddenly occurred to her. If the doors were locked, then Aguda was definitely onto them, in which case, wouldn't he have simply locked Sarah inside, alone? She quickly traced his whereabouts from his wristpad. Yep, she was right. "Mark, Aguda's not in there with her. He's still somewhere in the main building, but I can't pinpoint his location any better than that." "You mean he's locked her in there alone?" "To keep her out of the way until ignition? That doesn't make sense. Wouldn't he want to know what she knew?" Mark was right. Aguda couldn't be sure who else knew. She watched through Mark's eyes as he turned away from the doors and made his way back to the Mag 8 building. He said, "Okay, see if you can get those doors unlocked. I'm going to track down Aguda." "Okay," said Shireen. "I'm sending through a map of the site with his location to your AR feed, but you're on your own after that. I have another idea. Contact me if you need to." Shireen knew trying to get Sarah out would be a waste of time. Hacking into the central control system at Sesame in order to release those doors wouldn't work. Even before they went into lockdown, the Mag 8 mind, or its sentinels, would be on to her instantly. Sarah was locked in there, alone, but as far as Shireen could tell, safe. And with just a few hours to go, they were getting nowhere. Still, maybe there was something she could try. It would be the most outrageous and foolish thing she'd ever attempted in her life. She shivered. Indeed, it might well mean the end of her life, but she had no other option, and she couldn't do it without help. First, she had to get across town to the FBI's National Security Facility. She slipped out of the building in which she'd spent the past 5 days and into the cool night air. The streets were eerily quiet. The entire population of the city seemed to have decided to wait it out and watch events unfold on the few official media networks still operating. There were hardly any cars around either, but she found one that seemed to have been abandoned in a hurry near a charging pod. She climbed in, hacked its computer, and headed for the facility. On the way, she called the one person who might be willing to help her. Zach Boardman picked up almost immediately. Like everyone, he sounded on edge, and was certainly surprised to hear from her, but he was also prepared to listen. Shireen smiled when she heard the young FBI man's voice. They had quite a bit in common. A few years older, Boardman had shown an almost embarrassing degree of admiration for her during the 2 days of interrogation after her arrest back in February. Of all the FBI team who had questioned her, he had been the most impressed with the Trojan Horse Code. She saw him as a kindred spirit, and was now thankful that she'd kept in touch with him. She pinged him the message from Maksoop and gave him a brief outline of what she knew. "We can safely assume that if the purifiers have done something as crude as planting a bomb inside Mag 8, then the mind or its sentinels would have found it by now, right?" "Of course. So, then what exactly are you suggesting they could do?" Shireen hesitated. How much should she divulge? Too much, and he would try to talk her out of what she had in mind. More likely still, he would just think she was mad. She took a deep breath. She had to take the chance. "Zach, how much do you know about swarm technology?" "Huh? Well, not my area, but I know we have a lot of people working on it. So do the Chinese and Indians. It's no big secret. But why are you asking me this now? We're just hours away from lockdown after all, and—" "I know, Zach," she interrupted. "And I know anyone could look up the details online. Flying nanomachines, manufactured in huge numbers. Probably up to 1 billion in a single swarm. Independent entities acting in unison, but each obeying remarkably simple rules." "You mean like staying at a constant distance from their surrounding neighbors, which gives the illusion of choreographed motion?" "Exactly. Like a murmuration of starlings weaving those stunning patterns in the sky." As she spoke, she only half registered the outside world. The car sped along its programmed route, maneuvering around hastily parked, probably abandoned vehicles. The scene on the deserted Washington streets was like something from a post-apocalyptic horror movie. "But that's wrong," said Zach. "A nanoswarm is much more like a single artificial organism, a cloud of programmable matter. Each nanobot processor has the storage capacity and power of an insect's brain, and yet, because it doesn't need any of this brain power for keeping itself alive, or hunting for food or finding mates, its entire focus can be on its mission. It was what Shireen had feared. So, a swarm would be more like an army of 1 billion telepathic killer bees acting as a single unit? Yes, but wait a minute, Shireen. Are you suggesting the purifiers could have got their hands on a nanoswarm to send into Mag-8? When Zack said out loud what she had only toyed with in her mind, it made it sound both terrifying and so much more real. I don't know, Zack. I just think that, logically, it's the only option available to them if they want to evade detection by the mind. I still don't understand. How would that be possible? I'll explain later, but I need to get into your TID lab, and you're going to help me. She knew she sounded more bright-eyed than she felt. He was silent for a few seconds. Then, okay, I'm listening. She checked the onboard map. She'd be with Zack in just over 30 minutes, enough time for her to outline what she had in mind and convince him that she wasn't completely crazy. She got the car to drop her about 50 meters from the front gate of the NSF compound. Shireen had decided to walk the rest of the way. No need to spook the guards. As she approached, she spotted the skinny figure of the young agent standing in the glare from the harsh arc lights above the security gates. Zack Boardman walked towards her, flanked by the 2 heavily armed sentries, both of whom looked like they'd rather be anywhere but here tonight. "That's far enough, Miss Darvish," said one of them, who stood back, leveling his gun at her while the other approached. He held a biometric scanner in front of her face. He nodded as though satisfied and turned to Zack. "Okay, Agent Boardman, she's cleared to come in, but she stays with you at all times, understood?" Zack thanked him and signaled to Shireen to follow him through the barriers into the compound. Shireen fell in behind him, checking the time as she went. It had taken her longer than she'd expected to get here, less than 90 minutes till lockdown. Looking across at the imposing building, she could see a lot of activity inside. But Zack led her along a diagonal path that took them away from the main entrance towards the far side of the grounds. As they approached, she could make out the sleek glass and steel frame of a newer, smaller structure, half hidden by sycamore trees. This was it, the FBI's TID lab. She knew enough about total immersive displacement to understand that it was still a highly experimental technology, but it was her only chance. She could tell Zack was nervous, but hoped he was smart enough to understand the ramifying consequences of not helping her. At first, he tried to argue that he should be the one to displace, but she had persuaded him that it had to be her, because if anything went wrong, she would need him to bring her back. Total immersive displacement had been feasible for many years, ever since the early days of virtual reality. Shireen remembered her father talking to her about it when she was younger. She had grown up in a world where virtual reality was a given, but it had been mainly used in the entertainment industry, first for fully immersive gaming experiences, and then with widespread use of 360-degree stereoscopic cameras and binaural audio in movie making. TID was very different. Full displacement technology, whereby one could, in the most real sense imaginable, experience being in a different physical location, remained a tightly controlled technology because of its security and ethical implications. Yet it was an open secret that many countries' militaries had perfected true TID some years ago. Zack hadn't said a word as they had made their way to the laboratory building. Now he presented his eyes and palm to the scanner, and the doors slid open. As they entered the deserted building, the lights flicked on. Shireen hoped that their presence wouldn't attract attention. They walked along the corridor towards the lab, accompanied by the echo of their footsteps. As they went, Zack outlined what the procedure involved. The subject is injected with nanobots directly into their bloodstream, which navigate their way to the brain. Shireen felt him look at her as he continued. There they take over control of the neurons responsible for visual, auditory, and other senses. Even though he wasn't telling her anything she didn't know already, she let him talk, as it seemed to relax him. TID had been something of an obsession of hers ever since she'd heard about it, but she never imagined she would be able to experience it herself, and certainly not when the stakes were so high. The idea itself was, she thought, technologically beautiful. The nanobots received their data from the remote location, transferring it directly to the subject, and so giving him, or her, a total immersive experience. Seeing, hearing, feeling, even smelling the location they were transported to, as though they were physically there. She felt her heartbeat quicken at the enormity of what she was about to do. They reached the lab, and again Zack had to be biometrically scanned in order to gain access. Shireen followed him into a large, brightly lit research lab. Everything looked pristine, as though no human had ever set foot in the place. One wall was covered with a bank of electronic instrumentation, on which a few multicolored LED lights were blinking. The rest of the windowless lab was bare, gleaming white plastic. The only piece of furniture seemed to be a black leather reclining seat in the center. It reminded Shireen of a dentist's chair. She started to walk towards it when she noticed that Zack wasn't following her. She turned. He stood there, hovering just inside the lab entrance and looking more nervous than ever. She tried to control her frustration and smiled at him. "Look, I know what I'm getting into here." He didn't reply, but moved slowly to the bank of electronics and began switching on the instruments. As the lab's background hum grew noticeably louder, Shireen suddenly acknowledged just what she was asking of the FBI agent. She went over to him and reached out to rest a hand on his arm. "Look, Zack, I know this is mad, and I know it's dangerous. And the best we can hope for is that my worries are unfounded. The project will go smoothly, and we'll both be arrested. But then if I don't..." Zack's eyes suddenly flashed in anger. "Don't you think I know that? Would you have got this far if I didn't?" He turned back to the instruments. "I'm sorry." Her voice was barely a whisper. She walked back to the chair in the middle of the room. Of course, there was every good reason to be nervous. What she was planning on doing had never been done before. She ran her fingers along the smooth leather of the TID chair. It had a certain hypnotic quality about it, beautiful yet terrifying in equal measure. She had dreamed of a moment like this, but now that it was a reality, all the excitement and romance had vanished. All that was left was a sense of foreboding. The low electronic hum rose in pitch as the system booted up. Zack walked over to her. He was carrying a metal tray on which there was a very ordinary-looking syringe. "Look, Shireen, TID technology is perfectly safe as long as you displace somewhere alone. But you want to put yourself inside the Mag-8 facility. That's sheer lunacy." Damn it, he was still trying to talk her out of this. There's a mind in there that is on high alert for anything out of the ordinary. Anything at all. "I know that, Zack, and I know the risk I'm taking, but I need to do this. Whatever the purifiers may have planned, I think it will only become evident after lockdown. If I displace too early, then I'll be detected and kicked out by the human controllers. But it's crucial I'm inside when the lockdown happens. I just hope that the mind gives me a chance to explain." She hoped she sounded more confident than she felt. Zack looked far from convinced, trying to appeal to her common sense. "Listen, you know as well as I do that a mind can assimilate new information and learn new tricks 1,000,000 times faster than any human. So don't tell me you can outwit it. I'm not. And I don't want to get into a pointless argument about machine consciousness. She paused and looked at him. It's just that I don't think an AI mind is capable of recognizing a psychopathic human mind, one willing to destroy the world, which is why I have to help it. Without waiting for his response, Shireen eased herself into the chair. It felt cold where it met her skin. Can we just get on with this, please, Zach? We don't have long, and have to time this just right. He nodded, reached around to the back of the chair and produced a jet black, full head and face helmet. Put this on. It has several thousand sensors and probes on the inside that pick up your brain's activity and transmit your thoughts to the remote location. At the same time, it'll be sending data back in the opposite direction. He paused, as though he was worried he'd spooked her too much, before adding, but it should feel quite comfortable. Shireen gingerly pulled the helmet over her head and let out a gasp of surprise. The front visor, which had looked black from the inside, projected bright, pale blue light on the inside. She felt as if she was staring up into a clear summer sky. She could hear Zach hooking her up to various machines, monitors, that would record her vital signs and allow him to instantly kill the power to the nanobots and bring her back. She felt her nervousness rise a notch. She thought about her parents at home in Tehran. She knew they'd be worrying whether the world would be around for them to ever see her again. She thought about Majid. She missed him more than ever. And she wondered what Sarah must be going through right now, imprisoned and helpless. Zach snapped her out of her reverie. Okay, Shireen. Are you ready? Her mouth felt dry. The sentinels protecting the Mag-8 mind, and even the mind itself, would fry her brain if they saw her as a hostile presence and rejected the merge. Okay, let's get on with this, she whispered, almost to herself. Right, relax your arm. I hope this doesn't hurt too much. I've never done it before. Then there was a sharp sensation of pressure in her forearm. She sucked in a deep breath. So, this was it. No turning back now. Zach had injected her with the nanobots. Suddenly, this didn't seem like such a great idea. Within seconds, she was floating, her body no longer belonging to her. She experienced a brief sense of panic. As a child, she had suffered from sleep paralysis, being fully awake and yet unable to move or speak. This felt like that, and then the sensation fell away. Slowly, the monochromatic blue light changed, and Shireen could pick out features. As her surroundings swam into focus, she saw that she was standing in a garden, a place she guessed was a virtual reality holding area for her to become familiar with the sensation of controlling her avatar body before she was displaced. She looked down to see that she was standing barefooted on a manicured lawn. All around her were thick bushes rich in colourful flowers. She could feel the grass beneath her feet and smell the sweet scent of jasmines and roses. She tried lifting her hand up to her face and found it very easy. She told herself that what she was looking at was a computer-generated hand. It wasn't hers. She knew that back in the lab, her own hand would not be moving. Her brain had sent a signal to the muscles to raise an arm, but the nanobots had intercepted it and translated it into the sensation of lifting the imaginary avatar limb. Shireen had spent her life playing immersive VR games and was perfectly at ease experiencing the sensation of moving around and interacting in a computer-generated world. Wearing her gaming helmet, haptic suit and gloves, it was easy to fool the brain into believing you were in some fantasy world of aliens and monsters. But you still had to swivel your head to look around you, and you still had to physically move your arms or manipulate your fingers for your actions to be translated into the virtual world. This was different. Every one of her senses was confirming to her that she was physically standing in the garden, and the illusion was utterly impossible to shake, however hard she tried to convince herself otherwise. She fought back her panic and forced herself to relax, to accept it. And when Zack spoke softly to her, she realized that it was a subtly different experience from the usual sensation of hearing, as though his voice was being generated inside her head. "Okay, Shireen, listen to me because this is very important. There isn't any way the outside world can make contact with the Mag-8 mind once lockdown has been initiated. So it'll be up to the mind to find you, not the other way around. I'm ready." Shireen could hear her own voice in her head, but wasn't sure if her lips had moved in the lab. However, her thought had clearly been transmitted to Zack because he immediately responded. "Good. Everything seems in order from this end. Now we just wait." Chapter 42. Tuesday, 17th of September, 11 a.m., Mag 8, Amman. Sarah couldn't just give up now. She might be locked in with this monster, but she was still recording his confession. She needed to know what he had planned. I have to play for time. Keep him talking. Let him think he's won. "So, tell me, Senator, make me understand. What would motivate you to want to do this?" "There's that amateur psychologist again," laughed Hogan. He seemed to relax a little and step back from her, as though he felt he had all the time in the world, and was having second thoughts about terminating their conversation just yet. "Maybe I need to lie down on a couch if we're gonna do this properly. Okay then, Dr. Maitland. It's only a few hours till the end of the world, so why not? In any case, I don't plan for you personally to even live that long. Let's see if you have the intellectual capacity to understand." Jesus, he's going to confess his entire woke ideology to me, then he's going to kill me. Her back was pressed hard against the electron beam pipe. The metal felt cold. She stole a quick glance behind her to see if there was anything she could use as a weapon, hoping he hadn't noticed. What if he does? He must know I'm not going down without a fight. There was nothing, but she needed to keep him talking, get him to reveal something. Any evolutionary psychologist will tell you that your feelings of altruism, your empathy and compassion towards fellow human beings, is an evolved trait. You're not nice because you choose to be. It was in our ancestors' interests, going back 100,000 years, to show kindness, to cooperate. Or maybe you try to be good because some holy book says you had better be, otherwise you'll incur the displeasure of some divine creator. But on an individual basis, what use do we have for altruism other than to make us feel better about ourselves? What if you could turn off that switch? You would be liberated, free from the desire, the need to make others happy. And you feel liberated, do you, Hogan? Is that it? But that's not enough for you, is it? Being ambivalent towards fellow humans is one thing, but your empty, psychopathic antipathy, that takes a special kind of insanity. Hogan didn't look remotely unsettled. "The truth is, I can't really remember when my feelings towards my fellow man and, woman, actually began. Did you know I read the work of Immanuel Kant as a student? Back then, I thought I understood who I was, what I was. No different from a million other young men. A misanthrope. Only the more I read, the more I came to realize that men like Kant, or writers like Gustave Flaubert, or even geniuses like Michelangelo and Newton, all supposedly famous misanthropes, were just loners who didn't like being around other people. Nothing more than a social phobia that led them to dislike everyone around them. They were weak, pathetic sociopaths, Sarah, and I grew to despise them even more than the rest of humanity. He smiled, that smile again, the dead smile that made her want to retch. You know, I really did try to rationalize my feelings, to understand my nihilism. And I think I did in the end. He paused and looked away, as though trying to invoke human emotions. But he quickly snapped his attention back to Sarah, and the cold, sharp focus was back in his eyes. You do know we've brought this all on ourselves, don't you? His voice was suddenly louder. How long have we been destroying our planet? And how long did you think it would be before the planet fought back? We changed its climate, we plundered its resources, we poisoned the land, the oceans, and the atmosphere. Finally, Mother Earth has had enough. Is that so difficult to comprehend? Flecks of spittle had appeared around the corners of his mouth. My God, he really is totally, utterly mad. She tried to keep her face expressionless. In this new spirit of openness, would he finally reveal what she needed? It wasn't so difficult to take on the persona of Maksub either. People find the notion of a respected U.S. senator leading such a double life so unlikely as to be laughable. And Maksub is such a comic book villain, isn't he? In my late 20s, he paused, tilting his head to one side. By the way, you don't mind me telling you all this, do you? I mean, I hope you didn't have anywhere else you needed to be. Any other pressing engagements? Only, it's so lovely to be able to chat so candidly. It's so close to the end of days. Anyway, as I was saying, in my late 20s, I was spending a lot of time in the Arabian Gulf, advising governments on a proposed new clean energy program. One day, I was driven out to the eastern desert, where I met with disaffected Bedouin tribesmen. Many of them had grown up in the wealthiest countries in the world, with every conceivable luxury at their disposal. But with the oil crash of '28 coinciding with the new breakthroughs in solar energy tech, it became clear that the world had lost its appetite for fossil fuels. Almost overnight, once rich Gulf nations were plunged into deep poverty. It's not surprising they became bitter and angry. Easy pickings. I began recruiting on the dark web, first from the Middle East and gradually from every corner of the globe. But I was given an Arabic name, Maksub, which I believe means recruited one. Bless them for thinking they had recruited me to their cause. I gave them the cause. He sighed. And there ye have it, Sarah. Now you know me. But I still don't suppose you can see why this is all necessary, can you? There was a madness in his eyes now that she hadn't seen before, as though he'd spent his life suppressing it in order to appear normal, to appear human. And now he could afford to let the mask slip, to reveal the monster beneath. Why, what is necessary, Hogan? Oh, I'm quite enjoying this. You want me to tell you what I have planned? Well, let's just say that it is deliciously simple. A basic oversight that everyone will be giving themselves for missing for the entire remainder of their lives, which I believe will be around 10 minutes after ignition. The table next to him was littered with an array of electronic detritus, discarded tools, components, and dust-covered display pads. Hogan looked down and selected an ugly-looking spanner, testing its heft by moving it from one hand to the other and back again. Shit. Was this it? Sarah felt a chill ripple through her. Hogan was bigger and physically stronger, and he was about to bludgeon her to death as if this was a nightmarish game of Cluedo. A whimper of fear escaped her lips and he grinned. It seemed to please him. He stepped towards her. Incredibly, she heard him humming to himself. His sheer arrogance and overconfidence meant that he was still looking down at the spanner when she struck. With a war cry of rage, she leapt at him, channeling all her fear, her rage, into her right arm. She punched forward, locking it just before impact. "Fuck you, Hogan!" she screamed as the palm of her hand connected hard with his nose. She heard the crunch of the breaking cartilage, and the look of surprise on his face became a rictus of pain as his nose exploded in a fountain of blood. He was thrown backwards, tripping over thick cables, arms scrabbling to find a handhold, as his head thudded against the edge of a steel casing protruding from the side of the booster ring. He was unconscious before he hit the ground. Adrenaline pumping, Sarah turned and ran back towards the winding corridor that led to the exit. She had no idea how she would get out. Hogan had said he'd locked the door remotely from within, so presumably it could be opened from the inside. Reaching the steel door, she slammed her hand against the large exit button on the wall. Nothing happened. Letting out a feral scream of frustration and rage that echoed around her, Sarah began hammering on the door. She had the proof that they so desperately needed that the purifiers were planning something, but couldn't do anything with it. What were Mark and Shireen doing? Less than 2 hours till lockdown, and she had no connection with the outside world. Pushing back a growing panic, Sarah wondered whether there was another way out. Then remembered the e-pad that Hogan had been looking at when he'd stepped out of the shadows. Of course, that had to be how he had locked the door remotely. She retraced her steps to the accelerator hall. A streak of blood glittered wetly on the floor, but Hogan was nowhere to be seen, and neither was the e-pad he'd left on the table. Chapter 43. Tuesday, 17th of September, 11:30 a.m., Mag 8, Amman. Mark sprinted back to the main Mag 8 building. No time to formulate a plan. If Aguda had locked Sarah inside the electron booster hall, then surely that was evidence not only of his guilt, but that he was planning something and wanted her out of the way. But would he be stupid enough to think that she was working alone? This wasn't a scenario they had contemplated. All he knew was that he had no choice now but to confront the geologist. Shireen had said that Gabriel Aguda was somewhere in the main building, but he wasn't among the rest of the dignitaries in the main viewing gallery. Trying to appear calm and not draw attention to himself, Mark ran through his options. He didn't have many. Well, this was it. No more cloak and dagger heroics. He needed to alert security. Mark couldn't claim to know General Hussein Hassan, a retired army general, well, but he knew enough to suggest that Hassan was the sort of man used to dishing out orders, not taking them, and Mark had no reason not to trust him. He took the stairs down to the ground floor 3 at a time. Outside the general's office, he flashed his ID at the 2 guards, who moved to block him. Too late. The door was open, and the general waved him in. The head of security at Mag 8 sat behind a large mahogany desk, and in front of an even larger framed photograph of the King of Jordan. There were several others present, including a couple of UN officials Mark recognized, all engaged in an animated conversation. Mark didn't have time for pleasantries and launched straight in. "General, apologies for interrupting things, but what I'm about to tell you is critical, and you must believe me because we don't have much time." The general stared at him, his face unreadable. "I have reason to believe that Dr. Aguda is a dangerous man," Mark continued, "and we need to speak to him urgently." "Why do you say that, Professor?" The general's voice betrayed no emotion, and Mark thought he didn't look particularly surprised. Did he already know about Aguda? If so, why wasn't ignition being aborted? Hassan didn't wait for a response from Mark. Instead, he continued. You're late to the party, Professor Bruckner. We have this in hand. Mark was stunned. What the fuck was going on? Listen to me, goddammit. The project itself is in jeopardy. He slammed his fist on the desk and leaned towards the general. Gabriel Aguda is not who you think he is. He's plotting something, and we need to find him pretty damn quickly. And I just told you, Hassan said, his voice measured, that we have it under control. Kicking back his chair, the general stood and walked round from behind his desk. He nodded at the others in the room. Excuse me, everyone. Come with me, Professor. Baffled, Mark was led out of the office and down the corridor to the far end of the building. A pair of Jordanian soldiers stood guard outside what Mark assumed must have been one of the many administrative offices. He could hear murmured conversation coming from within. The soldiers jumped to attention, one opening the door. Whatever it was that Mark expected to see, it wasn't this. A group of men and women parted to let the general and Mark through. That's when Mark saw Gabriel Aguda. In the far corner of the room, he sat at a terminal table, his head thrown forward and resting in a pool of slowly congealing blood. His glassy stare seemed to be directed straight at Mark. In his hand, hanging limply to one side, was a gun. He looked quite dead. As he approached, Mark could see a neat hole above Aguda's ear, where the bullet must have entered. He felt bile rise up in his gorge. The general was speaking, and he forced himself to look away, to focus. We found out about Dr. Aguda's involvement in a plot here at Mag 8 just under an hour ago. Within minutes, we found him here. We were warned that he would try something. The man was clearly unhinged and desperate to sabotage the project. But what happened here? Muttered Mark, gesturing in the direction of the geologist's corpse. This looks like a suicide. It would indeed appear so, especially since he has conveniently left us a message. The general raised a bushy eyebrow. Was this Aguda's parting shot? Set whatever plan he had in motion, then, because he knew his cover had been blown, take his own life to keep it secret? So why have you not stopped ignition? Mark shouted. As I said, Professor, we have it in hand. Aguda was planning to set off an explosive device timed for the moment of ignition. It would have destroyed Mag 8 just as the dark matter beam arrived from CERN. Mark stared at the general. And how do you know all this? Because, Professor Bruckner, we were tipped off by the same source who alerted us to Aguda. The information was indeed reliable. We found the device hidden in the basement, just where we were told it would be, and defused it. Mark's mind was reeling. There was something not quite right here. But how? I thought security around all the sites was meant to be so tight you couldn't smuggle in a cheese sandwich without it raising the threat level. So who told you all this? If you must know, it came from the very top. Senator Hogan himself had been alerted and he informed me. Now, if you'll excuse me, Professor, I need to find the senator, who also seems to have gone missing. The general turned to leave the conference room, then slowed down and turned back to Mark. Actually, Professor Bruckner, I meant to ask you, how did you come by this information? Have you spoken to the senator today? What? Mark tried to make sense of all this. Somehow, Hogan must have received his own intelligence at the same time as Shireen. Was that coincidence? He doubted it. I'll explain in a few minutes, but if you're sure the danger is over, I need a few of your men to come with me to help open the locked door of the booster hall. Aguda has locked Dr. Maitland in there." The general stared at Mark for a few seconds, then signalled to the 2 armed guards to go with him. As Mark hurried across the compound, flanked by the 2 silent soldiers, he tried to piece things together. Something was bugging him. The timing was all wrong. He checked the time as he ran. It had been 45 minutes since he'd lost contact with Sarah. She'd been locked inside just after that. But if Hassan was right and Aguda had shot himself an hour ago, then he couldn't have been the one who had locked Sarah in. It took just a few minutes for the soldiers to deactivate the electronic locking device hidden behind a wall panel and pull the large steel door open manually. As soon as there was enough of a gap, Mark pushed past them before they could stop him. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light inside, he saw Sarah running towards him, shielding her eyes from the harsh glare of sunlight as she did so. He threw his arms around her. She was shaking. "Mark, thank God," she sobbed, but then suddenly pushed herself away from him. "We don't have much time left." "It's okay, Sarah. They've found the device, and Aguda's dead. Shot himself." "Aguda's dead?" "Yes, that figures." "Mark, it's not Aguda. It never was. It's Hogan. He's Maksub. And he's completely crazy." Then she added, "And it's not over. Not by a long shot." Everything suddenly dropped into place. Of course it was Hogan. How could he have been so slow? This whole charade was set up by Hogan. Did he have Aguda killed? Did he do it himself? "Mark, Hogan's in there somewhere." Sarah turned and pointed back into the darkness. "He was going to—" Her voice cracked, and she paused, composing herself. "He's hurt. I hit him, and he fell, but now I can't find him. We need to get to the control room and abort ignition, now." Seeing the look of desperation on her face, he didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, we need to go. Tell me what you know on the way." But as he turned to go, he came face to face with the 2 soldiers, weapons aimed straight at him and Sarah. "We are sorry, Professor," said one. He looked almost apologetic. They were the first words he'd spoken. "But General Hassan has ordered us to keep you and Dr. Metin here until lockdown." "What the fuck?" Sarah moved towards the door. "This is insane. Did you not just hear us? Senator Hogan is the one you should be worried about, and he's somewhere in there and planning something that will kill you and everyone you love." The other, older soldier stepped forward and shoved Sarah back. Mark tensed and grabbed Sarah's hand before she could retaliate. The younger man continued. "General Hassan said you would accuse the American Hogan. Now, please, step back from this entrance. We have orders to shoot if you do not comply." As if to emphasize his point, he moved his gun from Sarah to Mark. For a brief second, Mark contemplated rushing them, but this wasn't a fight he could win. Holding their guns level, the 2 guards backed out into the sunlight. As the doors began to slide shut, the younger soldier repeated, "We are sorry. We will be outside. You will be released as soon as lockdown has been safely initiated." The doors closed, and Mark heard the click of the electronic lock. Chapter 44. Tuesday, 17th of September, 05:45, Washington, D.C. A digital clock hovered in the top left of Shireen's field of vision. Zach had set it to countdown, and she had been watching it for over an hour. With minimal sensory inputs for so long, she was beginning to hallucinate, drifting in and out of a vivid dream world, so that she was finding it hard to remember where she was and what she was about to do. Once again, she forced herself to focus. She was still standing in the garden, and while she could move her arms and head, she seemed unable to move her feet away from the spot. At last, she heard Zach's voice in her head, It sounded clear but faint, as though coming to her from a great distance. "Okay, Shireen. The countdown to lockdown has begun, and I'm sending you in." 8 seconds to go, and the garden began to dissolve away. A sudden bolt of excitement surged through her. It was working. She was inside the Mag-8 facility. Her first sensation was that of 100 different sounds. After the quiet of the TID lab, and then the peacefulness of the garden, now a cacophony of hums and drones of machines and electronics greeted her. It all sounded so real, and the illusion that she was physically inside Mag-8 was remarkable. There, above her head, were the huge black superconducting magnets fixed in place on vast steel and graphene girders, with a multitude of cables, instruments, and multicolored lights everywhere. The air against her skin felt warm and dry. She could almost taste the dust of the desert. And her hunch had been correct. Lockdown hadn't severed the link. It was supposed to mean that all communication between the mind and the outside world was now blocked, and yet the nanobots in her body were still receiving data from within Mag-8 and feeding it to her brain. Would she be able to send her thoughts back through the mouth of her avatar standing in Mag-8 to communicate with the mind? Now that lockdown was in place, the link made just moments earlier between her body in Washington and the Mag-8 mind, 10,000 kilometers away, wasn't via the cloud at all. It couldn't be. That was the point of lockdown. Instead, the information exchange seemed to be being maintained purely by long-range quantum correlations. The nanobots were sufficiently quantum entangled with the molecules of air inside Mag-8 for quantum information to be exchanged. This TID technology was almost like magic, and it seemed, incredibly, to be working. Shireen felt a surge of pure elation. This is the ultimate out-of-body experience. Einstein hated the idea of quantum entanglement, calling it spooky action at a distance. And yet here I am, my thoughts teleported halfway across the world from my physical body. She was standing on a gantry, high above the ground within a large enclosure. Looking about her, she noted that she was close to one of the huge bending magnets. It hummed as though it were a living thing. In front of her was a waist-high safety bar. She reached a hand towards it. It felt cold and solid to the touch, pushing back against her fingers. How could that be when none of this was real? No, wait, that's wrong. All of this, it is real. I'm the one who's not real. I'm actually still in Washington, D.C. What's being reconstructed in my brain is whatever is being recorded by all the cameras and sensors inside the facility. Shireen's avatar peered down over the railings. The gantry she was on was about 10 meters above the ground. The magnet closest to her was the uppermost one of the first level. Down on the ground, directly below, was a cubic structure, which she guessed housed the focusing magnet, the place where the dark matter beams would come together and head vertically down. Shireen leaned out further still and looked up. The other 2 levels of magnets towered majestically and vertiginously far above her. She now needed to make contact with the mind and to persuade it to look for something, anything that was out of the ordinary, something that would have become apparent only after lockdown. At first, she had to earn its trust. The dilemma she was acutely aware of was that her own presence here wasn't physical. In fact, she was no more real than the mind itself. They were both mere data. And to communicate and cooperate, they would need to merge into one, the unique combination, the human AI consciousness. Shireen didn't have long to wait. Without warning, she was plunged into blackness. Was this the work of the Sentinels protecting the Mag-8 mind? They were less powerful AIs than the mind itself, but their role was a simple one, to ensure that no alien software could penetrate and infect the mind. That had to be it. They would have detected data flowing from the lab in Washington and were attempting to block it. No, please don't let this be the end of it. That all this was for nothing. Shireen felt time running away from her. She had to reach out. My name is Shireen Darvish, and I am using TID to communicate with you. I am not a threat. I want to help. Nothing. Sentinels would have figured this out anyway, but she wasn't sure what else to say. Suddenly, the enormity of what had happened to her over the past few months crowded into her consciousness, and for the first time in her life, Shireen Darvish began to understand the true meaning of despair. And it was then that she received a reply. She couldn't describe it. It wasn't a response transmitted in words as such, but more of a feeling, a sense of meaning. Yes, that was it. And it was neither friendly nor aggressive, simply a statement of fact. Shireen Darvish, you are not permitted to interact. Lockdown has been initiated. A wave of relief crashed through her. Any communication suggested that they didn't see her as an immediate threat, and that meant there was still hope. I understand, but you require my help. Ignition may have been compromised. Give me access to the mind. The mind cannot be accessed. No compromise has been detected. Lockdown is in place. Okay, maybe a different tack was needed. These Guardian AIs were simply doing what they were programmed to do. Hell, they were no more than sophisticated software programs. Now was probably a good time for her to stop thinking of them as living entities. She felt a buzzing sensation in her head, which grew louder and more urgent. Only it wasn't a sound, more like a vibration inside her skull. 100 billion neurons trying to break free of their moorings. She was suddenly overcome by an indescribable giddiness, as though she were tumbling through space. The spinning sensation was horrible. There was no up or down, no anchor. She was lost in the void, and her head was about to explode. Let me off this ride. It's scary. Mama, can you tell them to stop? I don't like it. It's going too fast. I'm going to fall off. A presence. Get out! Get out of my head! I don't want you here! Then, empty. Silence. Nothingness. She floated and observed and waited. And existed without any feeling, purpose, or sense of self. She couldn't think or rationalize, had just a dim awareness that she had lost her mind. Then, just as quickly as it had started, it was over, and she was back in control of her own thoughts. What the hell had just happened? She'd felt a dislocation, as though she were nothing more than a detached presence observing the functioning of her mind from afar. It felt as if her corporal self had been pushed aside while her thoughts, dreams, and memories were ransacked. Could that be the mind? Yes, it had to be. Rather than observe the exchange between her and the Sentinels, it had decided to find out who the intruder was for itself, and had merged with the intruder's thoughts. Shireen tried to rationalize how it could have done this. It must have sent sophisticated spyware into her head via the nanobots in order to read her thoughts. She felt as though she had been violated, exposed, laid bare. More importantly, though, contact had been made. She tried again. I hope you now believe me when I say I wish no malice. Suddenly the lights came back on inside the facility, and she heard a deep, rich, soft, unmistakably female voice. You are Shireen Darvish. You believe Mag 8 to be compromised. Yet I do not detect any anomalies. I do not understand the nature of the possible attack. Your thoughts are confused. Please explain. There are those who do not wish for the Odin project to succeed. They want Mag-8 to fail. Many do not want the Odin project to go ahead. I understand this. They calculate the risks to be too high. But you are speaking of those who suffer from a corruption of human reasoning. Those who wish ignition to go ahead, but for it to fail. That's right, and I believe they've planted something inside Mag-8, something you have not and would not detect unless you knew what to look for. Had her hunch been correct, a nanoswarm could indeed be lurking inside Mag-8. Each bot would have specialized pincers to destroy almost anything in its path. A swarm could slice through matter like a knife through butter, dissolve reinforced armor, or get inside secure buildings through the tiniest of cracks. She shuddered as she thought about it, or rather, she would have done if she'd had control of her physical body. She was jerked back from her thoughts by the voice in her head. You believe a swarm may have infiltrated the facility. You believe that if it is running autonomous software off-grid, then I would only be aware of its presence if it interacted physically with anything within the facility. This is correct. This wasn't proof that there really was a swarm floating somewhere in here, waiting, biding its time until the last moment to attack. But if it were present, then the mind would not necessarily know about it. A swarm could hover indefinitely like an invisible cloud, powered by artificial photosynthesis from surrounding electromagnetic radiation. The mind could only see and feel what the sensors and cameras built into the facility could detect. Is there a way to expose it if it is in here somewhere? Yes. The next second, everything went completely dark. Had the mind just turned off all the lights? Why? Before she could puzzle over it any further, the facility was suddenly bathed in a low-level blue-violet color that gave the place a dreamlike quality. At the bottom of her field of vision, Shireen saw the words, monochromatic UV light, 280 nanometers, 4.43 electron volts. The interior of Mag-8 was being bathed in ultraviolet light. The mind had squeezed the wavelength of the light produced by all the facility's LEDs down to 280 nanometers. While she waited, it occurred to her that had she been truly physically present here, she would have remained in total darkness. Pure monochromatic UV light is invisible to the human eye. But she wasn't looking through her physical eyes. The nanobots floating inside her body back in Washington had received the data and helpfully rendered it as visible violet light for her benefit. Then, without the color of the light she was seeing changing much, the numbers on her AR display altered. The light's wavelength had become shorter, while the second number, which she guessed was the corresponding energy of the light, had increased. High-energy UVC light, 100 nanometers, 12.4 electron volts. What did this mean? She cursed as she struggled to remember her first-year introductory physics course on quantum theory. Something about the energy of light connected to its wavelength. What was it? Come on, think. Okay. High-energy radiation, like X-rays and gamma rays, had very short wavelengths. That meant the shorter the wavelength, the more energy the light carried. So, the mind had just turned up the energy dial on the light. Had she been physically inside the facility at this moment, not only would she not see anything, but she would have been killed by the ionizing radiation too. What was the mind up to? As though reading her thoughts, it spoke again. If a nanobot swarm is present, It will react to high-energy ultraviolet light, damaging to all life forms. But nanobots are not living things. You are correct. Living biomolecules are damaged by ultraviolet light. But although nanobots contain biological components, DNA building blocks, this UV frequency will not harm them. They have more rigid molecular bonds than living biological matter, which vibrate in the extreme UV range. Shining light of the correct color on them pumps these bonds full of energy, and they vibrate, emitting the energy as light again. Look below you. Then it hit her what the mind was doing. It was tuning the frequency of the light in Mag 8 until the swarm became visible. She leaned over the gantry railings and peered down at the ground beneath her. What she saw made her gasp, or at least the sensation in her chest was as if she had taken a sharp intake of breath. Hovering in the air close to the large apparatus was a swirling cloud of bright, sparkling lights that surrounded the focusing magnet near the entrance point in the ground where the dark matter beam would disappear. It was hypnotically beautiful, like the twilight bioluminescence of a swarm of butterflies. Only here she could not quite make out individual dots of light, but rather smeared out clumps. The cloud was changing shape slowly and hovering in the same location. The swarm is re-emitting the UV light that it is absorbing, betraying its presence. This will make it angry. Shireen found that a very strange way to describe unthinking machines. What did the mind mean? The swarm could not show emotions such as anger, but if it was programmed to remain hidden, and then it was threatened... This UV light is not destroying them, is it? No, I cannot increase the energy of the light any higher, or it will damage the instruments. As if to confirm that the swarm now knew it had been exposed, it suddenly changed shape from a nebulous cloud into a concentrated snake-like formation that circled around a few times, sparkling as it did so. Then, without warning, it darted upwards, almost too fast for Shireen's avatar eyes to follow, slicing through one of the graphene girders supporting the magnet structure. It did this several times, back and forth, until Shireen felt a jolt as the platform she was standing on moved slightly. Had it detected her presence? Was this an attack on her? And if so, how? She wasn't physically there. Could it be somehow sensing her as mere information? Something alien within Mag 8? Maybe cutting through the girder had nothing to do with her. Maybe once it was exposed, its task was to create havoc. But the swarm now regrouped and was hovering, still sparkling, almost at eye level with where Shireen was standing. It seemed to be waiting for something. Maybe the brief act of destruction was a warning. Maybe it was being petulant, like an indignant toddler. But she was wrong. The swarm started to move slowly towards her. Oh no, this is crazy. The swarm can't see me. And still the swarm came closer. The shimmering lights of the nanobots were now blocking her entire field of vision as it loomed in front of her. Shireen felt terrified. I'm not really here. I'm not really here. To prove to herself that it couldn't physically harm her, she slowly reached out her hand to touch the front edge of the swarm. A searing pain shot through her fingers and up her arm, jerking her backwards. Of course, for the same reason she could feel the solidity of the metal gantry beneath her feet or the cold metal barrier in front of her, she could touch the nanobots. And if they were able to do to her what they did to that graphene girder... But I'm not even here. The pain I felt is just an illusion. They can't physically harm me. It's all in my head. And yet her hand and arm were now throbbing with pain. She backed away from the swarm, panic rising. until she came up against the cold metal casing of the magnet wall behind her. She had nowhere else to go. And still the swarm approached her. It was as though it was contemplating how best to deal with this annoying presence. Zack, pull me back. I don't think I can take the pain if they attack my face. Where the hell was he? She felt as though she was experiencing a dreadful nightmare, while knowing it was only a dream. No, this was worse than that. The whole point of total immersive displacement was that the pain she would feel would be as real as anything her physical body could experience. The swarm was now centimeters from her face. It was then that Shireen knew she was going to die. She closed her eyes and waited. The cold, when it came, penetrated her inner core. She gasped and froze for a few seconds, feeling icier than she had ever felt before. But just as quickly, the sensation was gone. She opened her eyes. The swarm was still there, writhing in front of her, but it didn't seem as bright. At first, she didn't understand. It looked almost as though it was evaporating. Then, suddenly, without warning, the entire swarm snapped out of existence. Shireen hardly dared breathe. She waited, trying to make sense of what she had just witnessed. Mind, what just happened there? Where's it gone? This swarm has been neutralized. The danger is gone, Shireen Darvish. Around her, the blue light gently returned to the normal LED white. She remembered the display on her AR. It had changed. It now just read, temperature 210 Kelvin. She stared at the words. 210 Kelvin translated to a chilly 63 degrees Celsius below zero. No wonder she had felt cold. The nanobots in her brain must have readjusted the temperature, just as they had changed the wavelength of the light. Would they also have protected her from the pain of the swarm if it had attacked? Shireen gave an involuntary shudder. Mind, please explain. Have you just done what I think you've done and frozen the swarm? How could it be that easy? Help me to understand. The soothing, almost maternal voice replied, the biomolecular building blocks of the nanobots cannot function below 230 Kelvin. All other instrumentation and electronics in the facility is able to operate at optimum levels down to 200 Kelvin. I will maintain this temperature until after ignition. I have run full diagnostics checks again. All systems and instruments are operational. Damaged graphene girder, we complete self-healing in 12 minutes. Misaligned magnet now back in position. The run will proceed. Thank you, Shireen Darvish. This has been an interesting experience. And with a jolt, Shireen was back in the VR garden. The mind had said its piece and simply ejected her. The transition was so abrupt that for a moment she felt confused. She couldn't make sense of the sudden tranquility of the garden after the noise inside Mag 8. The near-omniscient presence of the mind, along with the threat of the swarm, had gone. She felt strangely alone. Bring me back, please, Zack. Gradually, she became aware of a different sensation, one not of standing up, but of lying horizontally. And there was Zack, gently removing her helmet with a worried look on his face. Shireen, you're back now. His voice sounded distant, as if he was at the other end of a long tunnel. Shireen knew she should smile, but suddenly felt her stomach heave. Pushing herself up and away from the FBI man, she was violently sick. She felt his hand on her shoulder. I'm so sorry, Zack, she slurred. She was shivering uncontrollably, and she noticed that she was drenched in sweat. Every inch of her body ached. It felt as though she was one big bruise, and her head pounded with a sickly headache. She could see the concern in Zach's eyes, but didn't yet have the strength to stay sitting up, and instead flopped back on the chair. Then she looked at him and mumbled, her voice a croak. "I was right, Zach. There was a swarm inside Mag 8. It was horrible. It would have destroyed everything." She shuddered and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. The look of horror on Zach's face impelled her to continue quickly. "But I think it's okay now. The mind, it spoke to me, Zach, and it neutralized the swarm. Ignition will go ahead." Again she tried to smile, because she felt the situation warranted it. She couldn't believe she had done it, or rather, the mind had done it. And she couldn't stop shivering. It was 160 minutes to ignition. Chapter 45. Tuesday, 17th of September, 13:15, Mag 8, Amman. Mark and Sarah were released from the booster hall a few minutes after lockdown. They persuaded the younger of the two soldiers guarding the block to lock the door behind them and to remain stationed outside. They had tried and failed to find Hogan inside the labyrinthine building. There were just too many places he could hide, but they were certain he was going nowhere. It was too late to stop ignition now, but they still hurried back to the Mag 8 building. Mark attempted to contact Shireen. She wasn't responding. Inside the facility, it was a hive of frantic activity. With a brusque, "Come on, we need to find Hassan," Mark grabbed Sarah's hand and headed for the control room. They pushed their way through the milling scientists, technicians, and officials, but there was no sign of the security chief. Mark recognized one of the younger accelerator physicists and stopped him as he was dashing past. "Wait! You! What the hell is going on in there?" "We don't know for sure. No one can make sense of it," he replied breathlessly. "The mind is behaving irrationally. First, it went completely dark in there. Then the temperature suddenly dropped to colder than deep freeze. We've no idea what it's up to." "And the mind hasn't told you anything?" "No, we're in lockdown. All we can do is guess at what the issue has been." Everything seemed to be falling apart. This was the nightmare scenario. "So, has it aborted ignition?" "No, it seems it's still going ahead, but something is very wrong." The young man was close to tears. The dismaying conclusion had to be that after everything they had gone through, a mind had been hacked again. This was the end of the road. Kiang now appeared by Mark's side. "Where have you been? Have you heard? The order has just been given to evacuate both CERN and J-Park." He had a wild, pleading look in his eyes, as though sure his older colleague could figure out a way to make things right. "Mark, they say that's all we can do now. That if we can't abort and have to assume Mag 8 has failed, then we have to destroy 2 of the dark matter labs before ignition." Mark just stared at Kiang. If those labs were destroyed, that would knock out 6 of the 8 beams. Yes, they would avert an immediate catastrophe, but it would signal the end of the Odin project. He was turning to Sarah when his wristpad pinged. Shireen. He didn't really want to talk to the young Sib, but there was an urgency in her voice that focused his mind. She breathlessly recounted what she'd experienced with the mind. "Hold on, Shireen. I need to stop you there. I'm going to patch you through to everyone here. They need to hear this from you." He jabbed at his wristpad, patching her into the main control room network. Her face suddenly appeared, multiple times, on the screens in both the control room and the viewing gallery. There were gasps as the young Iranian told her story. Beside him, Sarah mouthed, "Oh my God," and held her hands to her mouth. Disbelief quickly turned to amazement and awe as Shireen's account was corroborated by the young FBI cybersecurity officer who stood at her side. Shireen appeared dazed by what she'd been through. Dark bags shrouded her eyes. Her normally olive-coloured skin looked pale and sickly, and yet at that moment, for Mark at least, she was the most beautiful person in the world. It seemed she had just single-handedly averted the destruction of all life on Earth. A tide of relief and excitement was quickly spreading through Mag 8. Surely, thought Mark, the order to destroy those 2 labs would be rescinded once these new revelations were communicated. He was snapped out of his reverie by the sudden arrival of General Hassan, who pulled him and Sarah to one side. "These are extraordinary times, so I will dispense with any apologies for what occurred earlier." He didn't look like a man expressing regret, and Mark studied him dispassionately. Would he listen to them now? The officer continued, "And I admit that I appear not to have had it all in hand, as I indicated earlier. Your friends in Washington have done something that I do not fully understand, but my scientists inform me that it was both foolish and brave, and may indeed have just saved the project." "So, has the order been given to stand down those missiles aimed at CERN and JPAC?" Mark glanced at Sarah. "Not yet. That would be foolish. But all the labs around the world have just watched that extraordinary message from Washington. So the fingers are, shall we say, no longer hovering over the buttons." He let out a snort that Mark assumed was meant to indicate amusement. "Good, because Dr. Maitland has something she needs to tell you." Mark nodded to Sarah, and then left her to bring the General up to speed on what she'd learned from Hogan. He checked the time. 15:05. T minus 40 minutes. He turned back to Kiang, who appeared to be in a daze. "How are you holding up, mate?" he asked. "I'm not sure. I don't think I can cope with much more of this. Anyway, you look pretty terrible yourself." "Thanks," Mark grunted. "Listen, can we just run through what we know?" Kiang nodded. "Okay, so, as far as we can tell, the swarm hasn't caused any irreparable damage, right? But is there any way that it, or something else, could have infected the mind itself?" "I doubt it. I think we just have to trust the mind now." Kiang neither sounded nor looked in the least bit reassuring. "So tell me, why do I still have this nagging feeling we're missing something?" Just then, Sarah touched him gently on the shoulder. He turned to her. "A security team have been dispatched to the booster hall to find Hogan," Sarah said with grim satisfaction. The General nodded. "If he's in there, we'll find him. We have to get some answers out of him, and we don't have much more time. Now, will you please excuse me?" Sarah said, "Mark, Shireen wants to connect up with you, and Kiang too. She can't do much more from her end, but we could use her brain on this." "Sure," said Mark. Everyone else seemed to think that they now had a clear run to ignition. A bomb had been defused and the swarm had been neutralized. So why was he still feeling so uneasy? It didn't help that both Kiang and Sarah seemed similarly anxious. Shireen's voice popped into Mark's ear. She sounded nearly back to her old self. "Good. Actually, Mark, though of course I'll do anything to help, I really think you and Kiang are best placed to know what could possibly still go wrong. Hopefully nothing, of course. But you two understand the science better than anyone." Mark looked at Kiang. He couldn't think of anything to contribute. "Maybe this will help," Sarah frowned. "When he thought he'd trapped me, Hogan boasted it would be something simple, something that could be easily overlooked. That doesn't sound like he was referring to the nanoswarm, but if not, what could he mean?" Mark shook his head slowly. "The mind should be able to check every tiny component, and if it finds anything wrong, it can either correct it or abort ignition." "But what if the swarm has indeed been successful?" suggested Kiang. Mark and Sarah looked at him. It was Sarah who completed his train of logic. Jesus, you mean when it attacked and sliced through those girders, that was just a distraction? We were meant to think that it had been caught before it could carry out its plan, when in fact it had already caused the damage it was meant to, finished Kiang. The enormity and implications of Kiang's suggestion was beginning to sink in when they were distracted by a sudden commotion. Several soldiers had entered, and with them a restrained Senator Peter Hogan. Dried blood covered his face and the front of his shirt. He didn't seem to be resisting. General Hassan turned and screamed at his men. "Get him out of here, now!" One of the soldiers blurted out, "But sir, you said to bring him to you as soon as—" "Now! Idni Kedda! Take him down to my office." With that, Hassan marched off behind them out of the control room. As he was being led away, Hogan pulled back for a second and turned to look at Mark and Sarah, and he winked. Could he sense their worry? Did he know they had thwarted the nanoswarm? And if he did, was there something else? Something so simple that it had occurred to no one? Mark rubbed his eyes. God, he was tired. And turned to the others. He wasn't an experimentalist. He dealt with equations and lines of computer code, not real magnets and electronic instruments. But it was Shireen he addressed. "Shireen, are you still hearing all this? Okay, you said you first saw the swarm down by the focusing magnet, just above the vertical shaft where the beam disappears. What could—" Then it hit him. "Of course, the shutter! We need to check the shutter," he shouted. Tiang and Sarah, along with many of the technicians in the room, just stared at him. "What do you mean?" said Tiang. "What about the shutter?" "Think about it. What's the simplest component that could go wrong? I mean, short of flicking a switch that turns off the electricity to the superconducting magnets, isn't it the shutter that blocks off the beam path?" "But why would the beam path even need to be blocked off?" Sarah jumped in. "That doesn't make sense, Mark." But he was no longer listening. He could feel the adrenaline beginning to kick in as he looked around the control room. "Where's Maya? I need to see Maya." He hurried to the nearest Mag 8 technician, a young woman sitting at a terminal desk. "Where is Maya?" "Who?" she blurted, looking nervous. "Maya bloody Haydar, your boss, the chief fucking accelerator engineer. Where is he?" "Oh, never mind, I'll find him." Mark knew he should stop and explain, but never had time been more precious. "Wait there!" he yelled over his shoulder at Sarah and Kiang as he barged out of the control room. "I'll be back in a minute." He ran down the metal steps to ground level. The project's engineer was talking to a couple of technicians by one of the giant steel doors that secured the interior of the Mag 8 hall from the outside world. "Haydar!" Mark yelled. The man looked up, a concerned expression on his face. "What is it, Professor Bruckner? You look like you've seen a djinn." "The shutter on the focusing magnet," Mark began. "You told me it was both the simplest and the most important component in the whole place, correct?" "It is, yes," the engineer smiled. "If that shutter is closed when the Chargino pulse reaches the quadruple, then it will be blocked entirely." He paused, a frown crossing his face. "Why do you ask?" "And you'd know if it was closed, right?" Mayor Haydar, a man fiercely proud of Sesame and what had been achieved with Mag 8, looked at him as if he had lost his mind. "But of course it is open. We made sure it's open, and the mind will have done so too." Yes, but is there a way of checking now?" Haydar looked bewildered, then relaxed a little. "Professor, of all the things we have to be concerned with, believe me, the focusing magnet shutter is not one of them. Even if it somehow got closed again, say from a sudden wind blowing off the desert, through some foul, miraculous trickery of Iblis himself, then it would trigger a warning, And the mind would know about it. Out of the corner of his eye, Mark noticed that the two engineers Mayer had been talking to were shaking their heads, as though he were a fool. He ignored them. Damn it! Tell me if I'm wrong. He paused to gather his thoughts. He had to get this right. No room for any mistakes now. Every one of the thousands of components within the Mag-8 facility has a multitude of instruments and sensors, monitoring and calibrating constantly, making sure everything is running smoothly and ready to warn the mind about any anomaly, yes? That is correct. Everything, apart from the shutter and the beamline just below the quadrupole magnet. That's the one component that relies on old technology. We jumped about this a couple of days ago. It's so that it can be operated manually. It has a safety override that allows human intervention. Again, correct, Professor. I don't understand where... So how does the mind know if it is open or closed? Well, of course, there is a sensor there that tells it, but just the one sensor, right? Not like every other component in Mag-8. Just the one, yes. We build in redundancies, but in some cases that really isn't necessary. Mark grabbed the Jordanian by the shoulders. And what if that were damaged somehow? Say its electronics had been fried, so the mind still thought it was open when it wasn't. Mayer stared at him in stunned silence for a couple of seconds. Then he looked down at the pad he was holding and tapped it. And as he did so, he said, "There is a camera inside the magnet casing pointing directly at the shutter. That is not currently in use. It is not linked to the main network controlled by the mind, so I may be able to turn it on remotely." Suddenly, the engineer let out a horrified whimper. He looked up at Mark and turned the pad towards him so he could see the screen. Mark felt a chill run through him. There was the shutter, a 10-centimeter thick lead disc, the diameter of a dinner plate, and it was sitting across the opening through which the Chargino beam was due to pass in a few minutes' time. He looked up at the engineer. "Is there any way of getting inside Mag-8 and manually opening that shutter?" Haydar had a glazed look on his face. The man was in complete shock. "Maya!" Mark shouted. "Please!" The Jordanian's eyes refocused. "There is a way, yes, but to use it, it would be suicide." Mark checked the time. 5 minutes to ignition. "Where? How? Talk to me, damn it!" Haydar's eyes brimmed with tears. He nodded. "Follow me," he said, his voice no more than a whisper. He turned, his colleagues seemingly forgotten, and walked quickly away, with Mark at his shoulder. "There's a way in around the other side. Few people know about it. The mind certainly doesn't. There are no sensors there, and the entrance is made entirely from basic, non-smart materials, so it's totally off-grid." As they made their way round the building, Mark went over what he knew. If the shutter was closed, all the Charginos would be stopped before they transformed back into neutralinos. There would be no contribution from Mag-8 to provide the precise balance required in the core when the other 7 beams met. And that would be that. He cursed under his breath. He couldn't believe it. After all these months, this was the nightmare scenario everyone had worked so hard to avoid. They had to open that shutter, and they had less than 5 minutes to do it. They were now in a quiet corridor that skirted the concrete shielding dome that housed the giant bending magnets. On the far side of Mag-8, Haydar stopped at a large, nondescript grey metal door. He stared at it for a moment, as though he'd forgotten why he was there. "Maya! Now open it, please." Haydar turned to him, an expression of desperate sadness on his face. "But, Professor Bruckner, it won't do any good. We got no time to send a bot in there, and even if we did, the mind wouldn't let it get very far." Mark paused and took a deep breath. "I know," he said. "We're not sending a bot in. I'm going in. Now, open the goddamn door." It's 4 minutes to ignition, Professor. You don't have time. And if you are in there when the beam arrives, the radiation burst. Also, it's 60 degrees below zero in there at the moment. You won't last 4 minutes without proper... Mark sighed. Just open the door, Maya. What other choice do we have? Hader must have sensed something in his voice, because he turned and punched a multiple-digit number into a keypad by the door, and it clicked open. Mark pushed past him. And he was running through a narrow alleyway that zigzagged between concrete shielding walls that towered like smooth white cliffs meters above him. He could feel the air getting colder. It was beginning to hurt his chest, so he tried to take shorter breaths. It occurred to him that he hadn't got around to calling Evie. Damn it. She'd be so cross with him, and now he was letting her down again. He thought about Sarah and Kiang. He didn't think they could see him from the control room just as well. He knew he had to do this. It was the only way. The Odin project was his greatest achievement, and he wasn't prepared for it to fail now. Not when they were so close. The earlier panic and stress seemed to fall away. He had a job to do. He emerged in the large, open chamber. Above him rose the array of giant magnets, their superconducting coils humming a deep, monotonous tone that he could feel in his bones. Ahead, at the very center of the hall, was the quadrupole magnet itself, suspended above the borehole down which the dark matter beam would travel to the Earth's core, if it could. As he hurried towards it, he was stopped in his tracks by a sound that reverberated around the dome. It was the mind, and it sounded like the voice of God. Mark Bruckner, you should not be here. I cannot allow you to compromise the run. Even though he had been expecting it and knew it was nothing more than a synthetic voice generated by an artificial intelligence, it still filled him with awe. Yet he couldn't allow it to distract him. As he ran, he shouted out, "Listen to me! I've been speaking with Shireen Darvish. The swarm you destroyed has already compromised the run. The shutter on the quadrupole magnet is closed." This cannot be so. My diagnostics would have alerted me. He stopped briefly. The cold felt like sandpaper on the back of his throat. Where was the entrance to the central chamber? He looked up. The shutter sensor was destroyed by the swarm. You can't rely on what it's telling you. You must be able to check a different way. I mean, you're a fucking mind. The cold was seeping through to his core, and every breath he took in was like a sharp knife in his chest. There was the briefest of pauses before the mind responded. You are correct. The shutter is closed. I am unable to open it. Then abort the run, now! I can do that, but there is a risk. Oh my God, why? It is T-minus 120 seconds. All 3 accelerators now have their proton beam energies ramped up. The only way to abort now is to close 6 of the other 7 shutters too, and block the beams. Mark tried to understand what he was hearing, but the cold seemed to be seeping into his brain, slowing it down. Why 6 shutters? Why not all 7? Yes, because they could afford to have one beam pass through, because it would simply carry on uninterrupted through the Earth and out the other side. The mind was still talking. I have just communicated with the other minds and determined that there is a non-negligible probability that one or more of them will not comply with my decision to close their shutters. They estimate there is a 20% probability that the swarm has compromised me too, and therefore cannot trust that I am being truthful. If 3 or more minds do not close their shutters, it will lead to catastrophic failure of the project. I calculate a 42.32% probability for this outcome. He'd heard enough. What's the point of entrusting so much to artificial intelligences if they are just as bloody unreasonable as humans? If he left now, the mind would order the other shutters to be closed. A 42% chance of disaster was too high, too terrible to contemplate. Fuck it. So, this was it then. He'd have to do it manually. Hoping that the mind would understand what he was about to do, Mark Bruckner ran towards the quadrupole casing, searching for the way in. He was shivering uncontrollably now, and his breath came out in great white plumes. There, a gap between two 3-meter-high metal towers packed with electronic instruments. He squeezed in between them, and there it was. The magnet sat inside its chamber, large enough for a man to fit inside when not operational, but it was now under high vacuum, and the shutter was somewhere inside. The small porthole in the side wall of the chamber had frosted over, which meant he couldn't see inside. How much time did he have left? His AR contacts had frozen and were useless now. He knew it couldn't be very long. Everything was covered in a white frost. At first, he didn't know where to start, but then, as though the gods were finally taking pity on him, he spotted a lever. A good old-fashioned lever. The edge of a metal panel was just visible through the frost beneath it. Using his sleeve to wipe the panel clear, he saw what he was looking for. Bold red letters declared, "Shutter Manual Override." Of course, something as important as a beam shutter would always have a mechanical lever for an operator to control during construction and testing. He grabbed hold of the metal bar with both hands. The searing pain of the cold metal scalding his palms and fingers shot up his arms. He tried to pull the lever downwards, but it wouldn't move. He realized that his hands had now frozen to the lever, too. He felt himself smile. He wasn't quite sure why, but a strange thought ran through his head. I am one with my experiment. I am now physically part of the Odin project. He knew he was becoming weaker, his breathing shallower. Was hypothermia setting in? Probably. He thought of Evie. He could see her. She was admonishing him for taking such a stupid risk. But Evie, and Sarah, and Kiang, and everybody else he'd ever known wouldn't be around anyway to know that he'd tried. And with that realization came a renewed sense of urgency. He leaned his entire weight on the lever, and without warning, it swiveled downwards. Had he done it? Had he made it in time? He managed somehow to pull his hands from the lever, ripping away layers of skin, but feeling nothing. A voice from somewhere deep in his mind was telling him it wasn't such a great idea to hang around here. But he was feeling so sleepy now, and it didn't seem nearly as cold anymore. The mind, the other one, was saying something too, but he was no longer listening. His vision was blurring, and he tried to rub his eyes with his ruined hands. As his lungs began to freeze, his shallow breath was no longer creating a white fog in front of his face. His mind felt heavy and slow. He tried to recall what he was doing here. Then, from deep within his barely conscious self, he remembered. He'd done it. He'd cleared the path to the Earth's core. Come on through, little neutralinos. I've opened the gate for you. The thought gave him the beginnings of a smile on his frozen lips, just as he felt a mild tingling sensation, followed by a sour taste in his mouth. Then, just as quickly, it was gone. He had a brief moment of clarity. He had made it in time after all. The pulse of dark matter had just passed through Mag 8 and was on its way down to the core, leaving in its wake a burst of high-energy X-rays, and good old Mark Bruckner had just received a lethal 50 sievert dose, equivalent to several thousand CT scans all at once. His legs gave way beneath him, and he slowly folded to the ground. The lyrics of an old song came into his head. Que sera, sera. He began to hum, tunelessly. I'm so sorry, Evie. I love you so much. And then, Nothing. Chapter 46. Tuesday, 17th of September, 1547. Mag 8, Oman. Everyone was running. As soon as ignition had taken place, the mind had raised the temperature inside the Mag 8 and ended the lockdown. Sarah reached Mark a few paces ahead of Kiang. Mayor Haydar, the Mag 8 chief engineer, had been alongside her, going on and on about how Professor Bruckner had saved the world. But Sarah didn't need to be told what had happened. All she knew was that Mark had been inside during ignition. She pushed aside 2 paramedic bots that had arrived at the scene quickest and dropped down beside Mark's prone figure. She lifted his head gently off the ground and cradled it in her lap. His eyelids slowly opened and he looked up at her. "Sarah, sorry, I can't see very well," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. She didn't know what to say and couldn't stop the tears rolling down her cheeks. "The shutter was closed, Sarah. I had to open it." His voice was so faint now, she had to bend down to hear him. "I know it was. You did a very brave thing. Very stupid, but brave." She didn't need to tell him that he'd just received a fatal dose of radiation. His breathing was shallow now, and he was shivering uncontrollably. She looked down at his ravaged hands. The skin hung off them in long red shreds. As she stroked his head, she could feel the cold seeping from him. "Sarah, have you heard from the other facilities? Did they all work?" "I guess we'll know soon enough." She smiled down at him. If any of the 8 beams had failed or missed the central collision spot, a seismic wave could come up anywhere on the Earth's surface, but satellites would tell them instantly if it did. Maybe this was the time for loved ones to hold each other tight as they awaited their fate. All she could do now was to sit with Mark and cradle him in her arms, talk to him, reassure him. Mark smiled back weakly. "I expect they'll put up statues of us in years to come. Make sure mine is huge, won't you?" Sarah laughed shakily through her tears. "I'm sure it will be. It has to match your ego, after all." She felt she should keep talking to him, but wasn't sure he was still listening. He seemed to be drifting in and out of consciousness. Only vaguely aware of the minutes passing by, she tried to care about whether the project had been successful or not, but found she couldn't. If they'd failed, then everything would be over in a few minutes anyway. It was right that she and Mark were together at the end. It was then that Sarah became aware of a growing and palpable sense of elation and relief around her. People had started clapping and cheering. Dared she hope that the Odin project had worked? It certainly sounded as if it hadn't failed, not in the way Peter Hogan had planned. She leaned closer to the man she realized she loved. "Hey, Professor Mark Bruckner, you did it. We did it. I have a feeling it will work, too." Mark's eyes fluttered briefly. "I hope so. Make sure Kiang gets most of the credit. He was always the smarter one, you know. And if it doesn't work, blame Kiang. It was his stupid idea." He let out a breath and closed his eyes. His shivering had stopped. She thought he'd lost consciousness again, but he now whispered so quietly she could barely hear him. "And Sarah, thank you. Thank you for making me the man I never knew I could be." They were his last words. Chapter 47. Friday, 22nd of November, Southsea, England. Sarah's feet crunched on the shingle as she walked. The South Sea beach was deserted, which she found surprising, considering what a beautiful day it was on the English south coast. There was a chill in the air, and she was glad of her thick jacket, but the sun was bright and the sky a clear blue. She looked out to sea, across the Solent. The Isle of Wight seemed a lot closer than usual. Often she could barely make out its tree-lined hills through the mist and sea fog. Today, its waterfront buildings glittered as their windows reflected the afternoon sun. The days were getting a little easier now, even though her sense of loss was still so palpable. Wasn't it strange that Mark had now been gone for longer than the length of time she'd loved him when he was alive? She'd wondered whether her feelings for him had been magnified by the extraordinary circumstances in which they'd found themselves, not only because so much responsibility had rested on their shoulders, but because of a sense that they might have so little time together. That last bit, at least, had been true. She'd wondered, too, how much what she felt now was guilt, that she and the world had survived thanks to him, or gratitude for his selfless act. No, this gaping emptiness inside her was real. But yes, it was getting easier. Now she did all her crying as she walked along South Sea Beach. Mark used to hum one particular tune all the time. It drove her mad. A song by his favourite band, The Killers, called Mr. Brightside. So, every day she walked along the beach playing Mr. Brightside as loudly as she could, over and over again. And the tears would flow freely. Her parents had of course been supportive, but she still preferred to spend most of her time alone, even away from the beach, unable to share in the feelings of hope that so many people desperately clung to. 2 months had passed since ignition, and the world was getting used to the reality that it still had to deal with the same old problems facing humanity, even if the immediate threat from the purifiers had now receded. Although there had been plenty of false dawns, with many people claiming they had detected a strengthening in the magnetic field, the official line maintained that these were just isolated remnants that had been there before ignition. A dying magnetic field wouldn't fail uniformly around the globe. There would be pockets of it that survived for longer. The fact was, no one had a clue how a planet-sized defibrillator, essentially what the Odin project had been, might work in reality. How long it would take for the energy from the dark matter collision to turn the chaotic, turbulent eddies of the molten iron and nickel core into a regular flow that would kickstart and sustain a magnetic field again. But there was undoubtedly a general hope that the darkest days just might be over. Sarah left the beach and climbed up to the footpath that skirted around the sea-facing battlements of Southsea Castle. The 16th century artillery fort, built for Henry VIII, offered a stark reminder of permanence and nostalgia. She still recalled long summer days playing here with her brother, racing him to be the first to climb up and sit astride one of its huge, now ornamental cannons outside the gates. For a few weeks after ignition, she'd just felt numb. Returning to England, she had tried, mostly successfully, to avoid the media circus. After her testimony in court and her recorded conversation with Hogan had been released, she had insisted on being left alone, hiding away from the spotlight. Many were desperate for her to tell her story, so she felt grateful that there were people around her to shield her from the frenzy. The hardest thing she'd had to do was travel to New York to meet Evie and Charlotte. At Evie's request, they'd met in Bryant Park. She had wanted to know every detail about what her father had done, and why it had to be him. It had felt awkward initially with Charlotte being there too, and Sarah was grateful to her when she said she would leave them alone for a while. They had sat together on a park bench and talked. After a while, the words dried up. So they sat and held hands in silence. She'd met up with Chiang on that trip too. He'd been giving evidence to the UN before his return to China. He said he was being hailed as a national hero back home, even though there was no indication at all that the project had succeeded in its mission. She hadn't heard from Shireen for a few weeks now, but the young woman continued to impress her with her maturity. Despite all the media attention and the lucrative job offers, all the Iranian Sib had wanted to do was to get back home to her parents and to finish her studies. Now, over the last couple of weeks, the number of reports of a strengthening field had seemed to be growing. Sarah had ignored them all. She could, if she'd wanted, have very easily checked the overall status of the magnetosphere from the hundreds of measurements and simulations being carried out. But that wasn't the way she wanted to do this. Every day for the past 6 weeks, come rain or shine, she had come out for her walk along the seafront. And every day she would stop at the same spot, at the base of South Sea Castle, below the black and white striped lighthouse, and take out the little compass that had been a gift from her grandfather. He had given it to her when she was 8. They had stood in this very spot, and he'd shown her how its needle always pointed due north, away from the water, past the lighthouse and across the common towards the city of Portsmouth. Today she stopped as usual and reached into her pocket. She had taken to going through the motions so absent-mindedly these days that the mere act of holding the compass flat on the palm of her hand had in itself become a ritual. She would watch the needle spin around aimlessly for a few seconds and then place it back in her pocket, never truly allowing herself to believe. Today, however, something about the little instrument from a long-forgotten era dragged her gaze back down to it. She twisted and wobbled it between her thumb and forefinger. The needle no longer moved around freely beneath its glass casing. Instead, it behaved in a way it hadn't done for a long time. It remained resolutely fixed. But now it pointed across the Solent, not due north as it used to, but due south. The Earth's magnetic field had flipped, and it had recovered sufficient strength to grip and align the tiny magnetic needle. The killers played in her ears. Destiny was calling to Mr. Brightside to open up his eager eyes. She felt the familiar warm tears rolling down her cheeks, but this time they weren't just tears of sadness. She looked out to sea, then back at the compass, afraid that, like a holographic projection, it might just fade away. The needle was holding firm, and it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen.